this will be competed by PLC Sydney, Ella Dunphy, coached by Emma Vay Cox and Felix Stew. In lane 5, we have Balmain, Tali Hind, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. And finally, in lane 7, we have PLC Sydney's Amber Bailey, coached by Izzy Hooton and Felix Stew. So they will be coming down momentarily. I think we're running a little bit early, which is good to see. It means that all the scullers were punctual and on time. Now, the previous champion for this race was Amber Bailey, so she's defending her title, which will be good to see. I think she will be in lane 7, so she'll be one to watch. But as they come down, we'll get a better idea of the race.
Thanks, Pete. And you can look on the Bont live stream for those of us watching online and indeed on the screens around the venue today. Our 3 para single scullers are lining up on the 500 metre mark, and I think they're just about to take it away. It's always a tough ask to line up without any starting blocks, but our starters look like they've done a fine job of doing so this morning. I think that race is underway. And looks like we'll be treated to some drone footage as well today, Pete.
Oh, fantastic. We'll have to thank Istvan for that one. He's absolutely bringing the goods in this Bont rowing live stream. But Michael, it does look to me like it will be Amber Bailey out of the start. She'll be in lane 7. She seems like she's had an absolutely cracking start. And it's quite a well spread out field there, although it seems there's a little bit of steering issues there in lane 5. Lane 5 or lane 3? My apologies, lane 3. Lane 3.
Does look as though it is Amber Bradley, quite a length in front. Ella Dunphy, perhaps from PLC Sydney, just experiencing some difficulties, and perhaps Tali Hind on the boys a little bit. But nevertheless, sculling well through the mid-section of this race. Amber Bradley with a higher rate of striking than her competitors at this point.
Yeah, Michael, she's really raising the rate of striking there, and it looks like the Balmain sculler there, Tali Hind, has just caught 1 or 2 little bits of bad water, and that's given Amber a bit of an opportunity to push away. And Amber herself has had a little bit of steering issues, so they're making sure that they're not hitting any of those buoys, because it can really put the boat out of sync if you do. But coming into the last 100 metres, and that's marked by the red buoys there, we do see it's going to be Amber Bailey out in front. So barring any disasters, we would assume that Amber Bailey would take this up. But it looks like the Balmain sculler is having a good crack back at Amber. She's raised the rate of striking as well and is really pushing back.
And just looking on that drone footage, Pete, it does look as though that distance has been made up quite significantly by Tali Hind on Amber Bradley. And Amber's just pushing onto those red buoys on her bow side, but looks like as though she's done enough to hold out for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, great push there from the Balmain sculler to really make that lead back up, and it's a hard one to do when you're behind, but she's done a really good job there. But it will be Amber Bailey taking out our championship women's para single scull to maintain her title. And it's followed by Tali Hind, 8.39 seconds behind. We now draw our attention to the presentation of the Championship Men's Para Single Scull. In third place from Balmain, we have James Hunt. James Hunt is coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjan and Liam James. In second place, also from Balmain, we have Jack Calderon, also coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. And the winner of the Championship Men's Para Single Scull, Stuart John, coached by Dern Grant and William Hatcher. Congratulations. And just finalising the field in this championship women's para single scull race in third place, we will have Ella Dunphy from PLC Sydney.
Yeah, just looks like Ella experienced some technical difficulties with her boat in the early stages of that race, but she will cross the line shortly, just ahead of race 40, which is our first 2,000 metre race for the day getting underway. And congratulations to Ella Dunphy of PLC. So as I mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving to 2,000 metre races. First up is race 40, which is the B final of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. In lane 1, representing ANU, Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 2, representing North Esk, Sarah Ashland, coached by Trevor Barrett and Brendan Long. In lane 3, representing UTS and the Women's National Training Centre, Emma Fessy. In lane 4, from Melbourne University, Mila Marston, coached by Mitchell Nelson. In lane 5, representing UTS, Olivia Bartram, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 6, from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lise Marie Lutz. In lane 7, from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Morgan Reimer, coached by Lincoln Handley. And finally, from Commercial in lane 8 is Mary Wex, and she is coached by Charles Green. But as we do look like we have a scratching from lane 8, Mary Wex. So we'll just correct our programs here up in the box. Looks like we'll have a start any moment though, Pete.
Yeah, Michael, and we were just saying before when the microphones are off, this is looking like it'll be a very, very tough race, especially for a B final. It's a bit of a lineup that you'd usually see, or you'd expect to see at a States A final. So it will be a tough race for these girls. You have some NTC members in here, so if you were anywhere near the grandstand, it would be worth a watch. This one and the next A final, of course, will be also very difficult.
Sorry, ladies, with slight technical issue. We'll inform you at 2 minutes when that's been resolved, and then we'll start shortly after that. Two minutes. ANU.
Ladies and gentlemen, just
North
before we
S.
kick off race 40, which is the Championship Women's Elite
UTS.
Single Scull B final, we are going to turn our
Melbourne
attention to the
University.
pontoon. We have a medal presentation for the
UTS.
Championship Women's Para Single Scull. That race was contested over 500 metres. In third place, representing PLC Sydney, Ella Dunphy. Ella is coached by Emma Vay-Cox and Felix Stew. In first place from PLC Sydney, Amber Bradley. Amber is coached by Izzy Hooton and Felix Stew. Congratulations, girls.
Thanks, girls, and thanks, Michael. Now we move our attention now to the start of the B final of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. These girls are just underway. So in lane 1 from ANU, we have Catherine Kahn. In lane 2 from North Esk, Sarah Ashland. In lane 3, UTS NTC, Emma Fessy. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Mila Marston. In lane 5 from UTS, we have Olivia Bartram. In lane 6 from Uni of Queensland, we have Lizzie Mari Lutz. In lane 7 from Griffith Uni, we have Morgan Riemer. And in lane 8 from Commercial, Mary Wex, who I believe is scratched. But Michael, you were saying earlier that the goal time for this is 7:07, which is a quick time.
That's right, Pete. That is a cracking time indeed. It'll be interesting to see how close our women's scullers can get to that time. You mentioned before, Pete, there is a little bit of a headwind that's picked up across the course this morning. The race now is about a minute and a half down, and I think preliminarily I would say that Emma Fessy from UTS in lane 3 has her bow ball in front of the field. Emma Fessy, of course, a decorated athlete herself, has been a member of the Women's National Training Centre out here in Penrith for a couple of years now, Pete. Started her career at UTS Rowing Club and has gone from strength to strength. Went to school at Loretto Normanhurst. Proud rowing school.
Yep, sure is.
And competed, has represented her country overseas, I think at the World Championships. I couldn't say which one, but...
yeah, I think it was 2008 in the H.
2018.
Oh, sorry, 2018. Yep. But yeah, it looks like she's just got her nose in front of those two other scullers from Griffith Uni and Uni of Queensland. So that's Lizzie Marie Lutz and Morgan Riemer. And it looks like they're only, I believe that was the 500 metre mark, but it looked like they were about a length and a bit behind, which is quite an impressive feat. It looks like it will be a close race coming into the last segment of this, hopefully. But as you said, Michael, Emma Fessy, you would expect her to have a good hit out of this, being an NTC member.
Of course, Pete, we expect a fairly decent showing out here from the University of Queensland. Of course, that club has a very strong women's program, led, of course, by, I think it's Austin Rodero up there in Brisbane. So there'll be some fairly fierce sculling competitors out here today. So they're represented in this race by Liz Marie Roots. She's in lane 6, but on the screen now, Emma Fessy, it does appear, is leading the pack. Closely followed by Mila Marston by the looks of things in lane 4. Mila Marston, Pete, former lightweight rower in the Victoria Cup, representing Victoria. That's right, of course, that's the right thing to say. Victoria Cup representing Victoria. But trying her now in the open weight event for the Women's Elite Single Scull here. Does look as though it is Lutz of University of Queensland. Nope, she's going to come third through the 1,000 metre mark. Mila Marston from MUBC in second place at this stage.
Yeah, Michael, and as this race does come through the 1,000 metre mark, we also have underway our A final of the Women's Elite Single Scull, so we will call that later on after this race finishes. But they will be about 1,000 metres behind, so when we pick that up, they should be at this point now. But Michael, it looks like it's still Emma Fessy in that very distinctive NTC grey boat. built by Sykes.
It's indeed Sykes furnishing both the men's and women's NTCs with some quality Australian-made boats. But Pete, just looking at those 1,000 metre times alone for this B final, the women's elite single scull, it's fairly close. There's not much between first and fourth. Certainly Olivia Bartram of UTS in fourth place at this stage. I think it was Ashland of North Esk in fifth. But a second is about a canvas, you would say, half a boat length perhaps.
Yeah, I would say so. So, as you said, Michael, with 3 minutes 58 from Emma Fessy, and then 0.67, 1.3, 2.45. So very close there, and even after that, we have 1.25, 1.24, and some great drone footage here from the Bont Rowing
Isn't that spectacular?
live stream. Yeah, really, really good to see, and you can see that spread. It's really very close. So Emma Fessy did lead earlier in the race, but it looks like it'll be that far lane University of Queensland, I believe. Lizzie Marie Lutz, perhaps.
Yeah, she looks like she's just nudged her bow ball in front of Emma Fessy. Mila Marston, of course, in lane 4, very close as well. I think it's Ashland of North Esk has just pushed her nose in front of Olivia Bartram in lane 5 from UTS. And Rima of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise just off the pace a little bit in this race. But a very close race indeed. I wouldn't want to call this one too early, Pete.
No, Michael. And I think we were saying that we backed Emma Fessy for this one just due to her experience at the NTC. But it's looking like she's sort of falling behind just a little bit on this drone footage. So really, really good push here from the University of Queensland, Lizzie Marie Lutz, to just edge her nose in front. And indeed next to her as well, the Melbourne University sculler, Mila Marston, also just pushing Emma Fessy for that lead. But Michael, it is some great drone footage, and we're just up here discussing whether we're looking at a drone or some birds. But I believe that we are seeing on our drone footage this race here coming down the course, and it looks like UTS sculler Emma Fessy's just dropped a little bit behind of the University of Queensland sculler Lizzie Marie Lutz, who is having a fantastic push here coming into the last 250 metres. And she will be leading this race coming into the 100.
That's right, Pete. The boys turn red and the rate has to go through the roof. So it's between Fessy of UTS in lane 3, Marston of Melbourne University in lane 4, and Lutz of the University of Queensland in lane 6 for these minor placings in the B final. It's going to be close as they come down to the line. I think it just could be Lutz of UQ who has nudged in front, and she lifts her rate. She's rowing very well indeed as she comes through the final stages, but Marston is responding, and I think she's got a superior rate to Lutz at this point. It's going to be very close indeed.
Yeah, Michael, that is a close one, and it will just be Lutz followed by Marston, but it was bow ball to bow ball there for first and second place. So first place will be University of Queensland, second will be Melbourne University, and third place Emma Fessy from UTS. In fourth, I believe we have Sarah Ashland from North Esk, and fifth place there in lane 5 is Olivia Bartram from UTS.
To round out the field, sixth place to Morgan Reimer of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, and finally Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University. So Pete, that's a fairly some high octane racing so early in the morning, and hopefully it's a sign of good things to come in this event, the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. So congratulations to all of our B finalists in that race. Congratulations particularly to Liz Marie Lutz of the University of Queensland, who took out that race. But of course now, Pete, we move right along to the A final of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. And of course, the incumbent champion is Tara Rigney of the Sydney University Boat Club. Tara, a decorated sculler, Olympian at this point.
Yeah, Michael, Tara's been doing some fantastic work at the NTC recently, but I'll call this race very quickly because we do have a fantastic group of scullers and it would be a tough race. But in lane 1, we have Sydney's Sarah Hoare. In lane 2, we have Sydney University, Georgie Gleeson. In lane 3, we have Sydney University, Kate Rowan. In lane 4, we have Sydney University, Tara Rigney. All 3 Sydney University crews are at the NTC. In lane 5, we have University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson. In lane 6, Sydney NTC, Harriet Hudson. In lane 7, Canberra, Cara Greskoviak. In lane 8, Sydney University NTC, Rowena Meredith. In lane 9, University of Queensland, Lily Alton. So Michael, we were saying earlier, this is a fantastic race to watch. We've got some really, really high-class scullers here. As we said, the gold time was 7 minutes and 7 seconds, which is fantastically quick. But I would imagine that we're probably not going to be too far off that in this race. We do have relatively quick conditions with some very, very quick scullers, and it looks like it will be Tara Rigney.
I think it is Tara Rigney out the front there, Pete. So it's those 3 Sydney University scullers in lanes 2, 3 and 4 are close, but I think it is Tara Rigney in lane 4 out in front. Closely followed, I would say at this stage, by I think it could be Rhea Thompson or Harriet Hudson in lanes 5 or 6.
Yep, it looks like here at the 1500 metre mark, it is Harriet Hudson followed by Rhea Thompson and Georgie Gleeson. But Michael, Tara Rigney has been moving the scull fantastically for the last 2 years. And this has been a bit of a pattern of Tara Rigney just being out in front. Similarly, in the men's single scull, we have Alex Hill. We expect to see this sort of performance. But in the women's single scull for the A final, it's looking like it will be Tara Rigney. And the minor placings will be an absolute fight between Harriet Hudson, Rhea Thompson, I believe also of the NTC. That's not there.
And Sarah Hoare over the far side as well has got her some skin in the game. But Tara Rigney finishing very quick indeed over the line now.
Yep.
In a time of about 7 minutes 40, but it's going to be very close indeed for second place. Harriet Hudson throws the weight right through the roof, going toe-to-toe with Sarah Hoare. Oh, it's going to be close
and
between
third
her.
Place there, Rhea Thompson and Sarah Hoare. I think that might have just been Rhea, but perhaps Sarah just got her nose in front, and it's a tight finish there. In the last few, we have Cara Greskoviak, Kate Rowan, and Rowena Meredith just edging out there Lily Alton, I believe. I didn't quite see that one.
There's a flurry of horn blows there. They all came in very quick indeed, but we're just going to turn our attention now just to that photo finish. I think that was for the second place finish between Harriet Hudson and Sarah Hoare.
I think that was third place, Michael.
It's very
perhaps.
very tight.
Either way, I'm glad I'm not analysing that photo. It was very close there between Rhea and Sarah. So we'll have to wait until we see the official results. And hey, 0.08 of a second. So it was Rhea Thompson over Sarah Hoare by 0.08 of a second. So official time is 7 minutes 39. Harriet Hudson in second place, 7.94 of a second. Then 0.79, 0.08. So that is a very, very impressive spread. So first, second and third, we have Tara Rigney in first place. Second place, Harriet Hudson, and third place by 0.08 of a second, Rhea Thompson.
Yeah, fantastic race indeed there. And of course, fourth place was Sarah Hoare, fifth place Georgie Gleeson, sixth place Cara Greskoviak, seventh place Kate Rowan, eighth place was Rowena Meredith, and finally Lily Alton. So ladies and gentlemen, we will have a presentation for that event, of course being an A final shortly, but we are going to move quickly now to the B final of the men's, the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull, which is now on the course. It's race 42 on your programs. In lane 1, representing Banks, James Meads, coached by Thomas Krieber. In lane 2, from Sydney University Boat Club, Devlin Walsh, coached by Christopher Holliday and Tom Lorich. In lane 3 from UTS, Oscar Williams, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 4 from Mercantile, Joel Kane, coached by Michael McKay. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Tyler Mason, coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane 6 from Bucks, Joseph Wilson. In lane 7 from North Esk, Jack Barrett, coached by Trevor Barrett and Brendan Long. In lane 8 from Melbourne University and the National Training Centre, Simon Keenan. And finally from Mercantile, Tom Davidson, and he's coached by William Legg.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. And it does show the calibre of racing we have here at State Champs when we have B finals with NTC members quite consistently. But through the 1500, just 0.53 of a second ahead of James Meads. So then followed by Simon Keenan of the NTC. So really good racing. If you're around the grandstand, this will be a fantastic one to watch because it will be very, very close coming into the final stretch. There's also Oscar Williams, 0.03 of a second behind the buck sculler Joseph Wilson. So
the times through those 1500, Pete, were very close indeed, and between the middle. So 1 second, 2 seconds, 0.03, 0.67. It'll be tight. And of course, those positions are indeed liable to change now as the race enters its final 100 metres of the race now.
Yeah, Michael, and James Meads really jacking the rate there in that last segment in the final 100 metres. It looks like he's just got a bit of a higher rate of striking than the other scullers. Whether he's got the power to back it up, we'll see. It looks like also the MUBC sculler in this far segment, Simon Keenan, is going to also have quite an impressive push. And in the final section, I think it will be Simon Keenan just over James Meads very narrowly. But it's a tough one to call. It will be Simon Keenan in a time of 7.17. So very quick for a B final. And in third place, Joseph Wilson. Joseph rose for Bucks.
Of course, then we come fourth place was Joel Kane, fifth place Tyler Mason, sixth place Oscar Williams, seventh place Devlin Walsh of Sydney University, eighth to Jack Barrett of North Esk, and ninth finally to Tom Davidson of Mercantile. So some very quick finishes through the middle there. Simon Keenan unofficially in a time of 7 minutes 17 seconds, less than half a second back to James Meads of Banks in second place.
Yeah, Michael, in a really close B final there. Usually we'll find in an A final there's a bit of a tighter spread, and once we hit the B finals, it's very close racing in the A finals, sorry. But for a B final, they were really tight finishes. We'll now move our attention to the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. In third place, University of Queensland, we have Rhea Thompson. In second place, Sydney Rowing Club NTC, Harriet Hudson. And in first place, Sydney University NTC, Tara Rigney.
Yes, congratulations indeed to our medalists in the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. And Pete, we're going to move quickly now to the A final of the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull. This is a competition for the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy, and it is currently held by a sculler from the Australian National University, Caleb Antill. Of course, an Olympian, a recent bronze medalist in the Australian men's quad. And this, Caleb is back to defend his title this year. So to run through these scullers quickly, in lane 1, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Jackson Free. In lane 2 from Capital Lakes ACT, Harry Glacken. In lane 3 from Tamar, Henry Yule. In lane 4 from Australian National University, Caleb Antill. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Jack Hargraves. In lane 6 from Adelaide and the National Training Centre, Alexander Hill. In lane 7 from West Australia Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Jack Cleary. In lane 8 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Cormac Kennedy Leverett. And finally in lane 9 from Sydney University and the National Training Centre, David Barthelot.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. As they come through here in the last 250 metres, we can see, as you said, there's a fantastic spread of NTC athletes here. So it will be a very quick race, but it will be Alexander Hill who is in first place currently, and we do know he's a fantastic sculler. So we would expect something like this. Obviously, Caleb Antill will be wanting to defend the title, so we'll have a bit of a pushback at the end there. But currently it will be Alex Hill leading this race.
That's right. Through the 1500, Hill was closely followed by Hargraves and Antill. 4 seconds and 3 seconds respectively was that margin, but it does look as though Hill's lead is going to remain unchallenged. Jack Hargraves of Sydney University put him under a little bit of pressure, but I think Hill's just done enough work, and he's just throws the rate through the roof now, putting on an exemplary display of sculling indeed. A fantastic athlete is Alex Hill, and Jack Hargraves just letting it roll through the line, and it'll be Antill of ANU in 3rd place. 4th place will be tight between Henry Yule of Tamar and Jackson Free of Griffith Uni. In lane 8, coming through in 5th place, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, followed by Harry Glacken of Capital Lakes. In 8th place, it'll be lane 7, Jack Cleary, and finally in lane 9, Sydney University's David Barthelot. So some quick finishes there. Unofficially, it was Alex Hill in a time of 7 minutes and 2 seconds. About 3 seconds back to Jack Hargraves of Sydney University. ANU's Caleb Antill in 3rd place. 4th place, Henry Yule. 5th place to Jackson Free, followed by his colleague at Griffith Uni, Cormac Kennedy Leverett in 6th place. Harry Glacken of Capital Lakes in 7th. Jack Cleary of West Australia Rowing Club in 8th. And finally, David Barthelot of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 9. So I found some fantastic sculling on display. Pete, it's great to have such a breadth of competitors at the state championships here this weekend. Of course, 1, 2 and 3 in that race, Hill, Hargraves and Antill, recent Tokyo Olympic medalists. Fantastic calibre of racing.
Yeah, Michael, as you said, we would expect some good racing from those 3. Also, looking through that list, we have a few people here that aren't listed at the NTC that are really doing a fantastic job of keeping up. Cormac Kennedy Leverett has been at Washington for a number of years and is back now, racing a little bit here at our state champs and doing a fantastic job here, coming 7th place in what is a fantastically difficult field. So really, really impressive from really all the scullers there in that race.
That's right, Pete. And of course, Jackson Free in 5th place, not at the NTC, has been a regular feature in rowing programs across Australia for the past couple of years now. Has gone from strength to strength up there at Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Yeah, of course, sculls alongside Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who you just spoke about, both fantastic scullers. So we'll look forward to the presentation of that race shortly, but we are going to move shortly now to the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-17-8. This event is sponsored by Pontoon Sports. The progression is that the first 4 crews will go through to the final, and that's race 75, and the remainder will be eliminated. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews in this race. Crews represented by Queenwood, Loretto Toorak, Loretto Kirribilli, St Catherine's and Radford College. And seeing as this race is in the first 1,000 metres by the looks of things, I will run through the crews. In lane 3, representing Queenwood, Brooke Cuttance, Florence Hemming, Zoe James, Talia Noland, Annie Save, Addison Rolls, Heidi Boyd, and Imogen Gray, and their cox is Angela Han, and they're coached by Kieran Glynn, Ray Boyle, and Max Stanistreet. In lane 4, from Loretto Toorak, of course that's a school in Melbourne, Zoe Crickacades, Annabelle Bamford, Olivia Hope, Bianca Court, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Molly Conquest, and Maisie Richards, and their cox is Lucy Marsh, and they are coached by Luke Bosco, Alexander Clark, and Angus Farrer. In lane 5, from Loretto Kirribilli, Annabelle Ross, Maya Strudwick, Alexandra Whitson, Freya Bateman, Zoe Ryan, Heidi Ahrens, Sybilla Delaney, Jessica Kovacs. Their cox is Emma Bunbury, and they're coached by William Foxton and Frederica Gibbs. In lane 6, representing the St Catherine's School, Melanie Poulos, Julia Mallam, Emma Hartwig, Sophie Foster, Jade Leslie, Ruby Smith, Annabelle Crabb, stroked by Meg O'Connor, and their cox is Emily Alton, and their coach is Diarmid O'Driscoll. And finally, representing Radford College ACT, Bonnie Hardy, Jessie Palfreman, Mila Sullivan, Anvi Gupta, Audrey Potter, Zara Turner, Zoe Hickey, and Emily Brennan, and their cox is Pippa Humphreys.
Thanks, Michael. And it looks like in the first segment of this race, coming through the 1,000-metre mark, it will be the Queenwood School, I believe, just narrowly ahead. Now, Queenwood have been doing a great job. They have quite a good program there. But they will just lead this race. Again, it is a first four progression, so we're just looking at the minor placings for this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, just as we are awaiting race 44 to come down past the grandstand, we will sneak in this presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull. And this is the competition for the Mervyn T. Wood Trophy. In third place, representing Australian National University and the Men's National Training Centre, Caleb Antill. In second place, and representing Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Jack Hargraves. And in first place, from Adelaide Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Alexander Hill. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating our medalists. And Rowing New South Wales CEO Margot Harley presents the Mervyn Wood Trophy to Alex Hill. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you for that, Michael. And it looks like, as we draw our attention back here to the Championship Women's Under 17-8, it looks like the Queenwood School was perhaps a bit incorrect there. It looks like they might be here in third place. And it looks like Loretto Turak and Loretto Kirribilli are pushing for that lead. But the positions we're probably more interested in here are the St Catherine's and Radford College crews as they're fighting for a qualification position. And that final will be race 75 later in the day, and the rest will be eliminated. So one crew in this race will be eliminated and won't make the final. At the moment, it will look like Loretto Turak, Loretto Kirribilli, and Queenwood will all make it through, and it will be a fight here between St Catherine's, coached by the great Diarmid O'Driscoll, and Radford College.
Thanks, Pete. As you said, Loretto Turak in front by about a boat length over Loretto Kirribilli. And they're looking spectacular as they do come across the line. Not under much pressure now, but of course it's a heat and they're just looking to qualify. But they're happy about it nonetheless. And Loretto Kirribilli across the line now, second place. And the Queenwood School looking very leisurely indeed in lane 3. Crossing the line in third place. And the St Catherine's School in lane 6. Making sure of that victory over Radford College. And so they will take that last qualifying spot for the final, which is race 75 on your programs. And finally Radford College coming through there. A fantastic row nonetheless, and it's a tough sprint to the end. Unfortunately just missing out on that final qualifying spot.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And I'll now draw our attention to the second heat of the Championship Women's Under 17-8. This also has a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression. And they're coming around the 500, 750 metre mark now. In lane 1, we have St Catherine's, Madeline Mains, Madeline Griffiths, Chelsea Baker, Bianca Ropnik Williams, Sienna Morgan and Lila Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and Cox by Jasmine Abila. In lane 4, Pimble Ladies College, Alexandra Brasic, my apologies, Elena Duta, Fifi Hazelwood Lee, Aspen Moore, Sky Pokley, Ella Jones, Harriet McLean, Olivia Kelly, and that's Coxed by Carolina Yema. Now in lane 5 we have Commercial, Abby Wex, Bethany Harvest, Melina Wilcox, Rose Ricks, Mia Pauli, Saski Josipovic, Wavy Gleason, and Poppy Yaski. And that's Coxed by Audrey Pope. In lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli 2, Brianna Destro, Abigail Porter, Chloe Cameron, Scarlett Kevin, Harriet Dining, Abigail Donahue, Zoe Fallon, and Bronte Horrigan, Coxed by Monica Dunstan. And finally, in lane 7, we have Roseville, Caitlin Pierce, Sophia Hurl, Matilde Baird, Grace Bennett, Ava Sasser, Hannah Alexander, Charlie Grable, and Phoebe Herdeman. That will be Coxed by Iman Usheridge.
Thank you, Peter. And that race 45 is through the 1,000 metres, and at that milestone, it was the St Catherine's crew in first place, followed by Roseville. Roseville, of course, some enthusiastic supporters, my apologies, at the Regatta Centre. Never failed to chant "Row, row, Roseville."
Yep. Some enthusiastic reporters indeed, Michael. But they are looking quite good. This I believe it's is it the Roseville Pimble Ladies College crew out in front here in this race? Either way, there is a crew there.
Looks like close. It's less than a boat length between Roseville and Pimble. Pimble in third, Commercial in fifth, Commercial in fourth, and Loretto Kirribilli in fifth.
And St Catherine's here for a small program is doing fantastically in this heat too. And that's coached by Jared Watson and, as I said before, Big Diarmid O'Driscoll. But they will be leading this race by a pretty commanding margin, about a length of clear water here. And this is a 2,000 metre race. Now, these girls probably aren't quite used to 2,000 metre racing. I think under 17 is the first time they're really exposed to it. The 8 does make it a little easier, but it is a difficult discipline nonetheless. And Michael, it is first 4 through progression-wise. We have Roseville, Pimble Ladies College, Commercial, and at the moment just 2.13 seconds, Loretto Kirribilli is in 5th place. So they will need to have a bit of a push here to make it through to the final.
That's right, Pete. So all to do for Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6 at this stage. But that crew from St Catherine's putting on a show here for us, ladies and gentlemen, in lane 3. And they're closely followed by, well, they're not closely followed by, they've got a fair lead over the remainder of that field. But it is Roseville, by the looks of things, in 2nd place.
Yeah, some really clean rowing from the St Catherine's girls there, as they do lead this race.
So first place was St Catherine's, and it'll come through to be Roseville in 2nd place to qualify for the final at 11:30, and Pimble Ladies College in 3rd, and Commercial in lane 5 will take that final qualifying spot off of Loretto Kirribilli. So some fast finishing there, ladies and gentlemen, less than a boat length, and of course overlap in the final 100 metres. Very exciting indeed. But congratulations to our qualifiers, St Catherine's, Roseville, Pimble Ladies College, and Commercial.
Yeah, Michael, and this is all thanks to the Bont Rowing live stream, which has been lucky enough to even gain some international viewers. So a big shout out to our friends in the Czech Republic, in specific Adam Kappa, the great Adam Kappa, watching over in the Czech Republic. So it's fantastic from the Bont Rowing live stream to deliver us such great accessibility.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we will wait now on race 46, which is the Championship Men's Para-Single Scull. That race is sponsored by Bont Rowing, and its current champion is Ben Gibson of Sydney Rowing Club. That race is going to be contested over 1,000 metres, but by the looks of things, we're just waiting on a start lineup, so we will bring that to you just as soon as it comes.
So that's Talbot, Neils, Russell, Burt, Whistle and Lawler. If you could move back over into the lane 10 area. And I will call race 47, Torrens, Albury, lane 2, and Sydney, Horry, lane 5. You can come across the course and move on. That's right. Okay, so be careful as you're moving on, please, and moving off. Torrens, Sydney, attention. Race 46, the men's single scull. Balmain, Shaloub, lane 1. Sydney University, Talbot.
And as we draw our attention through to the Bont Rowing live stream, we can see the start of race 47. So race 47 has gone before race 46. This is a 2-kilometre race for the championship men's single scull for paras. So we have a PR2 sculler from Torrens Sassy, that's Simon Albury. In lane 5, we have a PR1 sculler, Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Jason Baker. Now, analysing the two classes, PR2 is use, I believe it used to be called trunk and arms. It is use of, obviously, the trunk and the arms, but not use of the legs. PR1 is use of just the arms. So I think the classifications used to be called arms, trunk arms, legs, trunk arms, or LTR. It is now PR1, PR2, PR3. And You would expect, just due to classification, that Simon Albury should be a little quicker here than Eric Horry, but over a 2 kilometre race, it is a bit of a difficult one to analyse early on. The 2 kilometre racing for paras has only been introduced in the last year. I believe the para races for PR1 at the Paralympics was over 2 kilometres as well, Michael, but I might be wrong there. At the moment, it is a little too hard to tell. I know the Torrens Sassy Sculler has been around for a while and has done some great work in the PR2 category. Jason Baker and Eric Horry have been doing fantastic work in the single for years and years and years. They've been on the scene for a long time, as long as I can remember. And Jason Baker, a fantastic coach at Sydney Rowing Club and more recently the Scots College, doing a great job there with all of the young men down at the college.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. Of course, both of these men are very experienced scullers. Simon Albury, as you mentioned, at the South Australian Institute of Sport, and Eric Horry with the New South Wales Institute of Sport and Sydney Rowing Club. As you say, it does look as though Albury just in the lead here by virtue of that different classification. But we'll wait and see what happens as they come down towards the end of the course.
And I did mention earlier on in the race that we would expect the PR2 sculler Simon Albury to be just slightly ahead of Eric Horry, just due to classifications, and that does seem to be the case. It's an 8.19 margin through the 1,000 metre mark. Now, the 1,000 metre time is 4 minutes 38, so we expect these races due to the classification to be a little longer than some of the elite open races that we saw earlier on. But recently, over 2 kilometres, it is more of a long distance race than it was when it was raced over 1 kilometre last year. So it's a different aerobic capacity these athletes are using, very much a different race. On the Bont live stream. But,
looks like it will still be the Torrens Scholar out.
And just coming through to this last 250 metre mark as they approach. Again, we see the Bont Rowing live stream gives us a great view of the spread. But again, we would expect Simon Albury to be slightly in front of Eric Horry, and that is what we're seeing. Eric Horry is a multiple world champion, Paralympic champion, I believe. I think he came second or third this year at the Paralympics. Fantastic effort.
Silver medal, I think it was.
Silver medal, yeah. Yeah, great work from Eric Horry. And he has been on top of the game for many, many years internationally. So you would expect this to be very close to the gold medal time. I think we are getting slightly slower conditions today than we did yesterday. But in fact, we would still expect it to be quite quick. But it will be Simon Albury from Torrens Sassy coming through the last 250 metres and indeed the last 100 metres as we come through the grandstand. This is a consolidated race, the PR2 and PR1, so both these scullers have won their respective divisions. But similarly to when they put the lightweight scullers with the heavyweight scullers, we would expect the PR2 sculler to be just out ahead. But this is what you'd expect the top margins from each of these divisions to be.
Thanks, Pete. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just give them a hand as they come across the line. Eric Horry and Simon Albury. Simon Albury, of course, hailing from South Australia, so it's fantastic to have so many interstate competitors here at the 2022 Rowing New South Wales Championships. Unofficially, Simon Albury crossing in a time of 9 minutes and 30 seconds, to be closely followed by Eric Horry of Sydney Rowing Club. So we'll move to that presentation in just a moment, Pete, but on the course now and in the closing stages now, I suppose, is race 46, which is the Championship Men's Parasingle Scull, and we've just had to mix up the order of those races on your program. So this is race 46 now. To run through the scullers quickly, in lane 1 from Balmain, Sam Shaloub, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjan and Liam James. In lane 3 from Sydney University Boat Club is James Talbot, coached by Christopher Holiday and Thomas Lorich. In lane 4 representing ANU is Nicholas Neals, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5 from Balmain is James Johnson. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland is Mac Russell, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 7 from UTS Rowing Club, Thomas Birtwistle, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And finally in lane 8, Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjan and Liam James.
Thanks, Michael. And we see in this race, again, we can have a look at the Bont Rowing live stream for a fantastic overview of the race, but it looks like it will be the ANU sculler, I think, Nicholas Neals, who is just out in front over Tom Birtwistle and James Talbot. Now, Tom Birtwistle and James Talbot both in the PR3 mixed 4 this year at the Paralympics, so fantastic scullers, but they will be just trumped here by Nicholas Neals, who I haven't seen around much.
So yeah, so Pete, we've got some fantastic calibre of para scullers in this race. James Talbot and Thomas Birtwistle, as you've mentioned, are recent Paralympians in the PR3 mixed 4. But Nicholas Neals is of the Australian Capital Territory and was their interstate sculler, I believe. So he, coming off the back of success in Lake Barrington in 2021, looking to repeat that success this year. And of course, Mac Russell of the University of Queensland, representing Queensland a number of years running now. So some high quality sculling, and Nick Neals taking out this race unofficially in a time of 7 minutes 45 seconds. He'll be followed by James Talbot of Sydney University Boat Club, and then back to Tom Birtwhistle of UTS Rowing Club in lane 7. It'll be Mac Russell of the University of Queensland in lane 6, who will cross the line next.
Michael, we do have to mention the calibre of rowing at ANU this year. I think there's been some fantastic scullers up there under Dave Romano, doing a really, really good job, and this is no shortage of that. Nicholas Neal's doing a great job, and we have Hamish Harding later in the day, who I'm lucky enough not to race. You unfortunately didn't get that lucky, so I wouldn't want to be you, but he's doing a fantastic job as well. So really, really good to see the ANU program bearing such great fruits.
Yeah, so of course a lot of the ANU scullers are involved in the ACT Academy of Sport, which, as you mentioned, is coached by David Romano, head coach. So likes of Harry Glacken and Kara Grezkoviak and Hamish Harding, and a fair contingent of really high performance athletes come up and spoil the party up here in New South Wales from time to time, but that is okay, and they are very welcome indeed.
Michael, finalising this field, we will have these two Balmain scullers, Sam Shalhab and Stephen Lawler. And these two have been around the scene for a fair while, racing PR3. So there has been a fantastic mass of PR3 rowers in the last, say, 5 years. And I think these two were definitely part of that 5 years ago, and they've been around for a fair while. So it's a good show that of a love of the sport that we like to see. And it will be lane 1, Balmain Sam, who crosses the line just ahead of Stephen Lawler.
So Peter, race 48 is now on the course. It's the first heat of the Championship Schoolboy 4. It's an event that is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. And the progression is 1, 2 and 3 through to the final in race 88, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 1, representing the Scots College, George Teffrey, Max Baldassare, William Dimitroulis, William Farquhar, and their cox is William Chang, and they're coached by Dustin Butler. In lane 2 from Kings is James Davis, Julian Burke, Alex Bush and Sam Thompson. And they're coxed by Henry Fagan and coached by Rob Black. In lane 3 from St Augustine's is Cody Murphy, Joel Cunningham, Cody Carney and Oscar St Pierre. And they are coxed by Henry Goldsworthy and coached by Biani Ungamar. In lane 4 from St Joseph's is Sebastian Castaldi, Henry Crawford, Kian Trindle and Ollie Baxter, coxed by Gabriel Lucciarelli and coached by Anthony Boyd and John Redding. In lane 5, representing Newington, is Jamie Dupaton, William Chandler, Matthew Potter and Finn Grove, and they're coxed by Oliver Lau and coached by Aidan Smith. In lane 6, representing the Shaw School, Jock Fenwick, Tom Blackwell, James Collier, Remy Cameron and coxed by Hamish Longstaff. Also from Shaw in lane 7, Peter Bennett, Blake Fight, Edward Ellis and Lachlan Watson, coxed by Alex Bishop. And finally from St Ignatius, Harry Grant, William Sullivan, Jago Lambert and Fabrizio Antonelli, coxed by Henry Burton.
Thanks, Michael. And it looks like it will be the King's School just narrowly behind St Ignatius, I believe, coming into this last 100 metres. St Ignatius is really, really jacking the rate as they come through in this 2 kilometre race. So really impressive rating for them here at the final stages with a coxswain, which does make that boat heavier, but it will be the St Ignatius crew just crossing the line ahead of Kings in a very, very tight finish. It will then be the crew from St Ignatius, coached
by Bjarni Ungermark, followed there by, I believe, Shaw. And then in the final placing, we have lane 5 and lane 6. That's the Newington crew, followed by the Shaw crew. Now, that's a progression rate of 1, 2, and 3, Michael. So that means that we have the St. Ignatius crew going through along with the King's crew. They were 0.41 of a second behind, 8.04 of a second behind them with the other St. Ignatius crew. Narrowly missing out, we have Shaw, Newington, and Shaw.
Thanks, Pete. So just to clarify, our qualifiers for the final in race 88 is St. Ignatius, that crew in lane 8 of Harry Grant, Liam Sullivan, Jago Lambert, and Fabrizio Antonelli. And their cox, Henry Burton, of course. In second place, second qualifier, Kings in lane 2, James Davis, Julian Burke, Alex Bush, and Sam Thompson. Then their cox, Henry Fagan. And finally, the third and final qualifier from that race, St. Augustine's in lane 3, Cody Murphy, Joel Cunningham, Cody Carney, Oscar St. Pierre, and their cox, Henry Goldsworthy. So congratulations to our qualifiers in that race. Ladies and gentlemen, just before our next race comes down, we will turn quickly now to the podium presentation for the Championship Men's Para Single Scull. In third place, representing UTS Rowing Club, Tom Birtwistle. In second place and silver medal, representing the Sydney University Boat Club, James Talbot. In first place, and our gold medalist, a win for Nick Neals from the Australian National University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating our medalists.
Now, as we turn our attention back to the course, I won't call the crew names as we probably don't have time, but we have lane 2, Kings 1, lane 3, St. Ignatius 3, lane 4, Scots 1, lane 5, Kings 5, lane 6, St. Joseph's 2, lane 7, St. Ignatius 2, and lane 8, Shaw 2. And it looks to me, Michael, like it will be the Scots College just narrowly out in front, or maybe a little bit behind the crews at the grandstand side, St. Ignatius and Shaw, who are fighting pretty tooth and nail here for these placings. It will be a 1-2-3 progression rate, so we can at this point assume it's going to be Scots, St. Ignatius and Shaw.
Yeah, that's right, Pete. Top 3 to qualify. That Iggy's crew of Bannerman, McNamee, Morris, Collins and Dominguez looks like they're just in front. Although I could be wrong. It could be that the Scots crew has inched up in front. That's the crew of Sam Berkman, Whiteleys, Iwo Ellis, William Jenkins and Zach Howell.
Oh, Michael, it will be close between all three here. It's neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball, wheel to wheel. As they come through, it will be Scots, followed by, I believe that was St. Ignatius, then Shaw. They will all qualify, but then it will be lane 2 Kings just narrowly missing out by 3.59 of a second, followed by the other 2 St. Ignatius crews.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, close finish there indeed. It's top 3 qualifying, so that's that crew from St. Ignatius. That crew from Kings, my apologies, in lane 2 will miss out on qualification, unfortunately, and the remainder of the competitors. But congratulations to that Scots crew, Sam Berkelman, Whiteleys, Iwo Ellis, William Jenkins, and their cox, Zachary Howell. They won that race. In second place was Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Daniel Morris, and Matt Collins of St. Ignatius. And of course their cox, Oscar Dominguez. Their coach was Peter Warren. And finally in lane 3, representing Shaw, Cam Thurgood, Jackson Bowers, Oscar Mulbauer, and Hugo Patrick, coxed by Sam Warburton. Ladies and gentlemen, as we're waiting on race 50 to come down the course, which is the third heat of the Championship Schoolboy 4, we will move to another presentation now for the PR1 Parascull. Gold medal to Eric Horry of Sydney Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Eric Horry. So as I mentioned, we will have race 50 coming down the course now. This is the third heat of the Championship Schoolboy 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. The qualifiers, of course, will be the crews that come 1, 2 and 3 in this race. So in lane 2, representing Kings, Lachlan Smith, Alex Lindemann, Isaac Rumble and Daniel Wall, coached by Cox by Aidan Tran and coached by Matthew Orpin. In lane 3, representing St Ignatius, Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Finn English, and Connor Egger. Their cox is Harry Kelly and their coach is David Dillon. In lane 4 from the King's School, Angus Smith, Peter Zagas, Joel Bradford and Lachlan Wong. And their cox is Thomas Seaton Cooper and their coach is Matthew Orpin. In lane 5 from St Ignatius, Max Barnes, Leo Edgerton Warburton, Maxwell Whitaker and Thomas Harrop. Their cox is Arthur Webb and their coach is David Dillon. In lane 6 from Shaw is Lockie Clayton, Charlie Black, James McCready and Benjamin Duddy, and their cox is George Bishop. We've got a scratching from Radford College in lane 7. So finalising the field will be lane 8, Newington College, Samuel Morsley, Angus Whiteman, Henry Isherwood and Ryan Gleeson. And their cox is Nick Wadland and they're coached by Aidan Smith.
Thanks, Michael. Aidan Smith was doing a fantastic job there, coaching out of a couple of schools, but he's a great boat builder as well. But Michael, looking at this race, it will be the Newington crew, I believe, out in front in lane 5. They have quite a commanding lead here over the rest of the field. Again, we have a 1, 2, 3 progression race through to race 88, my apologies. The rest will be eliminated. At the moment, it looks like it will be the Newington crew in lane 5. That's Newington 2 leading the race. They will win this heat 1. And it is looking here like it will be St. Augustine's followed by the other Newington crew, I believe.
Thanks, Pete. Yes, as you say, our 3 qualifiers will be Shaw, Lockie Clayton, Charlie Black, James McCready, Benjamin Duddy, and their cox George Bishop. Second place, St Ignatius 4, Edward Kelly, Jack Mackin, Flynn English, Connor Egger, and Harry Kelly is their cox. And finally, that crew from Newington in lane 8, Samuel Morsley, Angus Whiteman, Henry Isherwood, and Ryan Gleeson, cox by Nick Wadland. So congratulations to our qualifiers. The remainder of that field is, of course, eliminated, unfortunately. The final of that event, the Championship Schoolboy 4, is at 12:35 p.m. this afternoon. Race 88 on your programs. So the sun just peeking out from behind the clouds for us this morning, Pete. Should be a cracking day of racing. I'm really looking forward to it, and hopefully the wind stays down for us.
Yeah, Michael, right you are. It's, we did see at the end of yesterday that there was a bit of a rainstorm at the end of the racing. We both got caught up in a little bit, but it looks like today is a much nicer day. The wind has changed from yesterday's tailwind to a little bit of a crosswind, maybe head. So we're seeing some slightly slower times than yesterday, but definitely funner racing, better spectating. It's a bit of a nicer day. And we'll also see just to the left of the grandstand, we have the fantastic and famous Bentley's Bar, which opens at 11, which is very exciting for some of the spectators and racers after your race. To go through and grab a Canadian club on tap. There's nothing better than sitting watching rowing, drinking a beer, Michael. So 11 o'clock, that's the golden time.
Well, that's right. The good news is that it's beer o'clock somewhere. But of course, we're always here for a good time at the Rowing New South Wales Championships. So do go up and refresh yourself at the Bentley's Bar. Bentley's, of course, one of our proud sponsors at Rowing New South Wales. So do thank them for their support when you go up there and, yes, recharge your glasses. So turning our attention now back to the racing. Race 51 is on the course, Pete. This is sponsored by Bentley's. It's the Heat 1 of the Championship Schoolgirl 8. The progression is that the first 4 crews across the line will go through to the final at about 12:40 p.m. this afternoon, and the remainder will be eliminated. We have in this race 5 crews. So unfortunately, 1 crew will be eliminated. They've just come through I don't even think we have 500 metre times yet, so I'll run through the crews, but we'll see this race crystallise as they come down the course. In lane 3, we have a crew from Loretto Normanhurst. Josie Sims, Greta Perrosin, Madison Webster, Molly Pirtle, Olivia Lucas, Elizabeth Powell, Alexandra O'Brien, and Kate Cooley, and their cox is Sarah Simon, and their coach is Jeff Patterson. In lane 4, representing Loretto Toorak, Scarlett Gunn, Isabel Meller, Stephanie Bear, Isabel Morello, Claire McGurr, Isabel Thompson, Claudia McNee, and Tully Wolford. Their cox is Jess Rowell, and their coach is James Rook. In lane 5, representing Pymble Ladies College, Charlotte Hutton, Freya Carmody, Mia Booth, Tilly Morgan, Megan Wood, Lillian Huntley, Jessica Colburn, and Philippa Austin. Their coach is Maureen Khan and coached by Ali Williams and Donald McLaughlin. In lane 6, representing Queenwood, Matilda Birch, Annie Seve, Lola Hare, Talia Noland, Olivia Dont, Florence Hemming, Sienna Williams-Bush, Addison Rolls. And their cox is Sienna Fraser, and they're coached by Alan Bennett and Max Stanistreet. In lane 7, representing Pymble Ladies College as well, Sophia Waters, Sophie Dunn, Georgia Alexander Esau, Alice Dunn, Isabella Watson, Aisha Lakani, Eleanor Alred, and Amy Watts. And their cox is Manny Lynn, and their coach is Eliza Johnson.
And coming through the 1500 metre mark, my apologies, coming through the 1000 metre mark with a time of 5:16, we have Loretto Toorak, and through the 1500 now, we have still Loretto Toorak. So Loretto Toorak, the time of 5 minutes 16.72 is leading. They are ahead of Pymble Ladies College, 1.15 seconds. In third place, it is Loretto Normanhurst, 14.41 seconds. Fourth place, Queenwood 2, 3.11 seconds. And in fifth place, Pymble Ladies, 14.33. Now it is a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression with 5 crews. So the Pymble Ladies College crew will need a very, very brave push in this last 500 metres to catch the Queenwood crew coming in fourth place. But at the moment, it looks like it will be Loretto Toorak leading this race, followed by Pymble Ladies, followed by Loretto Normanhurst, and taking out that final qualifying position so far will be Queenwood.
That's right, Pete. It's all to do for Pymble Ladies College in lane 7 at this stage of the race. As you say, Their colleagues in lane 3, on lane 5, my apologies, are doing well. So it's Loretto Toorak in the lead in lane 4.
And Loretto Toorak really raising their rate of striking here. It looks like they've, it is a heat, but they're really going for it, which is fantastic to see. They're just making sure they're not stopping before the line. They're having a good crack at every last stroke, and they will lead this heat 1 of the Schoolgirl 8, followed by Pymble Ladies College 1. So a fantastic race in that new Pymble Ladies College Hudson, looking fantastic. So they're pretty kitted out, these school programs. Couple of Hudsons there, but they're third place there we have Loretto Normanhurst, and finalising the qualifying spot will be Queenwood 2. So looks like that final Pymble Ladies crew was able to close that gap a little bit, but it just wasn't quite enough to catch the good lead that the Queenwood crew got in the early stages of the race.
Thanks, but yes, so Pymble Ladies in lane 7, narrowly missing out on qualifying. So to progress through to the final in race 89, as I said, around 12:40 p.m. this afternoon, is Loretto Toorak, Pymble Ladies College, Loretto Normanhurst, and Queenwood. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attention now to the second heat of the Championship Schoolgirl 8. Of course, this event is sponsored by Bentley's, and as as Pete mentioned just before, we do have the Bentley's bar open from 11 a.m. this morning. So do sit back at the Bentley's New South Wales bar throughout the weekend. There'll be plenty of food and beverages to purchase, including some pulled pork, soft shell tacos, and buffalo chicken wings, I'm told. So don't forget to support Bentley's, one of our major sponsors for the weekend. I'm told there's Canadian Club on tap, so do get around that if and when you can. So I will call the crews. In lane 3 from Pymble Ladies College, Bianca Auld, Chloe Luxford, Macy Leahy, Amy Naito, Stephanie Wood, Catherine Gavania, Lucy Miller, and Polly Sargent. And their cox is Eliza Gothard. Their coaches are Ollie Tights and Lucinda Wycombe Fines. In lane 4 from Wesley College in Victoria is Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquette Walker, Lauren Mayhood, Lucy Thompson, Thea Cool, and Kesem Shahak. And Saskia Blackman, of course, is their stroke seat, and Fiona Dow in the cock seat. In lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroy School, Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson, Annabelle Woods, Ayla Ryan, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle, and Georgia Robson is their cox, and their coach is Andrew Gannon. In lane 6 from the St Catherine's School, Madeline Mannins, Madeline Griffiths, Erin Cara, Missy Callahan, Sienna Morgan, Lila Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliff, and their cox is Bella McGeekin, and their coach is Jared Watson. In lane 7, finally from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Emerson Stock, Charlotte Botha, Brooke Lancaster, Madeline Nicol, Imogen Gray, Heidi Boyd, and Chloe Driver. Their cox is Lucy Anderson, and their coaches are Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle.
Thanks, Michael. And coming through the final 250-metre mark, it looks like it will be the crew from Wesley College and Kinross Wallaroy fighting it out for the top place here in Heat 2. It will be a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression rate, so one crew will miss out, and it looks like it will be a fight for St Catherine's and Pymble Ladies in the far extremities of the course. But certainly through the final stages here, it looks like Kinross Wallaroy not quite rating as high as the Wesley College crew. The Wesley College crew is able to just jack the rate just a touch for that final segment and take out the race in first place, followed by Kinross Wallaroy, and then in third place Queenwood. And what a race here for the final placing. It looks like St. Catherine's has just put on a fantastic push to lead Pymble Ladies in the final stages. So they will be the final qualifiers for this race. And Pymble Ladies College just narrowly missing out.
Thanks, Pete. So, of course, congratulations to Wesley College, Kinross, Walleroy, Queenwood and St. Catherine's in that order, who will qualify to the final in race 89 at 12:40 p.m. this afternoon. So it's fantastic to see in front of the grandstand so many supporters from all the range of different schools, school girls and school boys, of course, that we have here at the 2022 Rowing New South Wales Regatta this weekend. And we are going to turn our attention now, of course, to some schoolboy events again. It's the Championship Schoolboy 8 on the course now, of course sponsored by Bentley's, so do get around the Bentley's bar if and when you can today. The first heat is a 1-2-3 progression to the final in race 90 at about 12:45 p.m. and the remainder of the competitors will be eliminated. So there'll be, I think, some fierce racing in this event, Pete, because although 1, 2, 3 will progress, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 competitors in this race. So given that they're still a fair way away from the grandstand yet, I'll call them out. In lane 2, representing the Scots College, George Treffry, Hugo Hart, Angus Tremlett, George Calageros, Jake Delmenico, Sam Berkelman, William Farquhar, and Samuel Hughes. And they are coxed by Zachary Howell and coached by Jason Baker and Dustin Butler. In lane 3, representing St. Augustine's, Bo Nicholas, Tom McGee, Tane Potts, Joe Lynch, Dougal McKenzie, Brandon Smith, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson, and Ryder Taylor is their cox. And they're coached by Judith Ungemark and Matthias Ungemark. In lane 4 from Shaw, Lawson Banks, George Chapman, Henry Oxenham, Edward Nutt, Harry Scrambler, John Kenny, Corey Sloan and Will Clubb. Their cox is James Smith and their coach is David Jennings. In lane 5 from St. Kevin's in Victoria, Lucas Jackson, Matisse Kerr, Vincent Vukasovic, Maximus Raffaniello, Lachlan DeGaris, James Berry, Noah Spatiri, and Charles Fogarty, coxed by Nafez Tauk. In lane 6, representing Sydney Grammar School, Todd Potter, Charlie Balderstone, Daniel Maynard, Alex Wenzel, Oliver Huang, James Brew, Finn Brownlow-Zerson, and William Polier, coxed by Donald Chung and coached by John Russell. In lane 7, from Scotch College, Victoria, Josh Mitchell, Lachlan Clark, Cooper Lord, Campbell Findlay, Alessandro Maro, Sebastian Krikitis, Sterling Keogh, and Benjamin Marchant, and their cox is Maxwell Findlay. And finally representing the St. Joseph's College, Oliver Maroulis, Tom Summers, Joe Manglesdorf, Charlie Hine, James Fredrickson, Quinn Dickinson, Jackson Gersoy, Maxim Maloney, and their cox Harrison Tong. And they're of course coached by David Geely and Charlie Rowe.
Thank you, Michael. And it looks like coming into the sort of last 1500 metre mark, I believe, looks like it's the Shaw School out in front of race 53, Championship Schoolboy 8. This is another 1-2-3 progression rate in these heats, so it will be quite important in this larger field to have quite a good race in the heat, as it will be quite competitive. The Shaw School looks like they're just edging slightly over towards the counterpart there in the left-hand side of the Bont Rowing live stream. Not quite giving them dirty water, but it is getting close. So I believe at this point it is the Shaw School, narrowly followed by St. Augustine's and St. Joseph's. They will be the three that look like they'll be taking this race out at the current stage. 4.11 seconds behind them is the Scotch College. And they've come a long way, so they're not going to want to be kicked out in a heat. And it looks like they've actually started to ease back there, the Scotch College, Michael. Looks like they're having a really good last 500.
That's right, Pete. And of course, in lane 4, the Shaw School putting on a clinic this morning, as we're so very accustomed to, very high quality oarsmanship over there in lane 4. Of course, the incumbent championships, the incumbent champions in this event, I should say, are the Shaw School, so they qualify first. And it'll be St Augustine's in lane 3, second, and finally St Joseph's. And so unfortunately that crew from Scotch College Victoria missing out, as does the crew from St Kevin's.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. In our final placings here in lane 2, we have the Scots College, not to be mistaken by Scotch College, followed finally there in last place by Sydney Grammar School, a margin of 6.72 seconds. So unfortunately, we have Scotch College, St Kevin's, Scots and Sydney Grammar missing out on the final, with Shaw 1, St Augustine's and St Joseph's progressing through.
Thanks, Ben. And of course, this event is going to be keenly watched and observed by a multitude of coaches and supporters. Of course, the AAGPS Head of the River just around the corner next month. An event that attracts many thousands of people out here to the Regatta Centre. It's an event with a rich history. And of course, the Shaw School in the lead in that heat. The incumbent champions of this event at the Rowing New South Wales Regatta, and of course a good chance to practice for these crews as they look towards the ultimate goal for them, which is of course the Head of the River event. So on the course now is the second heat of the Championship Schoolboy 8. The final, as I'll just repeat that, is in race 90, which is at 12:45 p.m. this afternoon. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe fashion yourself with a drink from the Bentley's bar and sit back and enjoy that race when it happens. But we'll just run through the crews in just a moment. So as I said, I will run through the crews quickly. In lane 2, representing, it says ACGS on your program. Of course, that is Anglican Church Grammar School, commonly known as Churchy in Brisbane. And they are represented by Rupert Barrett, Hugo Lumber, Max Campbell, George Murphy, Rory Bliss, Charlie Brosnan, Alex Kerr, and Harry Cool. Their cox is Jake Porter. In lane 3, representing Sydney Grammar School, Robert Russell, James Island, Andrew Brennan, Hunter Hyde, Jared Bresniak, Mackley Stalker, Joshua Zhang, and Max Collier. Their cox is Bryn Potter. And their coaches Michael Smith and John Russell. In lane 4, representing Kings, Nicholas Whalen, Felix Leahy, William Rogers, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Samuel Dugan, Harry Staniforth, and Dimitri Duta. Their cox is Lawrence Cleve, and their coaches are Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In lane 5, representing Newington, Angus Dunstan, James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies, Henry Taylor, Noah Tainch, Jeremy Webb, AJ Whitnell, and their cox, Will Nicholas. Their coach is Joe Bokiar. In lane 6, from Wesley College in Victoria, Edwin O'Donnell, Leo Backache, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk, Connor Watson, Khaled Mashney, Nicholas Bryant, and Lachlan Idle. And their cox is Josh Furferkrantz. In lane 7, representing St Ignatius College, Rory Curtin, Jack Power, Nicholas Lowry, James O'Meara, Oscar Barreggi, Thomas Goodman, James Whiting, Luca Malozzi, and their cox, Luca Vecchio. And their coach is Matthew Curtin. Looks like we have a scratching from a crew from Radford College, unfortunately, but the boys are really inching towards the final stages of the race now. From where I'm sitting, ladies and gentlemen, it does look as though it could be Newington, or no, my apologies, could be King's School in lane 4 in the lead at this stage. Of course, they're under a fair bit of pressure though from that crew from Sydney Grammar by the looks of things. My mistake, it's Churchy over there in lane 2 who are putting pressure on the King's School in lane 4. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 1-2-3 progression, so it's going to come down to the wire. We have St. Ignatius in lane 7, Wesley in lane 6, Kings in lane 4, and Churchy in lane 3. It's going to be tight indeed. So Churchy will come in 1, Kings in 2. It's going to be tight, but it will be Iggy's in lane 7 who take that final qualifying spot off of Wesley in lane 4. So a tough race indeed. So those are your qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, for the final. Sydney Grammar in lane 3 crossing in 4th place. Followed by Newington. So just to wrap up the placings in that second heat of the Championship Schoolboy 8, ladies and gentlemen, in first place was Anglican Church Grammar School in lane 2. Second place, the King's School in lane 4. Third place, St. Ignatius. And fourth place, Wesley College. Fifth place, Sydney Grammar. And sixth place, Newington College. Ladies and gentlemen, the final heat of the Championship Schoolboy 8 is on the course. It's race 55 on your programs. It's, of course, sponsored by Bentley's again. So do go and fashion yourself with a drink at 11 o'clock at the Bentley's bar to the left side of the grandstand from where I'm looking. The progression is 1, 2, and 3, as we've seen in the previous 2 heats. And the remainder will be eliminated. So in this race, we have crews from St. Kevin's, Shaw, Newington, Kings, and Scotch College Victoria. So it should be a cracking final at 12:45, so don't go anywhere for that one. That'll be good to do with a drink in hand. So I'll just run through the crews. They're coming through to the 1,500 metres now, so we will have some time just to take a look at each individually. In lane 2, representing St. Kevin's, Sam Chapman, Thomas Hall, Hugo Tazzini, William Blythe, Daniel DeMauro, Luke Ryan, Ryan Cornelius, James Hart and their Cox, Oliver Lunn. In lane 3, representing Shaw, Nick Mather, Noah Holt, William Wolfe, Hunter Shepherd, Tom Galligan, Tom Hebel-White, and Thomas Waite. Their stroke is Charlie Marshall, and their Cox is Jeremy Warburton, and their coach, of course, the illustrious Peter Costa. In lane 4, from Newington, Oscar Sutherland, Morgan Jones, Thomas McLean, Max Elliott, Charlie Carr, Alexander Page, Angus Moses, Hugh Harvey, and their Cox, Dominic Novati, and they're coached by Chris Holiday and Ralph Hobbs. Got a scratching from a crew from St. Ignatius. Looks like their first or second 8. So in lane 6, we have a crew from Kings. And that crew is comprised of Angus Wickham, Felix Douglas, Ben McKenna, Nicholas Witheridge, Fraser Waite, Cameron Webster, Tom Watts, Angus Murrell, and Sebastian Kladnick is their Cox, and their coach Jack Cook. And finally from Scotch College Victoria, Thomas Genovese, Will Cowan, George Burney, Josh Booth, Henry Strang, Charlie Green, Christopher Lewis, and Maxim Jeremijenko, coxed by Angus McCluskey.
Thank you, Michael. And it looks like coming through the 1,500 metre mark of race 55, it was St. Kevin's, and it still looks to be St. Kevin's. I believe Scotch College was in second place at the 1,000. look like they slipped back to third and might still be back in second, although there is a good push coming here from the Shaw School in lane 3 next to St Kevin's. It will be a tight race for second, third and fourth here with a top 3 progression rate. So this is the race we're looking for here between Newington, the Scotch College and Shaw. It looks to me, Michael, like it's going to be Shaw out in front and then Newington versus the Scotch College. This is going to be a tight one, Michael. Coming in here to the line, it will be St Kevin's leading this race. They will win this heat. And then it looks like it will be Shaw, followed by what looks like Newington and then the Scotch College, but only narrowly, and it is a photo finish. So we'll have to see how we go when that photo comes out. Michael, it looked to me like it was the Shaw School that narrowly got over the Scotch College, but we are on a slight angle here, so we might be wrong. 5th place there was the King's School. Now that photo finish is for the progression, so that is between 3rd and 4th. Whoever gets that photo goes through to the final in race 90. The rest will be unfortunately eliminated.
Thanks, Pete. As you say, what a fantastic finish to that race. This is what you love to see. I think it could have been Scotch College that just miss out, unfortunately, Pete, but we will wait for official confirmation. Of course, if you've got your Newington colours on today, you'll be stoked with a result there. Race 90 is shaping up to be a fantastic race. Yes, we've just received unofficial confirmation. It was Newington who got up over Scotch College Victoria by 0.4. So that looks to be the progression. St Kevin's, Shaw and Newington to finalise the field in the final for race 90, the Championship Schoolboy 8. And of course, that'll be fantastic to watch. As I say, Pete, a number of first and second 8s out there on the course trying their luck and getting some good race practice in before the head of the river in
Michael,
the not too distant future. So second 8s get the chance to take it to the first 8 and vice versa.
Yeah, and a brave race there from the Scotch College, as well as St Kevin's, who had a pretty demanding lead in that race. So that was a fantastic one to watch.
Well, that's right, Pete. Always really tough to miss out in qualifying. You know, old adage goes, 4th is the worst place to come in a race, particularly when top 3 qualify. So, of course, kudos to Scotch College Victoria for making that trip up, just missing out, edged out by the locals, Newington College. Fantastic racing for our spectators in the grandstand nonetheless.
Thanks, Michael. And just a quick reminder that if you guys have any substitutions or withdrawals, please lodge them at the rowing manager or printed forms that can be found at Boat Shed 1. So that's for any substitutions or withdrawals. Similarly, we have the Lakeside Kiosk, which is just behind the grandstand. So if you guys want to get a coffee or lovely B&E, I think they do there, Michael, just head down to the Lakeside Kiosk, to the lovely staff there for all your eatery needs. Similarly, if you are looking for something a little funner, we can go to the Bentley's Bar, sit back and relax at the Bentley's Bar throughout the weekend. They will open at 11 o'clock and will be serving CCs on tap, so you can't say no to that. As well as pulled pork, soft shell tacos and buffalo chicken wings. So it's a bit of an unbeatable combination, Michael. I'll be honest, I think Sunday after my races, I think you'll find me there. It seems like a fun place to be. So, guys, there's a lot on offer here at the lovely Sydney International Regatta Centre.
Thanks, Pete. And just as we are waiting on the next race to come down, quick word to our sponsors. Of course, our major sponsors, Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors Australia. We'd like to thank them for their support again this season and for supporting this event. Of course, the Insurance Group is proud to be the insurance broker for Rowing New South Wales. Mobius Marketing and Design have provided Rowing New South Wales with ongoing assistance and guidance in marketing and communications so as to better promote and grow the sport of rowing in New South Wales. Of course, we'd like to extend our thanks to the Regatta Shop, Pontoon Sports and Croker Oars as well. Of course, we'd be remiss not to acknowledge the abundant support of Bont Rowing, who are our live stream partners in 2021 and 2022. Of course, the footage that those of you watching at home are treated to is courtesy of Bont Rowing. So thank you to Isvan and his team for supporting the live stream. And of course, everyone will attest that it is fantastic footage that we've been treated to for the past couple of seasons. So thank you to them. We'd also like to thank Quest Apartments as Rowing New South Wales' official accommodation partner. So we do have a special rate agreement with Quest Apartments, so make sure you quote Rowing New South Wales when you are out here in Penrith for a discounted accommodation. And just a final reminder, the Kings and Queens Cup dinner is on the 24th of March 2022. It's going to be held at Haberfield Rowers Club and Restaurant down at UTS there on the City West Link. So do come and support our New South Wales state rowing team as it prepares for the interstate regatta at the conclusion of Nationals. So those are just dates to keep in your diary, ladies and gentlemen.
University of Queensland, Griffith University. Melbourne Uni, Adelaide Uni, Loreto Maritiville, Attention.
So it looks like there's been a little bit of confusion on the start line. We are up to race 56. However, race 57 is underway. I believe race 56 just skipped from race 57, so they will be underway shortly. This did happen earlier in the program, so I will now call race 57, which is the Championship Women's Under 23 pair, sponsored by Bont Rowing. This is the B final. In lane 2, we
Calling
have Adelaide
competitors for
Grace
race.
Seppelt and Claire Romanek. They are from Adelaide Uni. From lane 2, University of Queensland, we have Monique Bitsus and Carly Furman. In lane 4, from Melbourne University, we have Brooke Doolan and Sarah Diure. In lane 5, from Adelaide Uni, we have Sophie Tickner and Caris Jones. In lane 6, from Loreto Maritville, we have Victoria Binns and Deanna Mikolina. In lane 7 from Loreto Maritville also, we have Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman. Now, Michael, it is a little bit difficult to see in this first segment, but it looks like it is one of the grandstand lanes just leading out. They're not even at the 500 metre mark yet, so it is hard to call, but it looks like it will be the Loreto Maritville crew in lane 6 or 7, having a really commanding push here in the under 23 women's pair.
That's right, Pete. That crew of Victoria Binns and Deanna Macalino from Loreto Marriotteville, coached by Tom Dornbos. Of course, Loreto Marriotteville, a school in South Australia, so they've come a long way for this championship, and they're doing fantastically well so far in the women's under 23 pair. Of course, it's worth saying that this is the B final, but nonetheless, a fantastic effort for these girls from Loreto Marriotteville to be out there and contesting up with open age athletes who are, of course, of university age in the under 23 category. So yeah, a shout out to Loreto Marriotteville and their program. But as you say, Pete, too early to call at this stage. But does look as though Loreto Marriotteville in front at this point.
Yeah, Michael, the under 23 pair is a tough discipline though. It's one of the underage pair events. The pair is a very difficult boat to master. Sweep event with one oar each. You do find you need to be quite technical to row the pair well. In these underage events, you have people that are still learning or still mastering the sport, which is a very technical sport, trying to master this very difficult boat class. So it will be interesting to see how they all fare up coming through the 1,000.
Our thanks to Michael McRae and Peter Waldersee for the commentary in the first part here on day 2 of the New South Wales State Championships. My name's Stuart John. Joining me is Nathan Birch. And coming down the course at the moment is heat number 1, the B final of the Women's Championship under 23 pair, sponsored by Bont Rowing. In lane 2 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Grace Seppelt and Claire Romanak from Adelaide University. They're coached by Jerry Castlegrove. In lane 3, it's the University of Queensland composite of Monique Bitsios from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and Carly Furman from University of Queensland. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Brooke Doolan, Sarah Duray, and they're coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. Adelaide Uni's Sophie Tickner and Carice Jones, coached by Jerry Castlegrove in lane 5. Lane 6, Loretto Marriotteville number 1, Victoria Binns and Deanna Macalino, coached by Tom Dornbus. And in lane 7, also from Loretto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman, also coached by Tom Dornbus. Coming up to past the 1500 metre mark at the moment, and it is Melbourne University in the lead, that crew of Brooke Doolan and Sarah Duray. Coming up after this, we'll then go back to the Women's Championship para single scull race. So that one, you haven't missed it, it is coming up soon. But Melbourne University in the lead, leading Adelaide University, then back a little bit further to Loretto Marriotteville 1, University of Queensland composite, and then Loretto Marriotteville 2 and the Adelaide University composite.
Yeah, and just coming through the 1,000 metres, looks like Doolan, who finished, I think she finished 6th last year in this result. Doolan and Durai from Melbourne University. Good lead over the boat from Adelaide. Actually, not so good lead. Actually, they're just in front by 0.6 of a second from Adelaide, followed by Loretto Marriotteville, the Binns and Macolino boat.
It's now past the 1750 metre mark. Melbourne University with the lead, about half a boat length ahead of Adelaide University over in lane 5. Then back a little bit further, Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 6, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, but they are under pressure from the University of Queensland composite. Then back a little bit further to the Adelaide University composite and Loretto Marriotteville 2. So the B final, under 23 women's pairs, sponsored by Bont Rowing. Melbourne University in the lead. They've got about 100 metres to go now. They've got a boat length ahead of Adelaide University, who've just started to up their rate to see if they can pinch on through. 3rd place is going to be interesting. Loretto Marriotteville 1 in lane 6 ahead of the University of Queensland composite. But with about 5 strokes to go, lane number 4, Melbourne University, Brooke Doolan, Sarah Duray, they'll go through. They'll win by half a boat length ahead of Adelaide University, Sophie Tickner and Carice Jones in 2nd place. 3rd place goes to Victoria Binns and Deanna Macalino from Loretto Marriotteville. Then 4th place to Monique Bitsios and Carly Furman from Griffith University Surfers Paradise and the University of Queensland. And then back to Grace Seppelt and Claire Romaniak from Adelaide and Adelaide University, and Mariah Murray and Charlotte Illman from Loretto Marriotteville 2 in lane 7, rounding out the field. And that was a very close finish. Very close finish there at the end. So just confirmation there of the winner of the B final of the women's under 23 pairs. The winners from Melbourne University, Brooke Doolan and Sarah Duray, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. They finished 1.29 seconds ahead of Sophie Tickner and Carice Jones from Adelaide University. And then in 3rd place from Loretto Marriotteville, Victoria Binns and Deanna Macalino. As we get ready now, we've got the women's para single sculls, sponsored by Bont Rowing. The current champion is Jessica Gallagher from, she was representing Powerhouse last year. This year she's with Mercantile. She's over in lane 1, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael McKay. In lane 2 from Balmain, Eleanor Taylor, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. In lane 3 from Balmain, Bronte Marshall. She's coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. Lane 4, Lisa Greasel from Lake Macquarie, coached by Jeremy Smith. Lane 5 from Balmain, Rebecca Jones, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. Lane 6 from Drummoyne, Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextell and Robert Glendenning. We have a scratching Lane 7 from Balmain. Lane 8 from Drummoyne, Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextell and Robert Glendenning. And in Lane 9 from Balmain, Mickey Kelly, coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James.
Yeah, and through the 1,000 metres there, Stuart, Jessica Gallagher from Mercantile got a good lead of almost 8 seconds away from Lisa Greasel from Lake Macquarie, who's herself in some way, about and a half length at least, in front of Drummoyne's Julia Story. Balmain's Rebecca Jones is in 4th place, followed by Bronte Marshall, also a compatriot at Balmain. Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne is in 6th. And then the 2 boats from Balmain, Mika Kelly and Enola Taylor, are some way behind those guys.
Yeah, and a strong field there. Jessica Gallagher's second in last year's interstate race down at Lake Barrington in the women's PR3, finishing second behind the ACT's Nikki Ayres. And Lisa Greasel sitting in 2nd place at the moment, relative newcomer to the para-rowing scene, but can absolutely fly. So there are 2 leaders at the moment coming up past the 1,500 metre mark. So Jessica Gallagher in the lead, Lisa Greasel from Lake Macquarie in 2nd, Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place at the moment. A lot of these women will actually be backing up a little bit later on today as well for the para double race at 12:25. So 7 entries in that one. I believe it was a record number of para entries for this year's New South Wales Championships. So
yeah, every year I come on and commentate. It's so encouraging to see more and more para athletes, filling out the fields. We're getting into kind of A and B finals. It's a great thing to see.
Absolutely, giving people opportunity, and I guess it's with rowing in particular. It's one of those sports where you might think that you're not able to do it, and then it turns out, oh yeah, I can get out here. I can give it a go.
Yeah, well, having done it for a number of years, I take my hat off to anyone who tries it, particularly in a single.
It does make it very interesting, but heading back to the race, and we've got coming up towards the 1750 metre mark, it is Jessica Gallagher from Mercantile Rowing Club who has the lead at the moment. Lisa Greasel's making up a little bit of ground, but there's still clear water between 1st and 2nd, approaching the 1750. Then back a little bit further to Julia Story.
Yeah, Julia Story, yeah.
Sitting in 3rd place at the moment, ahead of Rebecca Jones from Balmain. Then back a little bit further to Bronte Marshall, Eleanor Taylor and Mika Kelly. So up to the 1750, Jessica Gallagher from Mercantile coming up from Victoria. She has a very comfortable lead at the moment. Clearwater again between her and Lisa, and then another pretty large stretch between Lisa and Julia sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
Yeah, all other things being equal, it looks like Jessica will take gold medal, followed by Lisa, who's in comfortably silver place there. Am I right in thinking, Stuart, you coach some para athletes? Is that right? Or
I am a para.
You are a para athlete.
I am a para athlete. Yeah, no, hand difference.
Right. Okay.
So I was born without the tops of 8 fingers.
Right. Okay.
So it makes gripping the oars very, very interesting in a bit of rough weather. But no, it's one of those sports, I guess, that, as I say, anyone can jump in and you sort of work around it, do a bit of problem solving and see what it is that you can do.
Yeah, absolutely.
What you're capable of and go from there. I'll tell you what Jessica Gallagher's capable of. She's capable of going through and taking the gold. She is the New South Wales 2022 Women's Para Single Scull Champion. 2nd place will go to Lisa Greasel from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. I think it's her first ever New South Wales titles. She'll be going in for national titles at the end of next month. So first there for Jessica Gallagher, 2nd for Lisa Greasel. Coming up in 3rd place, it's still Julia Story sitting in 2nd place at the moment from Drummoyne. She's been chased down by Bronte Marshall from Balmain, as well as Rebecca Jones, also from Balmain. So we're about to see a good little battle here for 3rd place. It's still Julia Story comfortably going through. She's about half a boat length back. Rebecca Jones starting to really push hard though, with about 2-3 strokes to go. Julia Story will. I think we're going to have a photo.
Definitely a photo.
We've got a photo for 3rd, so it's a photo for 3rd place. Julia Story from Drummoyne, Rebecca Jones from Balmain. There was absolutely nothing between them right up until that final stroke.
Yeah.
It
Very,
looked
very
like
close.
Julia was going to hang on, but not quite. Bronte Marshall from Balmain. She'll finish in 5th place. And I think we've just got unofficial confirmation here that Julia Story, 3rd place by 0.4 of a second. There was absolutely nothing in that.
Sorry, Rebecca Jones was 4th.
Rebecca
Yeah.
Jones 4th. Bronte
Yeah.
Marshall in 5th place. As we just have the last few coming through. So,
That's Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne.
and then Minka Kelly from Balmain over in lane 9, and Eleanor Taylor from Balmain as well in lane 2.
Very close race there for 3rd and 4th position. So unofficially, the results are in 1st place, easy win for Jessica Gallagher. Silver was Lake Macquarie's Lisa Griesel. Drummoyne, Julia Story just on the line for bronze medal. And a very strong finish there for 4th. Unfortunately, just didn't get it. Got picked by 0.4 of a second. Rebecca Jones from Balmain. Bronte Marshall in 5th from Balmain. Stephanie Walker in 6th. And as we round off the field, in lane 9 from Balmain, Mika Kelly. And on the far side, Eleanor Taylor from Balmain as well in lane 2. Give them a round of applause. That's the Sea Para Women's Single Final over 2,000 metres.
As we get the races are underway in the A final of the Championship Women's Under-23 Pairs. It's sponsored by Bont Rowing. In lane 1 from the University of Queensland, it's Alexandra Rooney and Phoebe Robertson. They're coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 2 from Cand, it is Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 4, it's the Melbourne University Sydney Composite, Lauren Graham from Sydney and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Mitchell Nelson. In lane 5 from Buckingham and New Norfolk, it's Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Isabel Higgins from Buckingham Rowing Club. In lane 6, University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 7 from Camden Pine Rivers, it's Georgia Stoddard from Pine Rivers, Lukey Smith from Cand Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe. And in lane 8 from Adelaide University, Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson, they're coached by Jurek Hasselgrove. And yesterday, Nathan, we really saw Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney looking very comfortable in the heats. So they were absolutely flying. You'd say they're probably just ahead at the moment as they're getting up past the 500 metre mark.
Yep, it looks like it.
Ahead of that Bucks Composites in lane 5 and then back a little bit further to University of Queensland in lane 3. But early days at the moment in the A final of the women's. Yeah, no, it was quite comfortable out there this morning, so it should be some good racing throughout the day.
Did you get out for a paddle this morning?
I did,
Yeah,
the
excellent.
500 metre, so that was first time.
You raced this morning?
Yeah, first time racing at Cirque.
Oh,
so
wow. How'd you
it's-
get on?
Yeah, it went all right.
It went all right, okay.
It went
the
all
best.
right.
That's the best to be expected. As long as you stay dry.
That's the key thing that I take out of any time that I get into a single scull.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you come out of it and you're still dry, then absolutely fantastic.
It's a win for everyone.
Continuing on with the race at hand, the women's under-23 pairs, and it is the lanes 5 and 4 that have the lead. So the Tasmanians, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Isabel Higgins from Buckingham, they're in a battle for first with that crew from Sydney and Melbourne University, Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney. So leading the pack at the moment, sitting in 3rd place, the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. They're coached by Gus Rodero. Back a little bit further to the Cand Pine Rivers Composite over in lane 7. Then we've got behind them, it looks to be University of Queensland, Cand, University of Queensland in lane 1 and Adelaide Uni lane 2. So a 3:47.93 for the Melbourne University Sydney crew as they pass the 1,000 metre mark. The Tasmanian crew a couple of seconds behind them. As we're ready for the presentation for the women's para single sculls. Is presented by Rowing New South Wales CEO Margot Harley. In third place from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story. In second place from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Lisa Griesel. And in first place from Mercantile Rowing Club, Jessica Gallagher. Big round of applause for all our women's para single sculls.
And coming back onto the course, race 58, the women's under 23 pair final. It still looks at the 1,000-metre mark that Melbourne University, Graham and Gaffney got about a 4-second lead. It looks like as they come into the last 250, they still look like they've got their noses out in front from the Box and New Norfolk double of McCauslands and Higgins. In third place may well be still the University of Queensland's Duncan, Banks and Hope, followed by Cairns, Turnbull and Scott. University of Queensland's one Drew and Reddy, and again the Uni of Queensland Rooney and Robson. In seventh place and in lane 7 is Cam Pine Rivers Competent of Stoddart and Smith, and in 8th in lane 8 nearest the grandstand is Adelaide Uni's second boat of Richter and Wilson.
So with 200 metres to go, it is the Melbourne University Composite. Lauren Graham, Eliza Gaffney, coached by Lachlan Carter and Mitchell Nelson. They've got about a boat length and a half ahead of the Tasmanian crew of Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Isabel Higgins from Buckingham Rowing Club. And then back another couple of lengths to Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland. Now they're being challenged on their right by the canned crew of Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott. Then back a little bit further to the University of Queensland, one Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. But now with about 50 metres to go, it will be the Melbourne University Composite of Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University Boat Club, who will take the win. They are the 2022 Women's Under-23 pair champions. The silver medal will go through to Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Isabel Higgins from Buckingham Rowing Club. Third place will go to the University of Queensland's Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope, with fourth place going through to Cairns' Rosie Turnbull and Jess Scott. Then we've got in fifth place the University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Ellie Reddy. They're finished ahead of the University of Queensland 2 crew of Alexandra Rooney and Phoebe Robertson, and then back a little bit further to the canned composite of Georgia Stoddard from Pine Rivers, Lukey Smith from Cairns, and then Adelaide University's Jemima Richter and Cleo Wilson start to finish there, Nathan, for the Melbourne University Composite.
Yeah, to be honest, they looked pretty comfortable when they came over the finish line there. I think they had that race under control from the first stroke. Slightly slower race time than last year's winners. They finished 7:40 compared to last year's 7:34, which was won, I believe, by Graham and Furrer from Sydney.
No time to rest because the men's under-23 pairs are coming up towards the 1750 in lane 4. It's the Torrens Composite of Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University, Thomas Johnson from Torrens. They're also part of the South Australian Sports Institute. Lane 5, Sydney University's Joshua Hewitt and Matt Smith, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Jordan Roberts, Benjamin Whitney, coached by Michael McKay and William Legg. And in lane 7 from Ballarat City, William Gilbert, William McKechnie, and they're coached by Grant McKechnie.
And of course, this is the B final of the under-23 men's pairs.
And we do have at the moment the Mercantile pair with the lead, 200 metres to go. They're about a boat length ahead of the Torrens Composite over in lane 4, and then back another boat length, Sydney University, and then Ballarat City on lane 7, sitting in 4th place. But now with 150 to go, you can see the crews really start to up their rate. The Mercantile crew looking out to their right. They can see that South Australian Composite start to challenge them a little bit, and they're just managing to hold them off. It's about a boat length between first and second, and then another boat length between second and third place, which is the Sydney University crew. But the winners of the B final, men's under-23 pairs, will be Jordan Roberts and Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile. Second place goes to Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University and Thomas Johnson from Torrens. Third place, Joshua Hewitt and Matt Smith from Sydney University, with fourth going to William Gilbert and William McKechnie.
Yeah, clearly the mullet game is strong in the Mercantile boat there, because both of those guys, luxurious hairstyles, obviously assisted them down the lane. Good win for those guys. Long way to come. And they'll be, I think they'll be reasonably happy with that.
Very good paddle there. Underway in the A final, they're up past the halfway mark in the Championship Men's Under 23 Pairs, sponsored by Bont Rowing. In lane one from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham. They're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane two from Melbourne University, Tom Murray and Nicholas Vladimiropoulos, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan. In lane three from Mossman Rowing Club, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack, and they're coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane four from Sydney University, Kieran Riak and Nicholas Miro, coached by Christopher Holiday and Thomas Larrick. Lane 5 from Toowong Rowing Club, Isa Scratching. Lane 6 from Cairn, Samuel Atherton and Daniel Horsley, coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 7 also from Cairn, Angus McCasker and Mitch Salisbury, coached by Scott Rowe. And in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Andy Hoffman, Max Pearce, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
And coming through the 500 metre lock, it looked like the boat in lane 1, Glendinning and Graham were in the lead. The boat to watch here is in actually lane number 2 with Tom Murray in, who was the winner with, I think, won last, no, he didn't win last year, but he was certainly a finalist last year in this race.
So as they're up towards the 1750 metre mark, it is Sydney University's Kieran Riak and Nicholas Miro who do have the lead at the moment. They've been challenged both to their right by the Mossman crew of Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack, and then also off to the left a little bit as well, Cairns Angus McCasker and Mitch Salisbury. We've also got Melbourne University's Tom Murray and Nicholas Vladimiropoulos.
Glad you can say that.
Sitting in second place. Sitting well within medal range at the moment. And then back a little bit further, Sydney 2 in lane 1, then Sydney 1 in lane 8 and Cairn 1 in lane 6.
And the Mossman boat there looks like to be pushing strong to the leaders on their left. The Mossman boys are pushing the Sydney University crew to right to the very end.
150 metres to go. Mossman have laid down the challenge to Sydney University. Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungermack, are they able to get past? Sydney University just managing to hold on, but there are some big strokes coming here from Mossman. They've both left third place behind the Melbourne University crew in lane 2, then back to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1. But with about 10 strokes to go, it will be lane 4, Sydney University, Kieran Riak and Nicholas Miro. They'll win by 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Mossman's Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungermack. Third place will go to Melbourne University's Tom Murray and Nicholas Vladimiropoulos. Fourth going through to Sydney Rowing Club's Declan Glendinning and Bradley Graham. Then ahead of Cairn 2, Angus McCasker and Mitch Salisbury. Cairn 1, Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley, and Sydney Rowing Club's Andy Hoffman and Max Pearce. Mossman laying down the challenge, not quite able to get through. Presentation for the Championship Women's Under 23 Pairs. In third place from the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan Banks and Lucy Hope. In second place, Molly McCausland from New Norfolk and Isabel Higgins from Buckingham. And our winners are the Melbourne University composite, Lauren Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and Eliza Gaffney from Melbourne University. Our congratulations to all our medal winners.
And on the lake, we have race 61, the championship women's under-19s single. On the far side in lane 1 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. In lane 2, Mercantiles, Bethany's Mac. In lane 3 from Canberra, ACT, Imogen Lang. In lane 4 from Canberra is Zoe Bond. In lane 5 from Centenary is Sophie Malcolm. In lane 6 from Sydney, Talissa Nook Driver. In lane 7 from ANU, Eleanor Moran. We have a scratch in lane 8, I believe. And in lane 9 from Cathedral is Abigail Cox.
Coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it is Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club who has the lead with a bit of a challenge from Sophie Malcolm from Centenary. Then back a little bit further, Zoe Bond from Canberra Rowing Club. 3 ACT entries in this A final.
Yeah, well, given last year's result where Canberra came first and second, in fact, I think it was won by, I think Zoe Bond came second in the race last year.
And Maddie Vag from Canberra Grammar at the time.
She was racing, I think, under 23s in a race in a few minutes. I think Lily Eels finished third last year with a bronze from Sydney.
Well, it's Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club who has the lead as they pass the 1500 metre mark. We've got Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport in second place, and then Zoe Bond from Canberra Rowing Club sitting in third. The under-19 women's single scull up towards the 1750 metre mark, and it's still Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck from Sydney Rowing Club. She has the lead, but there is a bit of a challenge coming from Centenary's Sophie Malcolm before a little bit further back to Zoe Bond from Canberra Rowing Club. And then over in lane 1, Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University, challenging it out for fourth with Elena Moran from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, coached by Dave Romano. Back a little bit further, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club, Bethany Smack from Mercantile, and Abigail Cox from Cathedral.
Yeah, looks like 1, 2, 3 are all set. Talisa Nock Driver from Sydney, comfortably in front of Malcolm from Centenary, and Zoe Bond, unless she puts her foot down, is not going to better a result from last year.
We are going to see a bit of a foot down from Sophie Malcolm, though, from Centenary. Yeah. And Talisa Noak Driver is well aware of the danger. She's just started pulling ahead again. So there's a boat length between Talisa Noak Driver in first through to second, Sophie Malcolm, and then another boat length back to Zoe Bond. And that's how it's going to finish. Our 2022 Women's Under-19 Single Scull Champion is Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. Second place to Sophie Malcolm from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, with third going to Canberra Rowing Club's Zoe Bond. And we're ready for the presentation of the Championship Men's Under-23 pairs. In third place from Melbourne University, Tom Murray and Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos. In second place from Mossman Rowing Club, Nicholas Pender and Torben Ungamak. And the champions with the gold medal, Kieran Riak and Nicholas Miro from Sydney University. Congratulations to our winners in the men's under-23 pairs.
Just the final results there from the under-19 single sculls, race 61. In first place, Talisa Nock Driver. In second place from Centenary, Sophie Malcolm. In third place from Canberra was Zoe Bond. In fourth from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. Fifth was Eleanor Moran from ANU. Imogen Lang from Canberra was in sixth. In seventh from Mercantile was Bethany Zamak, and in eighth was Abigail Cox from Cathedral.
And the men's under-17, under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's, is now nearly up past the 1500. Lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, Patrick Stanley. Lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, Zane McGregor, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kolbecki. In lane 3 from Radford College, Will Gregory. In lane 4 from Scotch College Adelaide, Adam Holland, coached by James Seppelt and Andre Pistonik. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Alec Hoskin, coached by Benjamin Watt. Lane 6 from Cathedral, Mika Talbot, coached by Luke Thomas and Ian Edmonds. Lane 7 from Nepean, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. And in lane 8 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Callum McClure, coached by Lincoln Handley.
This year, I'm sure all competitors will be pleased to see that Angus Painter from Tasuni is in a different event this year. Won it last year in a time of 7:33. It's also great to see Northern Beaches Secondary School being represented here with a very, very young rowing squad and coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Quebecal. And they're doing a great job over there from what I believe.
And in the lead with about 100 metres to go, it is Scotch College's Adam Holland. He's got Clearwater between himself and Alec Hoskin on his left from Kinross Walleroy, and Will Gregory from Radford College on his right. And this is going to be an excellent battle, Nathan, for second place.
Very close.
So Adam Holland will go through. He will be the under-19 single scull men's champion for 2022. Second
Gregory's
place.
just pushing on there. It's going to be very tight at the finish. I think Radford College's William Gregory just takes it by about a half a boat length over Alec Hoskins from Kinross Walleroy. On the far side from Newcastle Grammar, I think that is Patrick Stanley finishes fourth. In fifth place from Nepean is Hugh Harold. In a leisurely road to the finish there by Mika Talbot from Cathedral. And on the far side, we have Zane McGregor from Northern Beaches Secondary finishing sixth.
And then Callum McClure from Griffith University Surfers Paradise making up the field in the men's under-19 single sculls. So a strong race there from Adam Holland from Scotch College Adelaide, finishing ahead of a very fast finishing William Gregory. He was looked like he was a little bit behind there for a while, but able to go through and take second place for Radford College. We're underway in the B final of the women's under-21 single sculls, sponsored by Sykes Racing. In lane 1 from Nepean Rowing Club, Edie Brown, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 2 from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Sophie Barr. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, Lucy Deglaria-Cade, coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. Lane 4, also from Melbourne University, Izzy Batruni, coached by Mitchell Nelson, Edward Fuller. In lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free. In lane 6 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Lincoln Handley. Lane 7 from Centenary, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Michael Obsterlin and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Lily Gavin, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. And in lane 9 from Mercantile, Amy Baker, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Alistair Matthews. And we have the presentation for the women's under-19 single sculls. In third place from Canberra Rowing Club, Zoe Bond. In second place from Centenary and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Sophie Malcolm. And the winner from Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Noak Driver. Congratulations to our medal winners from the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Sculls.
And this is a public service announcement. We are delighted to use the facilities, the amazing facilities here at Sydney International Regatta Centre. Can I just remind the boys' schools not to use the surrounding flora and fauna as a urinal. There are sufficient toilet facilities behind the grandstand. You don't need to go for relieve yourselves behind a tree. So just a quick message for the schoolboys. There are toilets available all around the course. Please use them.
As we have the B final of the women's under-21 single sculls up past the 1,000-metre mark. And it looks to be, it's Danica Free from Griffith University who is in the lead, passing the 1,000-metre mark. Sophie Barr from Adelaide University in second. Jessica Malcolm from Centenary sitting in third, ahead of Izzy Bartruni, Lily Gavin, Olivia Cook, Lucy DeGlaria-Cade, Edie Brown and Amy Baker. They come up towards the 1,500-metre mark.
A well spread out field here. But it looks like the first three boats, Danica Free, Sophie Barr and Jessica Malcolm, are all within, I'd say, kind of a couple of boat lengths of each other. And then there's a bit of a gap for fourth and the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting race over this last 500 metres. There's, as you say, there's not much between. I think we'll have an interesting one for first and second. And then for third place, there's about 4 boats that look like there's very much a chance of sneaking through and getting a bronze. So passing the 1,500-metre mark, it's still Danica Free who's in the lead, but less than a second between her and Sophie Barr from Adelaide University. 4 seconds back to Jessica Malcolm from Centenary, then Izzy Bartruni from Melbourne University, Lily Gavin from Sydney Rowing Club, Lucy DeGlaria-Cade from Melbourne University, Olivia Cook from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, and Edie Brown from Nepean, Amy Baker from Mercantile. Coming up towards the 1,750-metre mark. Still Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, being challenged on her right over in lane 2 by Sophie Barr from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute.
I think Danica Free going to be very close. There's no clear water separating first and second. Who is going to blink first? Sophie Barr just upping the rate slightly there, keeping in touch with Danica Free.
And you can also see Jessica Malcolm in lane 7 start to make a bit of a run through as well. Up past the 1,750-metre mark, it's still Danica Free, Griffith University Surfers Paradise. She's leading Sophie Barr from Adelaide University, but Sophie Barr is starting to put in some big strokes. Third place at the moment, Jessica Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club, sitting quite nicely. But with 150 metres to go, Danica Free in the lead, less than a boat length between her and Sophie Barr from Adelaide University.
Sophie Barr raises the rate again. Danica Free is keeping it nice and relaxed, keeping in control. But it's going to be certainly close as they come up in the last 25 metres.
With about 10 strokes to go, Danica Free, she's just started to up it a little bit. You can just see Sophie Barr drop off a touch. It will be Danica Free with the win in the B final of the women's under-21 single sculls. Second place and pushing right through to the end was Sophie Barr from Adelaide University. Third place goes to Centenary's Jessica Malcolm. Fourth place going to Melbourne University's Izzy Bartruni. Then fifth will be Sydney...
Lily Gavin.
Yep, Lily Gavin.
Then Melbourne University's Lucy DeGlaria-Cade. Seventh is going to be Griffith Uni Olivia Cook. Eighth on the far side is Nepean's Edie Brown. And Mercantile's Amy Baker brings up the rest of the field.
As we cross now for the medal presentations of the men's under-19 single sculls, sponsored by Bentley's. In third place from Kinross Walleroy, it is Alec Hoskin. In second place from Radford College, William Gregory. And our 2022 champion, Adam Holland from Scotch College in Adelaide. Congratulations to our medal winners in the men's under-19 single sculls.
And on the race course at the moment, we have the Championship Women's Under-21 A Final, sponsored by Sykes Racing. On the far side in lane 1 from North Esk, Lindsay Calvert. Sydney University's Sophia Reitman in lane 2. Melbourne University's Meg Cartwright in lane 3. In lane 4 from Griffith Uni is Olivia Georgiliapopoulos. In lane 5 from Sydney is Laura Cypher. In lane 6 from Sydney University is Grace Turner. In lane 7 from Melbourne Uni is Livia Rosaria. In lane 8 from ANU is Elizabeth Gregory. And in lane 9 from Sydney is Evie Thompson.
So we've got Grace Turner from Sydney University, who has the lead at the moment. She's coached by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. She's a little bit further ahead of Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, and then back to Olivia Georgilopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Livia Rosea from Melbourne University, sitting in about fourth or so, along with Melbourne University's Meg Cartwright, then back to Sophia Whiteman, Lindsay Calvert, Lizzie Gregory and Evie Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club. As they come up towards the 1750, it will actually be Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University who's putting in some big strokes, catching up to Grace Turner and Laura Cypher. And I think Laura Cypher's managed to come over the top of Grace Turner as well. So it's lane 2, Sophia Whiteman, and lane 5, Laura Cypher, with about 200 metres to go at the moment. Grace Turner's not giving up though. She's putting in some big strokes. Olivia Georgilopoulos from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, not too far away from third place, as is Melbourne University's Livia Rosea. As we're coming up, it's a big finish here from Sophia Whiteman.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close. She's pushing hard. She's raised her rate. She might even have a nose in front now, so it's going to be very close between Sydney University's Sophia Whiteman and Sydney's Laura Cypher as they come to the last 15 strokes.
Who's got petrol left in the tank? Lane 2, lane 5, Laura Cypher, Sophia Whiteman. Laura Cypher just starting to go a little bit ahead. It's bow ball to bow ball. It will be Sydney Rowing Club's Laura Cypher who takes the win, just a quarter boat length ahead of Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University. Third place goes to Grace Turner, also from Sydney University. Livia Rosea from Melbourne University in 4th. Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Olivia Georgilopoulos in 5th. Melbourne University's Meg Cartwright in 6th. Lindsay Calvert, North Esk in 7th. Lizzie Gregory from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport in 8th. And then back to Sydney Rowing Club's Evie Thompson in lane 9. That was an absolutely fantastic finish there, Nathan. Not much between Sophia Whiteman and Laura Cypher, and it looked like Sophia had it with about 100 metres to go.
I think so, yeah. I think Laura just pipped on line. You can see on the screen there, she just takes a look over her right shoulder at the line, realizes she's just a bow ball ahead there, and it's just a matter of where you are in the stroke, but takes the win. Only less than 3 seconds separate gold, silver and bronze in that race. So a great race. A great race there. The official result being in first place was Sydney's Laura Cypher in a time of 8:20.43. Second was Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University. In third place from Sydney University was Grace Turner. In fourth place from Melbourne University was Livia Rosaria. In fifth place from Griffith University was Olivia Georgilopoulos. In sixth place from Melbourne University was Meg Cartwright. In seventh from North Esk was Lindsay Calvert. In eighth place from ANU was Elizabeth Gregory. And in ninth place from Sydney was Evie Thompson.
B final of the men's under-21 single scull, sponsored by Sykes Racing, is coming up towards the 1500 metre mark. We have in lane 1 from Mossman, Kyle Brown, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 2 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell, coached by Lincoln Handley. Lane 3 from UTS, Tate Van Heemst, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. It looks like we don't have lanes 4 or 5 from the University of Queensland. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick. In lane 7 from Mossman Rowing Club, Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, William Boag, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. And in lane 9 from Torrens Rowing Club, Callum Deckers.
It looks like this early stage, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Mossman's Patrick Burke is in the lead in lane 7 in the distinctive red and white stripes. And seems to be leading away from Lois Berg from Sydney, next to him on his left.
Yeah, and then Kyle Brown also from Mossman, sitting over in lane 1, not too far behind, probably about half a boat length back to Ben Horsnell from Griffith University. So an interesting race. They're all spread out, as you might expect in the B finals.
Yep.
But they're coming up towards the 1750. And it does look like it might be a Mossman 1-2. Patrick Burke, lane 7, in the lead at the moment, pushed by William Bogue from Sydney Rowing Club and also from Kyle Brown from Mossman over in lane 1.
Yeah, there'll certainly be a German coaching team. A husband and wife team will be reasonably happy with this.
So as they come up now, there's about 200 metres to go. We're seeing some big strokes come in from Kyle Brown over in lane 1 at the moment. Mossman's Patrick Burke in lane 7 sitting in the lead, but he is being challenged, as we say, by his clubmate. Then over in lanes 2 and 3, there's a nice battle between Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Ben Horsnell and UTS's Tate Van Heemst.
And the UTS boat is finishing very strongly, and if Carl Brown doesn't look out, he's going to be taken here for second place. Really strong finish here from Tate Van Heemst.
Yeah, so Patrick Burke coming through with a couple of big strokes to finish up. He'll win the B final of the men's under-21 single sculls, and it will be a Mossman 1-2 with Kyle Brown from Mossman Rowing Club finishing in second, maybe just easing up a touch early. Third place will go to UTS's Tate Van Heemst. As you said, Nathan, very strong finish there, well over the top of Ben Horsnell from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. Fifth place goes to Sydney Rowing Club's William Bogue. Sixth to Sydney University's Sam Bristow.
And just bringing up the rest of the field is Torrance Callum Deckers in lane 9.
So a strong finish there in the
And we have on the podium the medals award ceremony for the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Sculls. In third place from Sydney University, Grace Turner. In second place also from Sydney University, Sophia Reitman. And in gold medal position from Sydney is Laura Seifer. Please join me in congratulating the winners of the Championship Women's Under-21 Single Sculls.
And we are underway in the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Sculls. It's the A final. They're sponsored by Sykes Racing. In lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Gordon Applecrin, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 2, also from Sydney, William Delaney, also coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Hamish Danks, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick. In lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Watter. In lane 5 from Cand in the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord. In lane 6 from Banks Rowing Club, Mark Putter, coached by Thomas Kruber. In lane 7 from Nepean Rowing Club, Miles Harold, coached by Daniel and Jason Waddell. In lane 8 from Canberra Rowing Club, Raph Priest, coached by Dave Romano. And in lane 9 from North Esk, Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett and Brendan Long.
And the early running in this race looks like in lane 5 from Cand is last year's 4th place finisher is Jarrell Lloyd, and it looks like to be just get his boat nose in front there. Looks like both Toowong's Darcy Water and Banks's Mark Putter and Hamish Danks as well are all pushing him, but not really as spread out as I expected it. There's a few boats in here. Jared Lord just got his nose in front, I think.
Yeah, look, and it's also a good row here from Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club as well. So you could just about throw a blanket over the first few rowers as they've come past the 1,500 metre mark. And there is not much to separate them in this final. So past the 1,000 metres, past the 1,500, Darcy Watter from Toowong Rowing Club with just over a second ahead of William Delaney. Hamish Danks from Sydney University sitting in third, 0.03 of a second ahead of Cairns' Jared Lord. Miles Harold not too far behind there. So between first and fifth, there is only about 4 seconds. It is anyone's race at the moment.
Yeah, the boats on the far side, lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5, and lane 7. Very, very closely and evenly matched as we come into the last 300 metres. Hard to call this one, could be anyone's really.
Absolutely. They're coming up towards the 1750 metre mark. We've got lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 3, Sydney University's Hamish Danks. Darcy Water from Toowong. Jared Lord from Cand. And then over a couple of lanes to Miles Harold from Nepean. They're our 5 front runners at the moment, leading ahead of Gordon Applecrin from Sydney Rowing Club. Banks's Marks Putter, Raph Priest from Canberra Rowing Club, and North Esk's Laurie Dean. But we're down now, 200 metres to go. 5 boats in the racing. They just seem to be dropping Cairns' Jared Lord a little bit. So we're down to 4. From 5 down to 4. 200 metres to go. It's the A final of the men's under-21 single sculls. And maybe just Hamish Danks from Sydney University just in the lead ahead of Darcy Water from Toowong. Nepean, Sydney's William Delaney not giving up. Neither's Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club, but might just be dropping off a little bit there. We've got about 20 strokes to go. Sydney University's Hamish Danks in the lead. He's pulling ahead. He's got half a boat length over Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club. Nepean's Miles Harold also in with the shot. William Delaney pushing through as well, but it will be first place going to lane 3, second place to lane 7, and third to lane 4. So Hamish Danks, Sydney University with the win in a fantastic finish here in the men's A final of the under-21 single sculls. Second place goes to Nepean's Miles Harold, 1.21 seconds behind. Third to Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club. Less than a second between second and third. And then back another second. William Delaney from Sydney Rowing Club in 4th. Jared Lord from Cand in 5th. Mark Putter from Banks in 6th. Raph Priest from Canberra Rowing Club in 7th. Gordon Applecrin from Sydney Rowing Club in 8th. And Laurie Dean from North Esk in 9th. And I think we all need to have a bit of a quick lie down after that. That was a very...
Look at on the screen there, we see that there was less than 2.5 seconds between first, second, third, and fourth place there. As we look down the course, it's a great drone shot for those of you who can see the screen. Just gives you an impression of how long 2,000 meters is. Particularly if you're in a single, it is a long, long way.
And they're underway. The race that is being shown at the moment is the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Sculls. It's the B final, and it's sponsored by Pontoon Sports. In lane 4 from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, it's Ellie Lambden, coached by Dave Romano. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Neve Graham, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. And in lane 6 from University of Queensland, Carly Furman, coached by Gus Rodero.
And another public service announcement. We have a lost credit card. Melissa Donahue, I believe. Could you check your purse or wallet, please? You may have lost your credit card. If you have lost it, please come down to the tent at the front of the pontoon, and we have it for you.
So the B final of the women's under-23 single sculls. coming down the course at the moment, up towards the 1500, and there's not much between our three. Ellie Lambden from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, coached by Dave Romano. Neve Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck, and University of Queensland's Carly Furman, coached by Gus Rodero. Not much between our three at the moment. Perhaps Ellie Lambden from ANU just in the lead as they pass the 1500. We have the medal presentations now for the men's under-21 single sculls. In third place from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Watter. In second place from Nepean Rowing Club, Miles Harold. And the 2022 New South Wales champion, Hamish Danks, Sydney University. Our congratulations to all our medal winners for this event.
And focusing again on the lake in the championship women's under-23 single scull B final. Looks like Eloise Lambden from ANU is at least a boat length, maybe a boat and a half, in front of Neve Graham from Sydney, who herself is at least a boat length in front of Carly Furman from the University of Queensland. And as they approach the final 100 metres of this, the Championship Women's Under-23 Single Scull B final, Eloise Lambden from ANU seems comfortable in her gold medal position. Neve Graham keeping an eye over to her left on Carly Furman as they approach the finish line, but it looks like Neve Graham's got this. Strong finish though from Carly Furman, pushing her all the way to the very end, getting an overlap with a boat there. Neve Graham finishes second, Carly Furman third in the B final of the women's under-23 single scull.
And the A final is underway in the women's under-23 single scull, sponsored by Pontoon Sports. Lane 1 from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Alistair Matthews and Michael McKay. In lane 2 from ANU, Alora Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4 from the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 5 from UTS, Laura Gawley, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. In lane 6, Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway, coached by Peter Howard. In lane 7 from Sydney University, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 8 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Monique Bitsios, coached by Lincoln Handley. And past the 1,000 metre mark, it is Laura Gawley with the lead up past the 1,000 metre mark. She's got a few seconds ahead of Sydney University's Emily Shepherd. Back then to University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell. Louisa Bongrain sitting in fourth at the 1,000 ahead of ANU's Alora Kelly. India Hobbs from Sydney University. Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS. And Monique Bitsios from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So Laura Gawley from UTS having the lead in the A final of the women's under-23 single sculls.
A couple of competitors here doubling up in various doubles and singles events in younger age categories as well. But it looks like at the moment Laura Gawley from UTS should I say, has got a boat and a half length lead from Emily Shepherd from Sydney University.
Coming up towards that 1,500 metre mark. Still Laura Gawley from UTS in the lead ahead of Emily Shepherd from Sydney University. And then an interesting battle for third place at the moment. India Hobbs from Sydney University sitting there, as is Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland. And then back to Louisa Bongrain from the from Mercantile Rowing Club. So not much between third place, so there'll be a good battle going on there. UTS's Laura Gourlay looking very good as she comes up towards the 1750 metre mark. Looks like she's got a couple of boat lengths ahead of second place. Emily Shepherd in second place. It's a confirmation there. 5 seconds at the 1500 metre mark between first and second, with 11 seconds back again to Elizabeth Newell. But then there's only a bit under 2 seconds between Elizabeth Newell and Louisa Bongrain in that battle for bronze. It's the A final, the women's under 23 single sculls. 250 metres to go now for our leader, Laura Gourlay from UTS.
Yeah, it looks like Gourlay just eked out some more space between her and Emily Shepherd as they approach the last 200 metres of this, the A final and the women's under 23 single scull. Sponsored, of course, by Pontoon Sports. Last year's winner won in a reasonably quick time of 7:49. We'll see how the times compare.
Just a little bit. Looks like the breeze is just picking up a little bit with that southerly.
It does, doesn't it? Across, yeah.
So making it a little bit harder for the rowers, but pretty consistent the whole way down the course.
Doesn't seem to be bothering Laura that much. She's eked out even more of a lead in the final 500 metres.
Very strong finish here from UTS's Laura Gourlay, and she will take a couple more strokes, and she will be the 2022 Women's Under 23 Single Scull Champion. Finishing well ahead, Sydney University's Emily Shepherd coming into second place. There was a big gap between first and second. Third place, we've got a battle on. University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell, Mercantile's Louisa Bongrain. The two are eyeing each other off. There's a couple of strokes to go, and it's going to be a photo. Photo for third. Photo for third between Elizabeth Newell and Louisa Bongrain. You could see them with about 20 metres to go, eyeing each other off. It was the drag race off the lights. We've got a Laura Kelly from ANU will come in fifth place, and then she'll finish ahead of India Hobbs from Sydney University. Back a little bit further to Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, and then Monique Bitsios from Griffith University Surfers Paradise.
That was the closest race for third place that we've had all day. Very, very strong finish there by Elizabeth Newell.
They're just showing it on the screen at the moment, and look, this is like in cricket when they do the roll it forwards and let's see who's got the run out or not, or if it's a front foot no ball. There is absolutely nothing between second and third, between third and fourth in that race. So great win there for UTS's Laura Gourlay. Second place going through to Emily Shepherd from Sydney University.
You going to call it third and fourth?
I am not. It's going. We'll have to wait for the official confirmation of results there for third place in the women's under 23 single sculls. The men's under 23 single sculls are coming down the course at the moment. They're also sponsored by Pontoon Sports. Lane 1 from Tamar, William Birchmore, coached by Andrew Hull and Brendan Long. Lane 2 from Drummoyne, Mitch Blackmore-Cram, coached by Ross Tong and Robin Mackney. Lane 3 from Cairn, Dylan Rhodes, coached by Scott Rowe. Lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club, Cormac Hayes, coached by Dave Romano. Lane 5 from North Esk, Rue Colley, coached by Trevor Barrett and Brendan Long. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Tom Anderson. Lane 7, UTS's Alexander Wood, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Lane 8 from Commercial, Sam Green, coached by Charles Green. And in Lane 9, Melbourne University's James Gardner, coached by Matthew Ryan.
So there's still not the official result yet of the A final of the women's singles. Very, very close. So Elizabeth Newell and Louisa Bongrain waiting for that result. As soon as we have it, you will have it.
As they're coming down now in the men's under 23 single scull, the B final. And it's very tight towards the top here. We've got, it looks to be Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club, who's got a bit of a lead ahead of Alexander Wood from UTS, as well as Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club. Does have a good kick to him, Cormac Hayes. He's ahead of Dylan Rhodes from Cairns, North Esk's Rue Colley, and then back a little bit further to Tom Anderson from Sydney University, Sam Green Commercial, and Melbourne University's James Gardner. but with about 150 metres to go. Cormac Hayes is making his move on Mitch Blackmore-Cram from Drummoyne Rowing Club. It's the B final, but they're still out for pride. UTS's Alexander Wood also putting in some big strokes. So our first, second and third, it's going to be tight. Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, big finish from him. He's about half a boat length ahead. He's pulling UTS coming back a bit, but it will be Cormac Hayes. Cormac Hayes winning the B final of the men's under-23 single scull ahead of Alexander Wood from UTS.
And in third was Rue Colley from North Esco, I think.
So some couple more tight finishes there in the under-23 single sculls. Just get the official confirmation on that one.
We are still waiting for the under-23s women's A final results for third and fourth place. The unofficial results of that, the men's B final in the single scull. In first place, Cormac Hayes. In second place, Alexander Wood. In third place, Rue Corley. In fourth place, and on the pontoon now we have the winners of the women's under-23 single sculls, sponsored by Pontoon Sports. In third place from the University of Queensland, Elizabeth Newell. In second place from Sydney University, Emily Shepherd. And in first place from UTS, Laura Gawley. Please congratulate the winners of the championship wins under-23 single scull.
Course now is the A final of the men's under-23 single scull. The defending champion Marcus Delamata is not contesting this year, out with COVID-related implications, and it's Xavier Hall-Sullivan of Corio Bay that leads this field as they come into the last 250 metres, and looks like the medals are going to come from the southern side of the course, with Sydney University's Elliot Simpson there in second spot. Adelaide University's Nick Blackman having a good tussle with Lucas Matic of Melbourne University, and on the far side of the course, Crouch of Sydney is in about fifth position. And then we move to the scullers in sequential order from lanes 6 through to 9 are in positions 6 through to 9. So Xavier Hall-Sullivan just lifting the rating here in the shades of the finish. He's coached by his father Lee Hall-Sullivan, very successful Masters rower out of Corio Bay, and great to see him putting back into the sport. And the finishes for the minor medals are starting to come. Matic is under pressure from Adelaide University's Nick Blackman, and Elliot Simpson of Sydney University. Also having a look across every single stroke now. Matic has shortened up a little bit, and staying right in his lane and seeing if he can catch Simpson on the line. No one can catch Xavier Hall-Sullivan, the under-23 champion, and second goes to Nick Blackman of Adelaide University. Very close there for third between Matic and Simpson. Crouch of Sydney fifth, sixth to Felix Oliver of Melbourne University. Buckingham's Lucas Wigston, who was so good in the heats yesterday, he finishes seventh. And then it's Crow of Sydney, who was just shaded by Torin Olsen of Sydney Rowing Club as well.
Super close race that. Super close race. Photo there for third and fourth.
Yeah, it was a really good sprint for the line there as they attacked it. So
yeah, first place Xavier Hall, looked comfortable there, just looked to have the race control, but second, third, fourth, very close there. Second, we had Nick Blackman from Adelaide University. Third and fourth, still very close. I think we're waiting on a photo there. For those of you interested, we're still waiting on the official result as well from race 68, which was the women's under-23s single final. And on the course at the moment, we have the Championship Women's Elite Pair B Final, 2,000 metres. On the far side in lane 4 is the canned composite of Stoddart and Smith. In lane 5 from Mercantile is Reiner and Barr. In lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Rooney and Robson. And in lane 7 from Canned, Turnbull and Scott. And at this juncture in the B final, race 71, it seems like the boat from Mercantile of Reinher and Barr very comfortably out in the lead by some considerable distance from the canned composite of Stoddart and Smith on the far side. For third and fourth, University of Queensland seem to have a boat length, maybe a boat and a quarter in front of Turnbull and Scott from Canned. Very comfortable, very controlled row here from Mercantile. We seem to have everything under control and are very comfortable in looking back at the end at the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's a great position to be in, that Mercantile crew, just looking straight back down and seeing the other crews just getting that little bit further away with each stroke. Over on the far side, that Georgia Stoddart of Pine Rivers and Lukey Smith of Canned, they look well in control in second spot. And Lukey Smith's old pair partner Jess Scott is on this side of the course. They're a very good underage pair combination at those Canned girls, Jess Scott and Lukey Smith. Jess Scott and Rosie Turnbull currently sitting in fourth. And that gap just starting to stretch out a little bit, a length and a half, and perhaps even just increasing a little bit as University of Queensland just edge ahead in that third position.
Comfortable race there for Mercantile as they approach the line. Very tidy crew indeed. Crossing the line with some ease. Several boat lengths in front of the Canned composite from Canned and Pine Rivers composite of Georgia Stoddart and Lukey Smith. And still giving it their all towards the finish line. University of Queensland and Canned. Queensland's Rooney and Robson just take third medal position away from Turnbull and Scott, who finished fourth.
And we do have the result of that photo finish for race 70. The men's under 23 single scull, Lucas Matic of Melbourne University just getting there over Elliot Simpson of Sydney University, 0.10 the margin.
And as a reminder, the Bentley's bar is now open for soft shell tacos, pulled pork, and a range of other absolutely delightful refreshments. So it's about that time of the day, certainly by my watch. But if you want to meander over to the Bentley's bar, have a drink, something to eat, it is open. So, as I advise all the rowers, go and fill your boots. Maybe not the rowers at the Bentley bars unless you've got finals or you've finished in finals. But yeah, as spectators, I know it's all been a long morning for some of you. As you sit there in the grandstand, meander over to Bentley's bar and get something to eat and drink.
And medal presentation for the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull. In third place, a bronze medalist from Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucas Matic, coached by Matthew Ryan. Silver medalist from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute, Nick Blackman. And the New South Wales champion for 2022 from Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Please congratulate medalists in the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull. And we move down the course now to race 72. It's the Championship Women's Elite Coxless pair. And the field that we have in lane number 1, Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney from Sydney Rowing Club and Melbourne University respectively. Jamie Ford and Ella Bramwell from Sydney University and Adelaide Rowing Club respectively are in lane number 2. Georgia Patton and Georgie Rowe out of the Australian Women's 8 and the Tokyo Games, they're in lane number 3. In lane 4, Katrina Werry of Mercantile and Lucy Stephan of Melbourne University are in 4. Bronwyn Cox of the University of Western Australia and Annabelle McIntyre of Fremantle are in lane 5. Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick of Fremantle and Swan River in 6. Madeline Williams of UQ and Sydney University's Eleanor Price are in lane 7. And Anna Kirkwood and Jean Mitchell of Mercantile and Melbourne University respectively are in lane number 8. And it is Bronwyn Cox and Annabelle McIntyre that are currently leading the field, and they have a pretty sizable gap. So looking about 3 boat lengths, perhaps a touch more, over the other heat winners, Katrina Werry and Lucy Stephan. Werry and Stephan smoked them in their heat, but at the moment it's about 3 lengths down and starting to run out of metres to pose a real challenge. So Bronwyn Cox and Annabelle McIntyre, the Western Australians, have both been at the National Training Centre. Bronwyn Cox in the Australian Women's 8 in Tokyo, and Annabelle McIntyre, of course, in this boat class in Tokyo in winning the B final. And, of course, gold medalist in the Women's 4. And she's had a very successful New South Wales Championships. I think she's won the Women's 4 in about the last 3 or 4 years. And, a very, very good stroke person. And just gets a lot of length and able to get that boat to run and just move on the other crews. So the other heat winners are in second spot. That's Werry and Stephan. And then the combination over in lane number 3, Georgia Patton in the cardinal colours of West Australian Rowing Club, and in the black and white vertical stripes of UTS is Georgie Rowe. They're in the bronze medal spot as it currently stands. Madeline Williams of University of Queensland and Eleanor Price of Sydney University. They've only a new combination that's come together. They both were planning on sculling at this regatta, but they've turned into a pretty handy pair combination, and they're currently got a little bit of an advantage over Hart and Swick, who are alongside of them. And then over on the far side of the course, Lauren Graham and Eliza Gaffney having a good tussle with Jamie Ford and Ella Bramwell. At the tail of the field is Kirkwood and Mitchell of Mercantile and Melbourne University. But with 100 metres and slightly less to go, Bronwyn Cox and Annabelle McIntyre. The lead has come down a little bit from Mercantile and Melbourne University, Werry and Stephan, but it's still going to be Bronwyn Cox and Annabelle McIntyre that take out the Championship Women's Elite pair for 2022. In the end, just under 2 lengths advantage over Katrina Werry and Lucy Stephan. The bronze medal set to go to Georgia Patton and Georgie Rowe. Williams and Price, very impressive here with their 4th placing. In the sprint for the line, Jamie Ford and Ella Bramwell just edge out Gaffney and Lauren Graham. in that race for 5th position. In 7th, Hart and Swick. And in 8th place, Jean Mitchell of Melbourne University and Anna Kirkwood of Mercantile.
Next race we have is race 73, the Championship Men's Elite Pair B final. And it seems to be dominated by Melbourne University. And the far side in lane 3 from Melbourne University is Judge and Linky. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Miss Campbell and Harry Fox. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Nick Smith and William Ackerman. In lane 6, the Canned Composite, Camden Tuong, Elliot Apple and Miller Rowe. And in lane 7, Melbourne University, Hamish Wynne Pope and Charlie Batronet.
Moving down in a chevron formation with lane 5, Smith and Ackerman, that doing very well here as they head up towards 1350 metre mark, and Appel and Rowe of Tuong and Canned have moved out with them. Still not a great deal between the top 4 in this one. The crew on the far side, Judge and Linky, have started to just find the pace, something that they're not able to stay right with, and they've lost a bit of an overlap with the other 4 crews.
And Owen, I don't know if the wind is getting up a bit now, blowing straight across the lake. Looks to be a bit of a rain squall at the very far end of the course, and maybe a few kilometres beyond that, but the wind starting to pick up. Doesn't seem to be bothering them that much though, to be honest. I don't think there's much of an advantage to the crews in the lee side of the wind.
And the steering's been pretty good. They're all generally in there towards the centre of their lane.
Absolutely, as you'd expect from these guys, to be honest.
Yeah, so the crew of Smith and Ackerman just starting to get a little bit of clear water now over the Canned and Tuong combination. As they start to make their way through towards the about 1700 metres gone. And then starting to see the crew over in lane number 4, Miss Campbell and Fox. A good race with Wynne Pope and Batruni on this side of the course, and still just Judge and Linky that have a little bit of work to do if they're going to try and improve on their current 5th placing here in this B final.
Yep, great drone shot there, if you can see it on the screen. Smith and Ackerman, noses out in front, at least a boat length in front from both sides of them. The Apple and Rowe composite in lane 6, and Miss Campbell and Fox. Melbourne University boat in lane 4.
Yeah, so positions starting to sort themselves out a little bit, just about a length, almost separating all of these crews, in fact, as they head into the last 50 metres. So Melbourne University, Nick Smith and William Ackerman set to take this one out. Appel and Rowe of Tuong and Canned going to claim 2nd spot, and then 3rd goes to Miss Campbell and Fox, 4th to Wynne Pope and Batruni, and Judge and Linky just a length back in 5th.
Yeah, Wynne Pope and Batruni just taking it on the line there. Strong finish from them in the University of Melbourne 3rd boat, away from Judge and Linky, who come in 5th. And can I turn your attention to the medals podium? This is the championship women's elite pair. In third place from UTS Composite, Gina Patton and Georgie Rowe. In silver medal position from the Melbourne University Composite, Katrina Werry and Lucy Stephen. And in the gold medal position, the Fremantle Composite, Bronwyn Cox and Annabelle McIntyre. Please join me in congratulating the championship women's elite pair of 2022. And on the course, at the far end of the course, looking increasingly grey, we have the A final of the men's elite pair. This is for the Spencer Grace Trophy. The current holders are Sydney Adelaide Composite of Turin and Hill, who won last year. In lane 1, we have the Swan River Composite of Britt and McQuillan. In lane 2, commercial composite of Widdicombe and Moore. In lane 3, Swan River composite of Benjamin Cannon and Sam Marsh. In lane 5, the Sydney University composite of Spencer Turin and Alex Pennell. In lane 5, from Sydney University, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien. In lane 6, from Sydney University, Jackson Ketch and William O'Shaughnessy. In lane 7, Melbourne University composite, Sam Hardy and Rowan Lavery. And in lane 8, we have another Sydney composite from Sydney and Mercantile, Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol. And in the A final, as the crews come through the 1,000-metre mark, in first place was the commercial mercantile boat of Widdicombe and Harley Moore. As they are approaching the 1,500 metres, looks like the Sydney University Sydney boat. I think it's in 4. I think it's in lane 4, is it? It's getting very closely pushed by the Swan River composite on either side of them, and the Sydney University composite either side of Hargreaves and O'Brien as well. It's very, very close for all these boats in the medal positions.
It does look like the Sydney Uni is certainly giving the Sydney composite crew a good run for their money. They've just upped their rating as they come into the last 250 metres. Really battling it out. It's going to be a good finish, this one.
Yeah. Hargreaves and O'Brien, I think in lane 5, have got their noses in front. Maybe 3/4 of a boat length up from their compatriots on their right, Turin and Purnell, who would have been, I would have thought, at least on the favourites to win this. But the boat of Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien, in lane 5 from Sydney University. As they approach the last 10 metres, 10 strokes of the race. In lane 5, Jack Hargreaves, Jack O'Brien from Turin and Purnell take the gold. And in bronze is, I believe, the Sydney University of Ketch and O'Shaughnessy will take third position there. results, I think the unofficial results there. In first place of the men's elite pair, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien from Sydney University. In second place, the Sydney University composite, Sydney composite of Turin and Purnell. In third place, Ketch and O'Shaughnessy from Sydney University. In fourth place, the commercial mercantile composite of Widdicombe and Moore. In fifth place, Swan River mercantile composite of Canham and Marsh. In sixth place, the Swan River Sydney University composite of Britt and McQuillan. In seventh place, the Melbourne University and Sydney boat of Hardy and Lavery. And in eighth place, the Sydney mercantile composite with Wolf and Nicol. So Hargreaves and O'Brien, Sydney University, an official winning time there of 6 minutes 36 seconds, .02. No. Next race is the race 75. It's not underway yet. We changed boat classes. It is the Championship Women's Under 17/8, sponsored again by Pontoon Sport. This is the final. The current champions are Radford College. Under 17 boats, a lot of schoolgirls in this boat who've doubled up already. They'll be racing in first and second eights as well. And usually a highly contested and competitive race for gold medal. A lot of the schoolgirls this year, this will be the first or second regatta. They'll be certainly eyeing themselves off in terms of national champs as they come up in a few weeks. This is really the first test of the method to see the up-and-coming stars of the schoolgirls boat, or boats and finals coming forward in the next few weeks. This is where we'll get a sense of which boats are going quick, which boats need a bit of work.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Pair. Representing Sydney University, for bronze medal is Jackson Kench and Will O'Shaughnessy, coached by Donald McLaughlin. Representing Sydney Uni and the Sydney Uni Boat Club, Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell. And the gold medal winners, representing Sydney University, Jack Hargreaves and Jack O'Brien. Congratulations to all our medal winners in the Championship Men's Elite Pair.
On the course now is race number 75. It's the Championship Women's Under 17/8. It's the final, straight final. On the far side, St. Catherine's second boat, Melanie Poulish, Julia Mallam, Emma Hartwig, Sophie Foster, Jays Ledley, Ruby Smith, Annabelle Crabb, Megan O'Connor, Emily Alton, coached by Dermot O'Driscoll. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies, Alexandra Bracich, Eleanor Duter, Fifi Hazelwood-Lee, Aspen Moore, Sky Pockley, Ella Jones, Harriet McLean, Olivia Kelly, and Cox by Carolina Yema. In lane 3, Loretto Kirabili 1, Annabelle Ross, Maya Strudwick, Alexandra Whitson, Freya Bateman, Zoe Ryan, Heidi Hearns, Sybil Delaney, Jessica Kovacs, and Cox by Emma Bunbury. In lane 4, St. Catherine's 1, Madeline Mannins, Madeline Griffith, Chelsea Baker, Bianca Rupnick-Williams, Sienna Morgan, Layla Gaston, Madeline Swain, Jade Bliss, and Cox by Jasmine Abella. In lane 5, Loretto Torak, Zoe Critides, Annabelle Bramford, Olivia Hope, Bianca Court, Charlotte Grant, Alexandra Fairchild, Molly Conquest, Maisie Richard, and Cox by Lucy Marsh. In lane 6, Roseville, Caitlin Pierce, Sophie Hurl, Matilde Baird, Grace Bennett, Ava Cesar, Hannah Alexander, Charlie Griebel, Phoebe Herdman, and Cox by Iman Utteridge. In lane 7, the girls from Queenwood, Brooke Cuttance, Florence Hemming, Zoe James, Talia Noland, Annie Sebi, Addison Rolls, Heidi Boyd, Imogen Gray, and Cox by Angela Ham. And on the near side, the boat from Commercial, Abby Wex, Bethany Harvest, Melina Wilcox, Rosie Ricks, Mia Pauly, Skaskia Jospovic, Wavy Glasson, and Poppy Yaski, and coached by Audrey Pope. That is the lineup for the championship women's under 17/8.
And I've come through the 250 metre mark, coming up to the, coming through the 500, and I've coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. Bit hard for us to see who's in the lead there, but it does look like it's over in lane 2 there,
Yeah,
which is Pymble Ladies College.
I think it's, Pymble Ladies Loretto.
But St Catherine's over here in lane 4, out in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's lane 3 that seems to be in the lead.
Yeah, Loretto Kirribilli look to be got some almost clear water on their from the boat on their right, which will Pimble's Lady. I think Loretto Turak in lane 5 might also be up there as well. So as they cross the 1,000 metre mark, yes, it looks like Loretto Kirribilli followed by Loretto Turak being chased.
No,
Oh, sorry.
I think it seems to be St Catherine's, then Queenwood, then Loretto Kirribilli, then Loretto Turak, then Pymble Ladies, followed by Roseville Commercial and the other St Catherine's crew.
I'm going to hold out on that.
So what we see and what we call maybe two different things. If the some of us have worked in the timing huts at the 1,000 metre mark, and it is quite easy to accidentally press the wrong button. So the different results pop up as they go through.
Yeah. So according to the timings, we've got St Catherine in lane 4 in the lead, followed by in lane 7 Queenwood. In third place, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3. In lane 5 is Loretto Turak. In 5th place is Pymble Ladies College in lane 2. In 6th place and in lane 6 is Roseville. In 7th place in lane 8 is Commercial. And on the far side, away from the grandstands, in lane 1 is St Catherine's.
But as they're now coming into view, it does look like the Queenwood crew in lane 7 possibly has a lead over the Loretto Turak crew in lane 5. In lane 4, sorry, the St Catherine's crew. So it looks like it's going to be a battle between Queenwood and St Catherine's. But as they pass through the 500 metre mark, we might get a flash of of where they are on the cameras. And it is the crew over in lane 2 there, the Pymble Ladies, followed across by St Catherine's.
Yeah, certainly what we see on the screen and what we see on
I think
on the timing is very, very different. It does look like, though, Queenwood in lane 7 are certainly up in front by the looks of things, but it's going to be very close between Queenwood and I think in lane 4 will be the St Catherine's boat.
I think what the camera lost us was lane 7 and 8 as well. So lane 7, which is the Queenwood crew, is right up there and pushing very hard as they come into the last 250 metres.
I know the Queenwood boat quite well, and I know their stroke Heidi Boyd will not give up until the very last stroke. So as they approach the last 250 metres, it looks like it's going to be a race between the red and the black and the white of Queenwood and the and the white and the blue and the yellow of St. Catherine's.
The Queenwood crew just had a bit of a wobble back there, but they seem to have recovered well.
St. Catherine's boat looking very solid there, very together. Certainly a slightly quicker rate than the Queenwood boat now trying to take, or certainly keep themselves in front of, as they approach the last 20 strokes of this, the Championship Women's Under 17-8. Looks like the boat in lane 4, St. Catherine's, got almost a length lead from Queenwood. St. Catherine's take the win. Second is the Queenwood boat. On the far side, lane 3, Loreto Kirribilli. Loreto Turak in lane 5.
And followed a crossover in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College, then Roseville in lane 6. And on the far side, they're followed by St. Catherine's, and crossing the line now here in lane 8 is Commercial.
So the unofficial results of race 75, the women's under 17 A final in the 8s. First place St. Catherine's with a time of 7 minutes 11.73 seconds. In second place Queenwood. In third place Loreto Kirribilli. In fourth place Loreto Turak. In fifth place Pymble Ladies. In sixth place Roseville. In seventh place Loreto Kirribilli. And in 8th place, I think we had Commercial.
Yes. So roaring down the course at the moment is the Championship Men's Under 17-8. The current champion is King's School. The Shore crew has been scratched, so over in lane 3. Is it scratched? In lane 3 from St. Ignatius, we have Luke Bannerman, Luca Laspina, Sebastian Zickerman, Thomas Hartman, Phoenix Graham, Charlie Harrison, Joshua Price, Ambrose Hennessy, Cox by Harrison Boonis. From Shore in lane 4, we have Henry Connick, Edward Kenny, Jordan Elliott, Piers Mendel, Liam McFarlane, Alex Hoskins, Alex Smith, Preston Scott, Cox by Mackenzie Fox. In lane 5 from Radford, we have Rowan Harris, Finney Robinson, Hamish Gaydon, Ewan Gregg, Hamish Whittier, Hamish McKee, Noah Vosen, Joshua Miller, coxed by Ben Heatley. In lane 6, we have a Newington crew. I won't run through the names because they're roaring into the last 250 metres here. In lane 7 from Scots College, and lane 8 is the King's crew, which does look like it is in the lead and may well hold on to its championship place in this race.
That's right, yeah. Some great boats coming out of King's recently. It looks like they're certainly up in front of, looks like either the Radford or the Newington boys, I think.
I think it's the Shore crew, actually. So the Shore crew over, it looks like it's going to be Kings in lane 8, followed by the Shore crew in lane 4. Then in the middle there in lane 5 is the Newington crew. You can see by the distinctive black and white colours. But the crew over on the far side, the St. Ignatius crew, is now giving those Newington boys a good run for their money. They've just upped their rating. They're really pushing hard. Newington still look like they haven't quite realised they need to give it everything they've got at this stage. And the King's crew is coming through to a very strong finish here in lane 8. They all look about twice the size of the rest of the boys out there.
Yeah, that's a great looking boat there. King's finishing strongly in gold medal position. In lane 4, Shore finish, comfortable second. In lane 6, Newington, a little bit of clear water there between them. St. Ignatius up there in lane 3, finishing 4th, and the distinctive yellow and black of Scots in 5th. Radford College bringing up the rear in 6th place.
And coming across the line in lane 5 from Radford College. So a great win there by Kings, and they've retained their championship ownership of the men's under 17 8. So on the course at the moment, we have the women's championship women's under 21 lightweight single scull, and we only have 2 competitors in this race, so hopefully they're going to be close together. And no, I think I have got that wrong because I can see boats spread right across the field. No, sorry, I was correct with that. So they've just come through the
1,000 metre mark.
the 1,500 metre mark. In lane 5 from UTS, we have Sarah Barratry, coached by Haley Chapman and Natalie Legg. And in lane 6, closer to the stand, is from Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, Jazz Ingle, coached by Lincoln Handley. And they do look to be pretty much neck and neck. So although there are only 2 in the race, they are battling it out.
Yeah, this will be close. It's very difficult when there's only 2 competitors in a race this long with so many empty lanes. So they'll stick close together. Wouldn't surprise me if they'll be measuring themselves up into the last 250, 300 metres, and then it'll be a case of who blinks first. We'll see how this goes, but it's very close between the boat from UTS and the boat from Griffith Uni in Surfers Paradise. Jazz Ingle come a long way for this race. Sarah Bertree not so far away at UTS. Wind's still picking up, but I think there's they seem to be quite comfortable, both of them here. Certainly Jazz Ingle on the near side. It's got probably, let's say, kind of a boat and a half length, maybe even a bit more away from the UTS boat of Sarah Bertree. Both scullers seem to be comfortable in their current rate, not particularly high rate, I must admit. Sarah Bertree keeps on looking over her left shoulder just to make sure that she's still in touch.
I suspect with the lead that Jazz has got there, she's just cruising along, making sure she stays well ahead of Sarah. I think Sarah's probably the one doing all the work in this race. And it does look like she's certainly going for a lot of length there.
Yeah. Yes, to be quite comfortable there for Jazz Ingle from Griffith Uni in the red and the yellow and the black. Just raise the rate a little now as she approaches the finish line. In front of the grandstand, raise the rate at least 2 or 3 strokes per minute. And is moving away quite comfortably now from Sarah Barratry at UTS. Last 10 strokes for Jazz Ingle. So in the women's under 21 lightweight single B final, Jazz Ingle from Griffith University at Surfers Paradise takes it from Sarah Bertree from UTS.
And on the course coming through the 1,000 metre mark at the moment is the Championship Women's Under 21 Lightweight Single Scull. Representing ANU in lane 1 is Charlotte Ryan, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 2 from Loreto Marriottville, Victoria Binns, coached by Tom Duenbros. In lane 3 from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Kate Oliver. And in lane 4 from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Sophie Robinson. In lane 5 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgiliopoulos, coached by Lincoln Hanley. In lane 6 from Sydney, Laura Seifer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Jonathan Check. In lane 7 from Sydney, Liesl Page, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Check. And in lane 8 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook, coached by Lincoln Hanley.
Turn your attention now to the pontoon, the men's under 17-8. In third place, Newington College, Edmondson, Carnegie, Elliott, Tetley, Bulakis, Mitchell, Cameron Tavendale, Fuller and Cox, Elvis Johnson.
And in between the presentations, we'll just talk through this race coming down the course as well. Out there in lane 5, Olivia Georgiliopoulos looks to have a handy lead, and she's battling it out with Liesl Page and Laura Seifer over here in lanes 6 and 7. Over the far side, whether the Victoria Binns from Loreto Marriottville will catch up, we're not quite sure. We might quickly squeeze in the silver medalists.
And from Shaw, silver medalists in the men's under 17s 8s. Cornick, Edward Kenny, Jordan Elliott, Piers Mendel, Liam McFarlane, Alex Hosking, Alex Smith, Preston Scott, and Cox Mackenzie Fox.
And as could be expected on the course, this is a very exciting finish to the women's under 21 lightweight single scull. Closest to us, it does appear that Liesl Page is going to take this probably by half a boat length over Olivia Georgiliopoulos, and then followed by Laura Seifer in third place. And will Laura hold Olivia off? Yes, she has by half a boat length there. She's followed across by Sophie Robinson, and on the far side then by Victoria Binns, then by Kate Oliver, and it could be a photo for the last. No, it's over here, Olivia Cook from Griffith Uni and Charlotte Ryan from the ANU, and we'll just quickly return to the medal presentation as the rain comes in.
Sorry, gents. This is the gold medal winners of the men's under 17-8. The winners from King's School, Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zhu, Lewis Todd, Alfred McLennan, Samuel Hines, Anton Thiel, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and the Cox Danis Galvins.
And so the women's under 21 single scull, Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club, won in 8 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.79, followed closely by, with a margin of 2.29 seconds, from Sydney also, Laura Seifer, then Olivia Georgilopoulos from Griffith University in third place. And on the course at the moment, we have the men's under 21 lightweight single scull. They're bringing the rain along with them. Over in lane 1 from Sydney University, we have Benjamin Bowman, coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lorich. In lane 2 from Canberra, Alex Tomanovitz, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Tom Hayes. In lane 3 from Toowong, Sam Parry. In lane 4 from Canberra, Ethan Toscan. In lane 5 from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Angus Painter. In lane 6 from Canberra, Derek Hayes. In lane 7 from Melbourne University, William Tozer. And in lane 8 from Canberra, Jackson Boyd. So it does look to be, to me, a battle between Sam Parry and Angus Painter. So Angus does look to have a slight lead over Sam Parry. So Angus is in lane 5, Sam is in lane 3, and in between them, Ethan Toscan is working hard to try and catch up and hopefully push through if he can.
Yeah, of all the boat classes, the men's lightweight single final, the weather has arrived. The wind is here, the rain is here. You can see it squalling down the course. As an ex-lightweight myself, I would have loved a wet and rainy 2,000-metre race. That's just exactly what you need. But yes, it looks like Angus Painter from Tasmania University Boat Club is holding on to the lead there, just away from Sam Parry from Toowong. As they approach the last 300 metres, Angus Painter in the red and black seems to have a comfortable lead. But the boat between that splits them both is Ethan Toscan from Canberra. So as they approach the finish line, boat in lane 5, Tasmania University Boat Club, Angus Painter. He's going to cross the line with some clear water between him and silver medal place. A boat length, maybe 2 lengths in front. Well done, Angus. Sam Parry from Toowong takes silver medal. And Canberra's Ethan Toscan, coached by David Frameno, takes the bronze. Some way behind in lane 2. Boat from Canberra, Alex Tomanovich is in 4th. In 5th from Sydney University, Benjamin Bowman. In 6th from Melbourne Uni, William Tozer. In 7th from Canberra, Jackson Boyd. And in 8th from Canberra is Dara Hayes. So the unofficial results of race 79, the men's under 21s lightweight single. In 1st place, Angus Painter from TUBC. In 2nd place, Sam Parry from Toowong. In 3rd place from Canberra, Ethan Toscan. 4th place, Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra. In 5th place from Sydney University, Benjamin Bowman. In 6th place from Melbourne University, William Tozer. In 7th place from Canberra, Jackson Boyd. And also from Canberra in 8th place is Dara Hayes.
And that was a time of 7 minutes 25.71. Now coming through the 1,000 metre, the last 500 metre is the B final for the Championship Women's Under 23 Lightweight Single Scull. In lane 4 from Drummoyne, Eve Timms, coached by Robin McNair and Graham Gardner. In lane 5 from Mercantile, Olivia Evans, coached by Alistair Matthews and Michael McKay. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Demetria Kyriakopoulos, with the same Alistair and Michael coaches. And in lane 7 from Sydney, Nadine Johnston Araujo, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. And it does look from up here through the mist of the rain that Eve Timms from Drummoyne could have the lead, but she's battling it out with Olivia Evans. Eve Timms, of course, coached by Robin McNair and Graham Gardner over there at Drummoyne. They do fantastic work and enormous depth of experience.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
And coaching at the community club level, which we all like to see.
But not much in this for... Not much in this in the B final between Evie Timms and Olivia Evans. Still 2.5 seconds between them. Bit of a distance back between the boat from Mercantile and Nadine Johnson from Sydney. is some way behind the leading three. But Olivia still in contention. And as the rain comes down, looks like Olivia's given that a bit of a push on Evie.
So as they're coming into the last 150 metres there, it's a comfortable lead by Olivia, Evie Timms from Drummoyne.
Evie Timms.
And a couple of one, maybe 2 boat lengths back to Olivia Evans, and then quite some distance back to Demetria Kyriakopoulos, and out the back there's Nadine Johnston. We'll shortly come to the presentation of the women's under 21 lightweight single scull, but Evie Timms there has just done a fantastic finish. Unofficial time of 8 minutes 18.77, followed by Olivia Evans from Mercantile. Then Demetria Kyriakopoulos from Mercantile, and they will be followed across the line by Nadine Johnson from Sydney. And sorry to keep you waiting in the rain there, ladies, but the presentation for the women's under 21 lightweight single scull. Bronze medal in 3rd place, representing Griffith Uni, Sydney, Surfers Paradise, Olivia Georgiliopoulos. Yeah, from Sydney University, the silver medalist from Laura Seifer, and the under 21 lightweight single champion, Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. Congratulations to all our medal winners, and our apologies you have to wait out there in the rain.
And on the course, we have race 81. It's the championship women's under 23 lightweight single, sponsored by Bentley's. And as the rain comes down, please make your way to the tent for something to eat and a drink. The course, the lineup is in lane 1 from Adelaide Uni, Isabel Watson. In lane 2 from Centenary is Jessica Malcolm. In lane 3 from ANU and last year's 3rd place winner Alexandra Moylan. In lane 4 from Centenary, Sophie Malcolm. In lane 5 from Sydney, and last year's winner in this event is Grace Seifer. In lane 6 from Mersey, Hannah Tippett. In lane 7 from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley. And in lane 8 from Banks, Anitia Di Cosmo.
Okay, we'll just squeeze in the quick medal presentation for the championship men's under 21 lightweight single scull. The bronze medal goes to, representing Canberra, ACT, Ethan Toscan, coached by David Ferramano. Silver medalist from Toowong, Sam Parry. And the gold medalist champion from Tasmanian University Boat Club, Angus Painter. Congratulations.
And there's a few competitors in this race on the course at the moment, race 81, the women's under 23 lightweight single. All competed in last year, so it looks like at the moment from this angle, looks like Alexandra Moylan in lane 5, who finished 3rd last year. is competing with Grace Cypher, who won this event last year, who might just have a nose out in the lead. And on the nearby from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley in lane 7.
I think it's going to be a battle for third place here. Well, for first and second, and for third and fourth.
Yeah, looks like Grace Cypher certainly kind of in the lead, but she's getting pushed by on her right by it looks like Alexandra Moylan from ANU. But as they approach the finish, we will see. It's going to be a close finish here, I think. We've got a push from the boat in lane 3. Alexandra Moylan finished third last year. Looks like she'll go one better here at least. Then she's winding up to the finish, and she's pushing the boat in lane 5. Grace Cypher, last year's winner, right till the very, very last stroke. Who's going to take it? It's very close. Grace Cypher just wins there for Sydney from ANU's Alexander Moylan. In lane 4 from Centenary, the third place, Sophie Malcolm. In lane 7 from Corio Bay is fourth, it's Maggie Foley. Fifth in lane 6 from Mersey's Hannah Tippett. Centenary's Jessica Malcolm is in 6th. And in lane 8 from Banks, Antonietta Di Cosmos is 8th. Let me just get those official results. So in first place, Grace Cypher from Sydney University. In second place, Alexandra Moylan from ANU. In third place from Centenary, Sophie Malcolm. In fourth place from Corio Bay is Maggie Foley. Tasmania's Mersey Club's Hannah Tippett finishes 5th. Adelaide's Isabel Watson finishes 6th. In 7th place, Centenary, Jessica Malcolm, and in 8th place from Banks in Victoria, Antonietta de Cosmos.
And on the course at the moment is the champion men's under 23 lightweight single. In lane 1, across the far side, oh no, I can't see a lane. Oh yes, there he is. Nick Zigita from representing Banks. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, Liam McCoy. Angus Painter was in the previous race, so he's obviously not in this one. He's scratched. In lane 4 from UTS, Harry Curtin. In lane 5 from Toowong, Christian Place. In lane 6 from UTS, Cameron Ogilvie. In lane 7 from Toowong, Jack Bowser. And in lane 8 from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder.
And I think we have a scratch in lane 2 as well. Liam McCoy from the University of Queensland. He looks like to have been scratched as well. So the sculler on the far side in lane 1 from Banks, Nick Seeger. He's on his own, but doesn't seem to be doing too bad. At the moment, as it comes to the 1500, Harry Curtin from UTS seems to be in lead by about a boat length away from Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University. Jack Bowser, the rower from Toowong, is in 3rd. Christian Place 4th. Nick Zita is in 5th, and Cameron Ogilvie is in 6th.
Certainly, Nick over there in the far side has the better water. It's more sheltered from the wind at this stage. But it does look to me like it's Damien Schroeder over this side from Melbourne University battling it out with Harry Curtin from UTS across there in the middle.
I agree. He's had a strong, very strong. Jamie's had a very strong 500 metres there, third 500 metres to. Looks like he's taken the lead from Harry Curtin there.
I think Damien Schroeder here has just taken his rating up as they come into the last 250 metres. So has Harry Curtin.
And Toowong's Jack Bowser is being pulled along by them. He's getting pushed by his compatriot Christian Place. 3rd position in the green and the gold.
Harry Curtin's just taken his rating up as he comes into this last 100 metres.
Can Damien hold on here? Harry Curtin is definitely putting the hammer down.
Giving it everything, and he's making up a little bit of ground. Will he make it though?
Oh, Damien just responds there. The power of the mullet we see again. Takes the win there. a boat length in front of Harry Curtin from UTS. In third place, it's the Toowong boat, and on the far side, a boat from Banks. Yes, looks like Jack Bowser takes third from the Banks boat of Natzi getting fourth. In fifth place from Toowong, Christian Place. And in sixth place, it will be Cameron Ogilvie from UTS.
And that was in a time of 7 minutes 16.96. Now we'll go down to the presentations for the women's under 23 lightweight single. The A final. So bronze medal in third place, representing Centenary from Queensland, Sophie Malcolm, coached by Michael Opstilton. Silver medalists from the ANU ACT, Alexandra Moylan, coached by David Ferramano. And the gold medalist and champion for 2022, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Seifer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Check. Congratulations to our medal winners.
So after that brief rain shower, it looks like to be calmed down. The wind certainly dropped. Lake looks lovely from up here. We've got race 83 on the course now. It's the Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by our friends Croker Oars, current cat champion Huon Boat Club from obviously Tasmania. Georgia Nesbitt won this time last year. On the far side, in lane 1 from UTS, we have Michaela France. In lane 2 from ANU, we've got Annika Reardon. In lane 3 from Huon, Eve Muir. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Georgia Mainscrow. In lane 5 from Huon, Georgia Nesbitt, and last year's winner. In lane 6 from Sydney University, Lucy Coleman. In lane 7 from ANU, we have Sophie Jepateritis. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Annalise Isaac.
And they're just coming up to the 1,000 metre mark. So it does look to be, to me from here, possibly lanes 2 and 4. So that would be Annika Reardon and Georgia Miansaro. But we have a distorted view from here, so we need to wait until both the camera catches them crossing 1,000 metres and they come into our rather blurry vision from up here in the control tower.
Yeah, I think the camera, well, they say the camera doesn't lie, but I think this time it does. I think slightly, I think from here, looks like lane 5, Georgia Nesbitt might be in the lead.
Okay, and while they are battling it out, and it does look very close as they come across the 500 metre line, we have the medal presentations for the championship men's under 23 lightweight single scull, the current champion being Wyatt Batt from Sydney University. The bronze medalist from Toowong, Jack Bowser. Silver medalist from UTS, Harry Curtin. And the gold medalist all the way from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder. Congratulations to all our medalists.
And as the men take their medals, we have the culmination of the women's elite lightweight single scull as they approach the last 250 metres. Looks like Georgia Nesbitt, certainly at the 1500 metre, Georgia Nesbitt was just in front of Georgia Manscrow from Sydney University, followed by Lucy Coleman, also from Sydney University. Georgia Nesbitt from Huon, this event's winner last year.
I think the race is going to be between Georgia Miansaro and Lucy Coleman. I think we have Georgia Nesbitt has a reasonably healthy lead there.
It looks quite comfortable. Certainly a race not as doesn't look like to be quite as frenetic as the third and second place boats, or even the fourth place. Yeah, she looks pretty comfortable there. Just raising the rating now under a bit of pressure from her left, from Lucy Coleman. And as they approach the last 500 metres, the yellow, red and blue of Huon's Georgie Nesbitt. Yeah, relaxing there as she realises she's got this in the bag. Crosses the line. Great row there for silver medal by it looks like Lucy Coleman from Sydney UTS in lane 6. In lane 4 on the opposite side, Georgia Mianscrow takes bronze medal. In lane 2 from ANU, Annika Reardon takes 4th. In 5th in lane 3 from Huon is Evie Muir. In lane 7 from ANU, Sophie Geralapatis. And in lane 8 from Sydney University, Annalise Isaacs. And just bringing up the rear, looks like UTS's Michaela France.
And that was in a time of 7 minutes 46.57. So on the course now, coming up to the 1,000 metre mark, is the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, the B final, again sponsored by Croker Oars. Across in lane 1, we have from Toowong, Austin Dipple. In lane 2, from University of Queensland, Mac Russell. In lane 3, from Banks, Harry Cathcart. In lane 4, from Swan River, Rowan James. In lane 5, from North Est, Connor Ryan. Lane 6, from Swan River, Patrick Burr. In lane 7, from UTS, William Clark. In lane 8, from UTS, Peter Waldersee. And in lane 9, from Sydney University, Wyatt Batt. So interesting, Wyatt's moved, was the under-23 champion last year and is now in the B final. And it does look to be lane 5 in the lead at the moment, which is Connor Ryan. No, that is it. I think Connor's slightly behind. I think that's Rowan James out in the lead there in lane 4.
No, according to the timing, Connor Ryan's got
okay.
it by some way over Patrick Bull. And then Rowan James is in 3rd place. 4th is Harry Cathcart. Very just ahead of Peter Waldersee. William Clark, Wyan Batt and Austin Dimple bringing up the rear. But yeah, not much in the middle of the pack, not much between them. But Connor Ryan seemed to, at the 1500 metre mark, have about almost a 4-second lead. I think that lead's been reduced slightly as they come up to the last 250.
Yeah, I think my confusion was there's no lane 2, so Mac Russell doesn't seem to be in the race. But again, this is going to be a battle for the 2nd and 3rd places, I think. But it does look to be Patrick Boer slightly ahead of his compatriot over in lane 4, Rowan James, both from Swan River.
Yeah, so North Esk and Swan River.
All a bit foreign to us here in Sydney.
Correct, yeah. But yeah, nice scull there from Connor Ryan, the lightweight elite men's single scull. Sponsored again by Croker Oars. The B final, obviously.
Coming through to a very nice, strong finish there.
The boys from Swan River pushing hard and not giving an inch between them. But Conor Ryan takes the win in the B final. Patrick Bohr from Swan River just takes it by about 3/4 of a length from his compatriot Rowan James. Blanket finish for the other places between Wyan Bat. Just takes it, I think, on this side. Gosh, I think Wyan Bat just finished 4th from Harry Cathcart and 5th from Banks. Peter Waldersea in 6th. William Clark in 7th.
And that was in a time of 7:46.57. And Peter Waldersea, you'll be listening to his mellifluous tone a little later this afternoon. Now, we have the presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Single Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. For bronze medal from Sydney University, Georgia Miansaro. The silver medalist from Sydney University, Lucy Coleman. And the gold medalist and champion for 2022 is from Huon, Georgia Nesbitt. Congratulations to all our medal winners.
And we have on the course at the moment, they've already started the A final, obviously, of the men's elite lightweight single scull, sponsored by Croker. Current reigning champion from Toowong, Hamish Parry, is not in the final this year. On the far side, we have from Toowong, David Carter. UTS's Michael McCrea is in lane 2. From Bucks is Alec Patterson. From Mercantile in lane 4 is Red Matthews. All the way from Adelaide in lane 5 is Oscar McGuinness. In lane 6 from ANU is Hamish Harding. University of Queensland, Blaine Heseltine in lane 7. Jack Armitage from Commercial is in lane 8. And Mossman's Sean Murphy is in lane 9.
And I think this is going to be a great race when you look at the names in it, and looking at them as they come down the field now, they look to be pretty much in a relatively straight line right across the course. So they'll be battling it out all the way.
Yeah, we've got some...
Very hard to pick a winner, but it does look at the moment like Alec Patterson may be in the lead. But
yeah,
or is that Red Matthews?
Last year's second place winner, Sean Murphy, is in lane 9. He seems to be up there. Alec Patterson finished 4th last year, and Hamish Harding finished 5th last year. So they're all...
No, it's actually Red Matthews who's out in front. He had a very good win in the heats yesterday.
Yeah, they seem to be. Yeah, that's right.
But it's the straight line's starting to get a curve in it now as they come through the last 500 metres.
Not much in this race at all.
So as they came through the 1500 metre mark, it was Red Matthews, followed by Hamish Harding, then Oscar McGuinness, Alec Patterson, Blaine Heseltine, Jack Armitage, Sean Murphy, Michael McRae and David Carter. But this could change in this last 250 metres because there doesn't seem to be a lot of distance between them.
No, I think they'll have kept their powder dry for the first 1500, and now this is where the race will start. As they come up to the last 250, it does look like the boat in lane 4, Red Matthews, still has got a bit of a lead there, but second place is anyone's guess.
I think Red's been challenged very hard there by Hamish Harding over there in lane 6, and across the other side from Bucks, Alec Patterson.
Yeah, Red's upped his rating quite early there. Has he got enough in the tank to maintain his nose out in front from Hamish? as they approach the last 20 strokes.
I think the push is on from Alec Patterson here. Will he manage to catch
Strong finishes there from all these
Hamish Harding?
three swimmers, yeah. I think the boat in lane 4, Red Matthews.
Oh, it's going. Oh,
takes it. Not boat in lane 6. Hamish Harding finishes second. Really strong finish there, though, from Alex Patterson in lane 3. Lane 7, Blair Heseltine finishes 4th. In 5th place, Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide. In 6th place from Commercial, looks like Jack Armitage. In 7th place from Mossman, Sean Murphy. And from UTS in 8th place, Michael McCrae.
and followed across the line by David Carter. The winning time there, 6 minutes 52.58. That's a fairly cracking time for these conditions.
That's right, yeah. So the official result there of race 85 was the men's elite lightweight single. First place from Mercantile, Red Matthews. Second place from ANU, Hamish Harding. Third from Bucks was Alex Patterson. Blair Heseltine from University of Queensland finished 4th. In 5th was Oscar McGuinness from Adelaide. In 6th from Commercial was Jack Armitage. In 7th place was Sean Murphy from Mossman. In 8th from UTS was Michael McCrae. And in 9th from Toowong was David Carter.
And coming down the course now, in race 86 is the Championship Para Double Scull. The current champion being Kevin Wall from Glebe and Lauren Webber from Balmain. In lane 2, so all these crews are PR3. In lane 2 from Balmain, Lauren Webber and Rebecca Jones. All the Balmain crews are coached by Anne Craig, Barbara Ramjam and Liam James. In lane 3 from Balmain, Mika Kelly and Eleanor Taylor. In lane 4 from ANU and Balmain is Bronte Marshall and Stuart John. In lane 5 from Drummoyne and the University of Queensland, Matt Russell from the University of Queensland and Julia Story, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 6 from Balmain, James Johnson and Stephen Lawler. In lane 7 from Drummoyne, Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. And in lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Lisa Griesel and Kirsten Berry, coached by Jeremy Smith. So the team at Balmain do some great coaching and great work with these para rowers. We're all waiting for them to get their new clubhouse, which will happen one day. And they're coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now, or they've been through the 1,000-metre mark. It is the Drummoyne Uni Queensland crew, which is Mac Russell and Julia Story, followed by Liesl Grosel and Kirsten Berry. And we just have to wait now for them to come into view. But in the meantime, as these the men's elite lightweight single scullers crawl out of their boats after that mammoth effort. So the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull Medal presentation, sponsored by Croker Oars. Bronze medalist from Bucks, Alec Patterson. The silver medalist from the ANU ACT is Hamish Harding, coached by David Ferramano. And the gold medalist and 2022 champion in the men's elite lightweight single scull, representing Mercantile, Red Matthews, coached by Michael McKay. And on the course, coming into the last 250 metres there, we have Mac Russell and Julius Story, is it? Yes, with a very healthy lead in the championship para double scull. They'll be followed across this side by the Lake Macquarie crew of Lisa Greisel and Kirsten Berry. And over in the far side, it does look like it will be the Balmain crew of Lauren Webber and Rebecca Jones. But they may well have to battle it out here with the Drummoyne crew of Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker. But I don't think Janine and Stephanie are going to quite make it. But about to cross the line, we have the Drummoyne composite with Mac Russell representing the University of Queensland and Julia Story. They will be followed by representing Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel and Kirsten Berry. On the far side, coming up to the line from Balmain is Lauren Webber and Rebecca James. They'll be followed across the line by Janine Donovan and Stephanie Walker. Then we have Bronte Marshall and Stuart John. James Johnson and Stephen Lawler have got their last 15-20 strokes to go. And further back in the field, we have the Mika Kelly and Ellie Taylor. There'll be a little while before they get to the line now. And a big cheer to Mika Kelly and Eleanor Taylor.
Okay, we're on the course now. We have race 87, starts to get to the pointy end of things now. This is the championship schoolgirl Ford, sponsored by our friends at the Regatta Shop. Current champions are Kinross Walleroy, who are also represented here today. But in lane one, we have Radford College, Mikhailovich, Keela Cole, Nikita Crabb, and Hannah Hardy, coxed by Stuart Ward. In lane two from Roseville, Shadford, Meany, Coleman, Cox, and their cox, Lucy Thompson. In lane three from PLC Sydney is Alea Steele, Bevington, Arabella Rutherford, and Bailey Winton Murray, coxed by Lily Dukakis. In lane four, good to see Stella Maris College, Wilcock, Carter, Philippa Young, Grace Burke, and coxed by Julia Ungermach. In lane five from PLC Sydney 2, Hannon, Tor Dalcalis, Stella Passin, and Miranda Zabo, coxed by Clara Irving. In lane 6 from St Catherine's, Skeffington, Webber, Hattusis and Castellas, Cox by Charlotte Wads. In lane 7, Kinross, Walleroy, Walsh, McKay, Carter, Kirby, Caro. And in lane 8, Loretto Kirribillis, Howard, Damien, Moran, Fickers and Mietta Jones as the coxer. And in lane 9, St Catherine's, Griffith, Callaghan, Cara and Morgan, Cox by Bellaghan, McGeechan. And they're coming through the 1500 metre mark. Looks like Loretto Kirribilli have got a slight lead over Radford. So Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8. I beg your pardon, it looks like
it's St Catherine's in lane 9, I think.
Yeah, I think it's St Catherine's in lane 9. Over Radford College on the far side.
It could be Loretto Kirribilli as well, just in lane 8 here.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. So it looks like Catherine, looks like our...
looks like the girls on this side of the course are capitalising on the wind that's blowing down.
Yeah, so from this angle, it looks like the near side, the boat from St Catherine's, is in the lead. Unless there's a scratch in lane 9. I think there's a scratch in lane. I think it's Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 who's out in front. It looks like the boat from St Catherine's may have scratched. On the far side, in lane 1, it could be Radford College just from Roseville. And then here we've got Kinross Walleroy in maybe in 4th. But yeah, it looks like the girls from Loretto Kirribilli in lane 8 are some way in front of the boat on the far side from Radford.
And the push is really on as they come into the last 100 metres into the red buoys.
Yeah.
The Loretto Kirribilli crew does look like it's going to hold on.
Yeah, on the far side, it's Radford from Roseville from PLC. And that's it, the last 5 strokes. Loretto Kirribilli take the win in lane 8. On the far side, Radford College, half a boat length away from Roseville in 3rd. A great race there from PLC, 4th. In lane 7 from Kinross, Walleroy. They finished 5th. Stella Maris College finished 6th. A great race for those guys. St Catherine's in lane 6. Finished 7th. Yeah, it looks like we had I think there was a scratch in that race. I think the St Catherine's boat scratched, the second St Catherine's boat scratched. So in race 87, the championship schoolgirls for the final in 1st place in a time of 7 minutes 38.98, Loretto Kirribilli. In 2nd place from the ACT, Radford College. In 3rd place, Roseville. In 4th place, PLC Sydney. In 5th place, Kinross Walleroy. In 6th place, Stella Maris College from the Northern Beaches. In 7th place, St Catherine's. And in 8th place, PLC Sydney.
And down on the pontoon, we'll have the medal presentations for the championship para double scull. The bronze medal goes to Lauren Webber, and I'm not sure if it's Rebecca Jones or Ms. Gallagher. We have 2 different menus here. So it is Gallagher. The silver medalists from Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel and Kirsten Berry. Apologies if we've mispronounced that. And the gold medalists for the championship para double scull for 2022 is Mac Russell from the University of Queensland Boat Club and Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Congratulations to all our medalists.
And the next race on the race course is race 88 to Championship Schoolboy 4. Coming through 1,000 metres, not an awful lot in it. I'll give you a quick rundown of the lane order. On the far lane is Newington 1. In lane 2 is Kings. In lane 3 is St Ignatius 2. In lane 4 is Shaw. In lane 5 is Scots. In lane 6 is St Ignatius 1. In lane 7 is a St Ignatius 4. In lane 8 is Shaw 2. And in lane 9, St Augustine's. And at 1,000 metre mark, there was nothing really between them, between the boats from St Ignatius in lane 6, Scots in lane 5, and Shaw in lane 4. But as they're coming up to the 750 mark, looks like there's an awful lot between them as well. I don't know whether St Ignatius is still maybe just, well, it's very close. St Ignatius, Scots and Shaw are very, very close. Looks like the St Ignatius and Scots are vying for the lead at the moment.
It could be a very close finish, this one. Really battling it out as they come into the last 250 metres there. It does look to me like St Ignatius has got it slightly over Scots, but Scots is starting to really push hard now.
Well, it's very, very close. St Ignatius Scots for gold medal. Shaw probably in third, followed by Shaw's second boat in fourth in lane 8. And as the angle starts to decrease, we'll start to get more of a sense, but from the drone shot we can see above, it is very, very tight.
It's going to come down to the wire, get the camera ready for the photo finish.
Shaw just eking out maybe an inch of stroke. Sorry, Ignatius eking out an inch of stroke on Scots. But as there's Scots raising a bit of a bimble there from Scots there. But as we go to the finish, it's going to be very close. Scots finishing very, very quickly. St Ignatius just hold on. A canvas to St Ignatius from Scots in second place. The Shaw 3 boat, Shaw 1 boat takes it in third position. On the far side, looks like Newington, I think, in fourth. In lane 8, Shaw 2 in fifth. So, race 88. I think I got my boats mixed up in the excitement there. In first place was Scots at a time of 6:37.08. In second place was Shaw, just 0.46 seconds behind. In third place was St Ignatius. In fourth place was Newington. In fifth place was the Shaw second boat. In sixth place was St Ignatius 1. In seventh place was St Ignatius 4. In eighth place was St Augustine's, and in ninth place was the King's 2. So a great race there for the Championship Schoolboys 4, won by Scots. Second was Shaw, third St Ignatius. We move on to the Championship Schoolgirl 8. And it's fair to say I've got some skin in the game here. I'll read you the order as the boats have just started. In lane 1 we have Queenwood 2. In lane 2 we have Queenwood 1. In lane 3 Pimble Ladies. In lane 4 Wesley College. In lane 5 Loreto Toorak. In lane 6 Kinross Walleroy. In lane 7 Loreto Normanhurst. And in lane 8 St Catherine's. In the heats, Wesley College looked to set the pace. Very quick time from them. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Again, this is the first chance a lot of these boats have had to eye each other off. There will be some interesting kind of dynamics going on in the race, certainly in the heats, with boats finishing slowly when they know they've secured a place in the final. So, off the start, it looks like the boat in lane 2, Queenwood 1, and Pimble and Wesley in I think a distinctive blue boat, are all vying for first place. So as they cross the 1,000 metre, it looks like Queenwood's just got their nose in front of Kinross Walleroy. In third place, Loreto Toorak. And in 4th place, Wesley College, but less than 2 seconds behind boats 1 to 5. In 6th place, St. Catherine's, some way behind, getting pushed hard by Queenwood 2 and Loretto Normanhurst.
They're certainly very close as they came across the 1,000-metre mark. There's less than probably 2 seconds between all the first 5 boats. So a real battle going on out there. It's going to be a very exciting finish as they come down to the line. As they come into the last 1,500 metres, I'm sure you'll start to hear the noise. We can see the spectators lining up there ready to scream at them.
I know there'll be a few spectators, parents, probably in the Bentley bar if I know some of them, who will probably emerge for 2 seconds just to cheer their loved ones on. But as I come up to the 1,500 metre mark again, there's very little between Queenwood, Pymble, Wesley, Loretto, Toorak and Kinross Walleroy, looks like it. Loretto, Normanhurst, St. Catherine's and Queenwood 2 have probably dropped off the back of the pack. These 4 boats in the middle of the lane are going to be certainly the strongest contenders.
I think, to me, it looks like it's the boat in lane 6 that could have the slight lead, the Kinross Walleroy boat. But over on the far side, certainly the Queenwood 1 boat. Well, hard to tell. Pymble Ladies is right in there as well.
Coming to the 1,500, Queenwood had a 2.5 second gap from Kinross Walleroy, who had another 2.5 second gap from Loretto Toorak. Wesley College 4th, Pymble Ladies 5th, St. Catherine's 6th, and Queenwood 7th, Loretto Normanhurst 8th. But I think that may have changed. I think there's been a really strong push certainly from Kinross in the last 200 metres. So we'll see how it comes as they come up to the 1750 mark. But it certainly looks like maybe Kinross and Loretto Toorak in the blue boat may have pushed Queenwood out of contention of that gold medal. But as they come up to the final 200 metres, I know that Heidi Boyd and Chloe Driver and Imi Gray, some of the girls in the Queenwood boat, will not give an inch. So last 200 metres now. Going to be very close race, as it always is. Kinross Walleroy just pipped. Queenwood 8 just pipped the Kinross boat last year, so it's bragging rights for this year. First kind of race that some of these boats will have been against each other. Last 20 metres to go, 20 strokes to go. Very close. Queenwood fading a bit there, but certainly Kinross coming strong. Looks like Queenwood are at least a canvas in head. Queenwood take it by a third of a boat. Loretto Toorak just from Wesley College and Pymble Ladies there. Great race there. So Queenwood take first place in a time of 6:37.59, very quick race. Second place, Kinross Walleroy. In 3rd place, Loretto Toorak. In 4th place, Pymble Ladies. In 5th place, St. Catherine's. In 6th place, Queenwood 2. And in 7th place, Loretto Normanhurst.
That was a very strong finish by the Queenwood crew, who basically at the 250 metre mark there took it up and reeled in the Kinross Walleroy crew. Now down to the pontoon, we have a medal presentation for the Championship Schoolgirl 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. The bronze medalists from Roseville, Madeline Shadforth, Sienna Meany, Caitlin Coleman, Abby Cox, and coxed by Lucy Thompson, coached by Hamish McDonald. The silver medalists from Radford College, Alan Mihailovich, Bridget Callacole, Nikita Crabb, Hannah Hardy, coxed by Stuart Ward. And the 2022 Schoolgirl 4 champions, the gold medal from Loretto Kirribilli, Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Lauren Moran, Alyssa Fickers, coxed by Mietta Jones, and coached by Michael Benarius and Elliot Hunt. Congratulations to our medalists in the Championship Schoolgirl 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. And coming down the course now, we have the Championship Schoolboy 8. Again, we won't rattle through all the names because it's quite a few. But on the far side, we have in lane 1 from St. Joseph's. In lane 2, the Shore 2 crew. In lane 3, the King's crew. In lane 4, the Shore 1 crew. In lane 5, the ACGS, which I'm not quite sure what that stands for. In lane 6, St. Kevin's. In lane 7, St. Augustine's. In lane 8, St. Ignatius, and in lane 9, Newington. And I can almost hear the roar from here. Nothing like a bunch of men's 8s screaming down the course.
Yeah, early showing from the drone shot that we've got there. It looks like, I think it's the boat from St. Kevin's in lane 6. It's got a half a length lead on, it could be the boat in lane 7 from St. Augustine's, and ACGS 3rd and Shore in 4th.
I think Kings is the one in the holding second place at the moment. Look like they're starting to push and catch up.
That's right, yeah.
And then it's the Shore crew in lane 4 is also pushing hard. It looks like they're now starting to overtake that crew, the St. Ignatius crew in lane 7, who did have the second place earlier on.
So as they're winding up now, they're coming through the 1500 metre mark. St. Kevin's have got just under a second lead on Kings, who have about 2-second lead of Newington in lane 9, Shore in lane 4, followed in 5th place by St. Jerry's, 6th place St. Augustine's, 7th place is the second Shore boat, 8th is Newington, and 9th is ACGS. Lining up to the finish. Can the boat from St. Kevin's keep that lead?
I don't think they can. It does look like
the
King's
boat
crew has overtaken them.
Absolutely motoring here.
Storming home.
Yeah, taking a foot every stroke on the St. Kevin's boat. So the King's boat in lane
3.
In lane 3.
Yeah, it is. It's King's boat in lane 3. That's their colours, the pale blue.
Eking out. If they keep on this momentum, they'll take half a boat length easily from the boat from St. Kevin's. Good showing from the boat from St. Kevin's in the first 3/4 of the race. Kings in lane 3. A boat length from St. Kevin's in lane 6, just under a boat length. In 3rd place, we'll have Shore.
Photo finish.
Photo between Shore and St. Ignatius there. Very close. 3rd or 4th for either of those boats. That's a photo. And 5th was Newington in lane 9. In 6th was St. Augustine's in lane 7. In 7th place was St. Joseph's in lane 8 at the top of the course. In 8th, in lane 2 was Shore 2, and in 9th, ACGS.
And a cracking pace there in 5 minutes 48.88. So down on the pontoon we have the Championship Schoolboy 4 medal presentation. And the bronze medalists representing St Ignatius, Jack Bannerman, James McNamee, Daniel Morris, Matt Collins, coxed by Oscar Dominguez, coached by Peter Warren. The silver medalists representing Shaw, Lockie Clayton, Charlie Black, James McCready, Benjamin Duddy, coxed by George Bishop. And the 2022 champions, the gold medalists representing Scots, Sam Berkelman, Wyatt Lees, Iwo Ellis, William Jenkins, coxed by Zachary Howell, coached by Jason Baker and Dustin Butler. Congratulations to our medalists.
And if you're waiting on the result of that championship, Schoolboy 8, it's been announced, the official results. Obviously, Kings won it in a time of 5:49.09. St Kevin's were second, but by the smallest margin of the day. Shaw take third place over St Ignatius by 0.01 of a second.
I would call that a dead heat myself.
If I was in the Shaw boat, I'd definitely say we won third. So commiserations there to St Ignatius crew. The smallest margin of anything we've seen all day.
So Nathan, in an 8 race over 2,000 metres to have a margin of 0.01 of a second, how much do you think that'd be? Half a bow ball?
Yeah, probably. If that, really. If that. The smallest of margins. The smallest of margins. But the official race there, race 90, which is the final race of this morning's racing. In first place, Kings, time of 5:49.09. In second place, St Kevin's. Third place, Shaw. In fourth place, St Ignatius. In fifth place, Newington. Sixth place goes to St Augustine. Seventh for St Joseph's. ACG were in eighth. Sorry, ACGS were in eighth, and Shaw's second boat were in ninth.
Do we know what ACGS stands for?
I'm going to guess
it would be a grammar school.
Given the fact that I didn't go to school in this country, I'm going to claim the fifth.
Google might know, bear with me.
But we will move on to the pontoon when they can sort themselves out. The medal presentation for the championship schoolgirl 8.
Okay, they're the Anglican Grammar School from Brisbane, Queensland.
There you go. And as the 8s come in, the championship schoolgirl and schoolboy 8s line up.
There was some great final races in both the schoolgirls and the schoolboys 8s there.
Yeah, despite the weather, I'm quite surprised at how quick the times have been.
It's a bit of a tailwind.
Yeah, obviously COVID's been good for some of these boats. You know, they're moving very quickly.
Nothing like some healthy competition to get them.
Absolutely. Yeah, the margins
keep
have
it
been
all
very
happening.
Low, yeah. There's nothing better than a really tight race, I think.
As an aged master, I like to just sort of get quite a gentle good margin and then cruise rather than have to battle all the way.
Absolutely. As an aged, overweight ex-lightweight, yeah, long gone are my lightweight days. So I take my hat off to all the boys who've been out there in the worst conditions of the morning and in the lightest boat classes. So well done, all the lightweights. Looks like we only have 2 of the boats who finished the championship schoolgirls 8. So on the podium, I can bring your attention to two of the three finalists in the championship schoolgirl 8. In third place and bronze medal from Loreto Turak, we have Scarlett Gunn, Isabel Mello, Stephanie Bear, Isabel Morello, Claire McKeer, Isabel Thompson, Claudia McNee, Tully Walford, and the Cox Jess Raoul. And in silver medal from Kinross Walleroy, we have Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson, Annabelle Woods, Alia Ryan, Lucy Scammell, Lucy Searle, and the Coxed by Georgia Robson. The unsurprising missing crew there was obviously the Queenwood 8, and as the father of a Queenwood girl, it doesn't surprise me that they're not present. Please congratulate me, join me in congratulating the bronze and silver medalists of the Championship Schoolgirl 8 for 2022.
Okay, we're doing the medal presentation for the Championship School Boys 8. I nearly called School Girls 8. The School Boys 8. Just as they all shuffle along there. So, representing Shaw School, the bronze medalists, Lawson Banks, George Chapman, Henry Oxenham, Edward Nutt, Harry Scambler, John Kenny, Corey Sloan, Will Clubb, coxed by James Smith and coached by David Jennings. The silver medalists representing St Kevin's, Sam Chapman, Thomas Hall, Hugo Terzini, William Blythe, Daniel DeMoro, Luke Ryan, Ryan Cornelius, James Hart, coxed by Oliver Lunn. And the 2022 champions for the Schoolboy 8, representing Kings, Nicholas Whalen, Felix Leahy, William Rogers, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Samuel Duggan, Harry Staniforth, Dimitri Duta, coxed by Lawrence Cleave and coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. Congratulations to all our medalists.
And that concludes racing for this morning. We'll start again in about an hour. This is a reminder.
1:45 is the next race.
Just a reminder, Bentley's Bar, which is located on the eastern hill overlooking the course. If you want to go there, the food and beverages are available, including pulled pork soft shell tacos and buffalo chicken wings. For those of you who've got flyers, don't forget, if you've got one of the lucky unique numbers on the back of your flyer, you could receive a complimentary dish. And as a note also, New South Wales is hoping to raise money from the community to purchase trophies for female championship events at the state championships. There's currently an imbalance between male and female trophies, and obviously we wish to rectify this. We're halfway to raising our total of $20,000, so please visit the New South Wales Rowing fundraising page on the Australian Sports Foundation website to donate. That's the Australian Sports Foundation website to donate to rectify the imbalance between female and male state championship trophies for the Sport Rowing New South Wales. So thank you very much, enjoy your lunch, and we'll speak to you at 1:45.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Waldersey. I'll be joined shortly by Michael McRae. And welcome back to the afternoon session of racing here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the State Championships. We have lining up at the start line now the Championship Women's Under 19 Cox 4. They are set off to go off at 1:45 and are running just slightly behind time, so there will be a second before they get off. They're just lining up at the start line now. Whilst I have your attention, however, I'll just a quick reminder that if there are any substitutions or withdrawals, to please complete them over at boat shed number 1. Also, we have the kiosk down behind the grandstand for any refreshments you might want, as well as the Bentley's bar, which looks pretty packed at the moment, which is fantastic to see just to the left-hand side of the grandstand. That'll be great for any fun or refreshments you might need, as well as food that will be served there, some pulled pork rolls, I believe, which sound great. So plenty to do here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And lining up on our Bont live stream, we have the Championship Women's Under 19 Cox 4. This is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Another great store you can see at the back of the grandstand. If you want any official merch for the event, some fantastic stuff there. In lane 2, we have Loretto Kirribilli, Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Lauren Moran, and Elisa Fickers. And they are coxed by Caitlin Gately. In lane 3, Pimble Ladies 1, Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, and Lillian Huntley. And they are coxed by
Pimble
Marie
Ladies
Kahn.
1.
In lane
Pimble
4,
Ladies
Pimble Ladies 3, we have Catherine
Kinross Walleroy
Gavigan,
2.
Bianca Old,
Mossman Composite.
Amy Naughty,
Queenwood.
Nauto, my apologies, and Lucy Miller.
Attention.
And they are coxed by Carolina Yemmer. In lane 5, Kinross Walleroy 2, Bridie Walsh, Hannah McKay, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby. They are coxed by Jade Caro. In lane 6, Mossman Composite, Philippa Young, Claudia Galligan, Lillian Hyde, Grace Burke, and they are coxed by Monica Dunstan. In lane 7 from Queenwood, we have Angela Hahn, Imogen Gray, Madeline Nicole, and Chloe Driver, and they're coxed by Lucy Anderson. And there's some familiar names in that Queenwood crew, as well as some of the other crews there. So it will probably be a good race, this one, to watch. And they are underway. They have not quite hit the 500-metre mark, so it's hard to
Race
see
92,
exactly where all
Heat 2
the
of the
cards have fallen,
Championship
but
Women's
they
Under
are
19
48,
Cox
49
4.
seconds through this race.
Pimble
race
Ladies
number
4,
91.
lane
And it is a
3.
first 4 progression, so
Kinross
1, 2, 3
Walleroy.
and 4 will go through, meaning 2 crews will miss out in this heat.
Thanks, Pete. It's great to be back for this afternoon session of racing here here on the Saturday of the 2022 Rowing New South Wales Championships. And as race 91 comes down, the first heat of the Championship Women's Under 19 Cox 4, spectators will note that the wind conditions have shifted. Fortunately, the crews are on the water enjoying quick times, bit of a tail breeze, blowing fairly up and down the course in the right direction for some fast conditions. So our athletes this afternoon will be relishing those conditions. So Peter, through the first 500 metres of Heat 1 of the Championship Women's Under-19 Cox 4, we had Queenwood, that crew coming through that marker in a time of 1:47. 3 seconds, which is about a boat length for a 4 back to Pymble Ladies College 1. That's the crew of Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn and Lillian Huntley and their Cox Marion Khan. And then in third place at that stage was a composite crew of Mossman, Philippa Young, Claudia Callahan, Lillian Hyde and Grace Burke and their Cox Monica Dunstan. And just the crews are coming through the 1,000 metres now, and Queenwood seem to have maintained their lead. In fact, they've opened up that lead on Pymble Ladies by a couple of seconds. And Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2 have moved into third place.
Yeah, right you are, Michael. And it's we've talked about it before, but it's good seeing these underage races over 2 kilometres, because I believe under 17 is the first time they do 2K racing. It's a very different discipline to 1K racing, a different aerobic capacity you're using. So the 1K mark, although can be quite definitive in open racing, for these underage stuff, you really have to take it with a grain of salt. So Queenwood do have quite a commanding lead there at the 1K, but it'll be interesting to see as they come through the 1500 and let alone the 1750 when we get a bit of a better view where the cards fall on that one.
Thanks, Peter. And as you've mentioned, the qualification in this race is that 1, 2, 3 and 4 across the line will progress through to the final, which is race 112 on your program, which will be about 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. In any event, 2 crews from this race will miss out. So the real race is going to be between that 4th and 5th position. But you would think at the moment that Queenwood, Pymble Ladies, Loretto and the second Pymble Ladies crew of Catherine Cavonia, Bianca Auld, Amy Naito and Lucy Miller and their Cox Carolina Yemma have done enough to hold off that crew from Kinross Walleroy, and that's the crew of Bridie Walsh, Hannah McKay, Sally Carter, Ella Kirby and Jade Caro. Crews are through the 1,500 metres now, Pete, and Queenwood, Pymble 1, Mossman, Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Kirribilli look to qualify at this stage. So, as I said, the race is going to be between Loretto Kirribilli at this stage and Pymble Ladies 3. That's the crew of Gavania, Auld, Naito, Miller and Yemma for that all-important qualification space.
Yeah, Michael, with a 1.95 second margin at the 1,500, it will be a good race for that final qualifying spot. And I stand corrected when I said these underage crews are often the order changes from the 1K in 2K racing. It seems like it's very, very similar to the 1K mark at the 1,500. So it is still Queenwood out in front with, you could say, a commanding lead over Pymble Ladies College with 5.5 seconds. I'm sure they will still be very aware of that Pymble crew, but a good lead nonetheless, something that they can work on. It looks like the Queenwood crew is taking the rate down quite a bit just to maintain that lead in the heat, so they're not too tired for the final, let alone other races they might have. But Michael, we turn our attention to the 4th, 5th and 6th places now, as they're the important places. It looks like Pymble is raising their rate just to give that challenge back to Loretto Kirribilli, but will it be enough?
Well, Peter, I'm looking at Pymble Ladies in lane 4, and that's that all-important 4th spot. So Queenwood in 1, Pymble in 2, Mossman in 3. So it looks as though that Pymble Ladies crew in lane 4, that's Cavania, Auld, Naito, Miller and Yemma, will unfortunately miss out on the qualification, as will that crew from Kinross, Walleroy, Walsh, McKay, Carter, Kirby and Caro. But Pete, the spectators in the stands this afternoon are being treated to some quality overlapping racing, and it's fantastic to see, even in these younger age categories, how competitive this regatta has turned out to be.
Yeah, Michael, we have talked about the New South Wales State Champs as being a sort of nationals warm-up, as we do get a lot of interstate people coming out and really competing quite well, which is a positive and a negative. It's a negative because we do have really competitive racing, as seen in some great races before, you know, the lightweight single where everyone went under 7 and things like that. But by the same token, we also see some really, really tight racing as we get the best all over the country coming to New South Wales to compete. Such a great regatta centre here at Cirque.
Pete, race 92 is on the course. It's the second heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4. Sponsored by the Regatta Shop is this event. Similarly, we're going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the final later on this afternoon, and that's race 112. And the remainder will be eliminated. So in this race, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews competing. So we've got some time, so I'll run through the crews very quickly. Representing Pymble Ladies College, Macy Leahy, Chloe Luxford, Stephanie Wood, Polly Sargent and their cox Eliza Gothard. In lane 4 from Kinross Wallaroy, Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson and their cox Angus Peterson. In lane 5 from Roseville, Eloise Baird, Sienna Meany, Caitlin Coleman and Abby Cox and their cox is Lucy Thompson. In lane 6 also from Pymble Ladies College, Mia Booth, Tilly Morgan, Charlotte Hutton and Freya Carmody, their cox is Serena Lung. And finally from Loreto Marriottville in South Australia, Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino and Victoria Binns, and their cox is Charlotte Lang.
Thank you, Michael. And again, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression rate with, I believe, 5 crews here. So a little easier there, as there's only 1 crew to get eliminated here, as opposed to the last race where there was 2. However, at this point, it looks like it'll be that crew on the near side, Loreto Marriottville, that will be leading the race ahead of Kinross Wallaroy in second place, then followed by Pymble Ladies 4 and then Pymble Ladies 2. So Roseville there just trailing out the back will need to have a good push in this last 250 metres just to get ahead of this Pymble Ladies 2 crew. But indeed in that fantastic tandem, we have Loreto Marriottville just putting on a bit of a masterclass as they take the rating down, going nice and long.
Looking fantastic coming over the line are Loreto Marriottville, and a deserved victory there in this the second heat of the Women's Under-19 Cox Quad. The 4, my apologies. Kinross Wallaroy coming in second place, followed by Pymble Ladies College and their colleagues in lane 6, also from Pymble, will come in 4th place. So a handsome tail breeze now, Pete, ushering our crews over the line. And Roseville coming in 5th place. Commiserations, that crew won't be progressing.
Yeah, Michael, the tail breeze looks fantastic, doesn't it? Looks like it's just straight down the course, gives the rowers and the boats a little bit of a push along, which does make the rowing easier if you can be efficient and long. It just means you're able to tick it along a little bit easier.
Peter, we have race 93 on the course now, the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-19 Coxed 4. This event is also sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Been reliably informed by our Regatta Secretary today that all crews in this heat will progress through to the final because we've had a scratching in another race. To run through the crews, we have in lane 2 from Scots, Angus Tremlett, George Calagiros, Max Baldassare, Ned Houghton, and their cox is William Chang. Also from Scots, Ducha Taylor, Carter Evans, William Dimitroulis, and Lachlan Moore. Their cox is Jack Ohm, and their coach is Michael Probert. Representing the King's School in lane 4, Angus Smith, Peter Zagas, Joel Bradford, and Lachlan Wong, and their cox is Thomas Seaton Cooper, and their coach is Matthew Orpin. Representing St Joseph's in lane 5 is Oliver Maroulis, Quinn Dickinson, Joe Manglesdorf, and Charlie Hine. Their cox is Harrison Tong. And finally in lane 6, representing the King's School, James Davis, Julian Burke, Alex Bush, and Sam Thompson. Their cox is Henry Fagan, their cox is Robert Black.
Thanks, Michael, and some good crews there. Robert Black doing a fantastic job with the King's School there, so that will probably be a crew to watch out for, and a great man as well. So we see coming through the probably 1,000 metre mark, 1,500 metre mark, it looks like it will be that far crew of Scots 4, coming in at 5 minutes 13, and then St Joseph's followed by King's 2, followed by King's 4. And now again, Michael, as you said, all these crews will progress, which is good. So the race is not as on as it was in the previous crews, but they'll still be out there for bragging rights. So we will see how they progress through the 1750.
Well, thanks, Pete. And as you said, all crews will progress, but they don't know that out there. So the race is still on for sure, and it's a good chance for these guys to have a hit out before the final later on this afternoon.
And coming into the last 100 metres, it looks like it will be Scots 4. Now they will be in lane 2 and they will be leading this race and will probably take this one out, followed by St Joseph's. And then it will be the 2 King's crews. So those 4 should progress. Now my apologies, I did say earlier that all will progress. There is a Scots crew that has joined Scots 2. Unfortunately, in 5th place will not progress through to the final. And with that Scots crew, that finalises our Heat 1 of the Men's Championship Under 19 Coxed 4. We now draw our attention to the Championship Men's Under 19 Coxed 4 Heat 2, also sponsored by the Regatta Shop. We also have a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression in this race. So those first 4 will progress to the final. They're coming through the 1,000 metre mark now. In lane 1, my apologies, in lane 3, we have Kings 3, Lachlan Smith, Axel Lineman, Isaac Rumble, and Daniel Wall, coxed by Aidan Tran. In lane 4, we have Scots 3, Ewo Ellis, William Jenkins, Sam Berkelman, and Wyatt Lees, coxed by Zachary Howell. In lane 5, St Joseph, Jackson Gerso, Tom Summers, James Fredrickson, and Maxim Maloney, coxed by Gabriel Lucarelli. In lane 6, Kings 1, James Farrington, Aston Purdon, Ishan Shalika, and Wilbur Blacksland, coxed by Max Collis. And finally, in lane 7, we have Scots 1, Jay McKenzie, Jack Pinn, Hugh Hendrickson, and Henry Pursehouse, coxed by Felix Vanderdonk.
Now, we were saying in the previous race that all 4 would progress and there was 5 crews. We have gotten that mixed up, and this is the crew where we have had a scratch. That is the Scots 1 crew in lane 7. We do still have the Scots 3 crew in lane 4. So these 4 crews will all progress to the final, finishing 1, 2, 3 and 4. However, as we said earlier, they don't know that, so they will still be racing and they'll still be putting in their top effort. To try and also get a good lane draw for that final race, which will be race 113. And coming into the 1500 metre mark, it will be Kings 1 in a time of 5 minutes 15.05, followed by St Joseph's 2.03 seconds behind. In third place, Scots 3 will be 4.23 seconds behind. And in fourth place, Kings 3, 9.36 seconds behind them. So at this point, it looks like Kings will have a bit of a commanding lead. However, St Joseph's will want to bring that back on them in the final 250 metre mark. And we will get a better picture of this as they come through the 100 metre mark, which will be marked by the red boys. Coming into the final 100 metres, it looks like it is St Joseph's that has taken it back to Kings. I believe it's St Joseph's leading at this point of the race. They have led Kings now. They would have had a very, very brave last 250, and they will be ahead. They've just got their bow ball in front. Crossing the line, St Joseph's first place. Kings School second, just narrowly. So a fantastic push from St Joseph's to be behind the whole race. In this 2 kilometre race, in that last 250 metres, just edging their nose in front. Really brave rowing from them. And finally followed by Scots in lane 4. Just taking the rate down a little bit, keeping in front of the other King's School who are racing to the line there in lane 3. But congratulations to all sweepers there. And that's in an unofficial time of 6 minutes, 57 seconds. So pretty quick conditions.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the Bont live stream now and coming down the course is race 95, which is the first heat of the Championship Men's Under 21 8. The progression in this race is 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the final in race 115, and the rest are eliminated. This has been a huge event. We've got 2 heats almost entirely stacked. In fact, each with 8 crews. So I'll run through the starting list just because they're a fair way off yet and too tight to call at this stage. So in lane 1, representing Scotch College Victoria, Josh Mitchell, Lachlan Clark, Cooper Lord, Campbell Findlay, Alessandro Maro, Sebastian Krikidis, Sterling Keogh and Benjamin Marchant, and their cox is Maxwell Findlay. In lane 2, representing St Kevin's, Lucas Jackson, Matisse Kerr, Vincent Vukasovic, Maximus Raffaniello, Lachlan Degaris, James Berry and Noah Spiteri, and their stroke, I should say, is Charles Fogarty, and their cox is Nafez Toke. In lane 3 is a composite crew of Sydney Rowing Club Nepean, Thomas Whalen, Miles Harold, William Delaney, Thomas Livingston, Angus Aitken, Thomas Hart, Declan Glendenning, Bradley Graham, and their cox is Teresa Harris. In lane 4 there is a canned composite crew. This crew is comprised of rowers from Canned Rowing Club, Toowong Rowing Club and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. The crew is made up of Ben Horsnall, Max Taylor, Mackenzie Branch, Jared Lord, Darcy Water, Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley and Mitch Salisbury, and their cox is John O'Cook. In lane 5 there's a Sydney University crew, Benjamin Bowman, Hugo Hobbs, Alexander Page, Hamish Dank, Sam Bristow, Digby Leahy, Ryan Gibson, Henry Ryan, and their cox, Ben Dewhurst. In lane 6 from the King's School, Nicholas Whalen, Felix Leahy, William Rogers, Rory Menzies, MacArthur Bucknell, Sam Dugan, Harry Stanifirth, Dimitri Duta, and their cox, Lawrence Cleve. In lane 7, representing Mercantile, they're on the screen now, Liam Burke, Jake Polkinghorn, Ben Strang, Zach Crawley, Flynn Stimpson, Austin Reinhardt, Dom Frederico, and Joshua Bortolucci, and their cox is Hayley Verbunt. And finally in lane 8, a crew from Kings, Campbell Wickham, Ethan Zhu, Lewis Todd, Alfred McLean, Samuel Hines, Anton Teal, Tom Whalen, Charles Baker, and their cox, Danis Golvins. Now, Pete, they're coming through the 1,500 metres any second now. What have we got? Looks like a tight race in our hands.
Yeah, it certainly is, Michael. So it's, to be honest, too close to call at this point. And as they come through the 1,500, it will just be Mercantile in front of St Kevin's, but it's a 0.47 margin, followed by 1.3, followed by 1.1, 0.71, 1.8. So that's through the 1,500, which is a fantastically tight margin. That will be Mercantile, St Kevin's, Sydney University, Kings 1, 5th, I'm not too sure, Canned, Composite, and then Scotch College. So really, really good racing, Michael. Through the last 100, this will be too tight to call.
Isn't that a fantastic image, ladies and gentlemen, we have on our Bont live stream? We've got 5/8s going neck and neck through the final 500 metres of a 2 kilometre race, and isn't that fantastic? So these crews will comprise, of course, first 8s. There will be there's crews from clubs, composite crews. It's all to play for, ladies and gentlemen, in this, the first heat on the men's championship under 21-8. And only 4 will progress. So the top 5 crews that you'll see on the screen now are throwing everything at it, and it's all to play for, even as they come into the last 100 metres, ladies and gentlemen. There's a push from the Sydney Composite in lane 3. And then, it's very close. Mercantile looking good over here in lane 7 as well. That 4th position is too tight to call. It's perhaps just Kings in lane 6, just off the pace. There's Sydney Rowing Club going for it. That Griffith Uni Canned Composite up there as well. I don't want to call this one. Very close indeed.
Yeah, Michael, that just sounded like one big horn. I'm not too sure who got that one. I think it might have just been Kings missing out. 3rd and 4th, I'm not too sure, between Sydney University and Cannes. 2 fantastic crews there. I'm not too sure about that one, Michael. And then the Scotch College, followed by St Kevin's.
And a crew from King's School in lane 8, just coming over the line now to complete a fantastic race of extremely high calibre.
And the Bont rowing replay here, Michael, we can see, as you see that photo finish, that's a bit too close to call for me there. That's bow ball to bow ball.
Nothing in it for that 3rd position.
Now, luckily, those 2 crews will both progress, but I'm not brave enough to call that one. It says that it's Canned, then Sydney University, but I think it might have been closer than 0.4 seconds, Michael. I would say 0.0 something.
But would you look at those margins? 0.3, 1.07, 1.75.
0.02 of a second unofficially. Canned got over Sydney University by 0.02 of a second. We'll have to wait and see for the official results, because I believe that'll be a photo finish.
Oh, Wooshka, what a race.
That was
but the good news is that we're doing it all again in Heat 2. So this is the second heat. Race 96 is on the course now for the championship men's under 21-8. Looking forward to it. If it's anything like that last race, we're in for another cracker. In lane 1, representing the King School, Angus Wickham, Felix Douglas, Ben McKenna, Nicholas Witheridge, Fraser Waite, Cameron Webster, Tom Watts, Angus Murrell and their cock Sebastian Kladnig. In lane 2, representing Melbourne University, Liam Leslie, Archie Clooney's Ross, Massimo Maro, Mitch Williams, Joe Bryant, Thomas Hearding, Benjamin Simons, Felix Oliver and their cocks Sam Babbage. In lane 3 is a Mercantile composite crew of rowers from Mercantile and Ballarat City Rowing Club. The crew is comprised of William Bankovich, Jack Ivers, Jackson Morrish, Hamish Nicol, Charlie Clark, William Gilbert, Edward Finlay, Benjamin Whitney and Cox by Jemima Howell. In lane 4, representing the Shaw School is Nick Mayfer, Noah Holt, William Wolfe, Hunter Shepherd, Tom Galligan, Tom Hebble-White, Thomas Waite, Charlie Marshall and their cocks Jeremy Warburton. In lane 5 from Scotch College Victoria 1, Thomas Genovese, Will Cowan, George Burney, Josh Booth, Henry Strang, Charlie Green, Christopher Lutzis and Maxim Jeremijenko, coxed by Angus McCluskey. In lane 6, representing St Kevin's, Sam Chapman, Thomas Hall, Hugo Terzini, William Blythe, Daniel DeMauro, Luke Ryan, Ryan Cornelius, James Hart and their cocks Oliver Lunn. In lane 7, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Bo Nicholas, Joe Lynch, Oliver St Pierre, Patrick Burke, David Campbell, Brandon Smith, Nicholas Pender, Joshua Wilson and their cocks Ryder Taylor. And finally in lane 8 from Wesley College, Edwin O'Donnell, Leo Bakuk, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk, Connor Watson, Khaled Mashney, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle and their cocks Josh Furferkrantz.
Thank you, Michael, and a real good selection of rowers there. I would imagine that Mossman crew would be quite difficult to beat. That's a real experienced crew. However, it does look like we have two crews ahead. That's the Scotch College crew and I believe the Melbourne University crew. So a tough race here. As they come through the final 1500 metre mark, I would just like to quickly take the opportunity to remind everyone that the Bentley's Bar is situated just to the left of the grandstand, and that is open to absolutely everyone, the general public. I think there's been a bit of confusion, but if you want a drink, go to the Bentley's Bar. I'll certainly be there tomorrow. I'll see you guys there. But if you guys are a bit thirsty after some refreshments, please do go for the Bentley's Bar. That is open to absolutely everyone. So turning our attention back here to Heat 2 of the men's under 21-8, it is, at this point, I believe it was Mercantile, my apologies, Scotch College out in front of Melbourne University, then Mossman. Now that Mossman crew, as us Welshmen would know, is full of some very experienced oarsmen. So to see this Melbourne University and Scotch College crews out in front really fighting for that lead is really impressive, and a great showing of the programs that they're running there at both respective clubs. And it looks at this point like it will be Scotch College just narrowly over Melbourne University, and then the Mossman crew that is being hunted down here by lane 8. Now that's lane 8, Wesley College is hunting down that Mossman crew. Will that be too little too late from them? But it will be the Scotch College, followed by Mercantile. Melbourne University, Mossman and Wesley. It will be Mossman just narrowly over Wesley, followed by Mercantile. And then finally King's School, and a fantastic race again. And we just have the, I believe St Kevin's crew is the final crew to come over the line. But again, Michael, we're treated to an absolute delight of a Heat 2. So just a reminder that the final for that will be race 115, and judging off the two heats.
It's all to play for. And do you know what the good news is, Peter? Race 95 was won by that Mercantile composite in a time of 5:48.92. Race 96, the second heat, was won by the Scotch College Victoria crew in a time of 5:48.66.
So Michael, that will be, I'm going to call it now, that will be the best final of the day, I would
could
say.
be the best race of the day.
That will be eight eights just in a line. That's not one I want to race. That will be tight.
So look forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. For the moment now, we return to women's sculling. On the 2 kilometre starting blocks is the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 double scull. In lane 2, representing Tara, Krishna Panika and Suhanya Jarasuria. They're coached by Graham Gardner and Kate Crampton. In lane 3, from Grafton, McKenna Waring and Zoe Raywood, coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. In lane 4, from Tara, Natalie Eaton, Jemima Simpson, and they're coached by Graham Gardner and Kate Crampton. In lane 5, representing Penrith, Arabella Logan and Alyssa Hotz, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 6, from Grafton High School, Sophie Hinterholtz and Letitia Black, coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. In lane 7, from PLC Sydney, Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton Murray, coached by Felix Dio. And finally, from Radford College ACT is Coco Gunther and Anvi Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, just awaiting race 97 to come down a bit closer to the grandstand, I'll take this opportunity to run through some reminders. If you have any substitutions or withdrawals to make, can you please lodge them on Rowing Manager, or the printed forms can be found at Boat Shed 1, that's the Rowing New South Wales shed. The Lakeside restaurant, which is of course the kiosk, is open every day from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. And including Sunday for food and refreshments. So do come out if you are here at the Penrith area. The other thing to say is that Rowing New South Wales is hoping to raise money from the community to purchase trophies for our female championship events at these state championships. There's currently an imbalance as between male and female trophies, and management for Rowing New South Wales is hoping to rectify that, and so we're already halfway to a $20,000 I suppose goal for that appeal. So do visit the Rowing New South Wales website or the fundraising page on the Australian Sports Foundation website to donate to that. Of course, I've mentioned this already, but the Kings and Queens Cup dinner is on Thursday the 24th of March 2022 at UTS Habfield Rowing Club. So do get online and get your tickets for that. And of course the Bentley's Bar is in full swing, and I can see that it's attracting a fair crowd, so do make sure you get through the afternoon heat by recharging your glasses over there. And also a thanks to our sponsors and our merchandisers for this afternoon, the Regatta Shop, which is the official merchandiser of the state championships. It's located just near the kiosk. Pontoon Sports and 776 BC are there as well. Boomalaka and Strike Recovery, a shout out to them. And Sykes Racing and Croker Oars are outside the boat sheds, Boat Shed 6 and Boat Shed 4 in the trailer park. Bont Rowing is also near the breezeway, as is Perfect Balance and Wintec. So a fair amount of sponsors and merchandisers available for the rowing community here this weekend, so do make use of those. Pete, the crews are approaching the 1500 metre mark now in race 97. We're just going to get some 1500 metre results any moment now. But at the moment, it's the crew from Grafton in the lead through the 1500 metres in a time of 6:08.59, which is fantastic to see, Pete, a regional club down here at the championships today.
Yeah, Michael, the Grafton River is fantastic to row on. I've done a little bit of time there myself, and it's a great, great area. Grafton Rowing Club, coach there, one of the coaches there, Kenny Morn, a fantastic guy. Doing obviously a very good job with these under 17 women doubles as they lead in a time of 6 minutes and 8 seconds in this rather stiff tail breeze. Followed by PLC Sydney, Grafton High, Radford College 1, Penrith and the Tara School. Now this is a 1-2-3 progression race, so first, second and third will progress. It's sponsored by 776 BC. The final for this race will be at race 116 and the rest will be eliminated. So at this point, it looks like it will be the crew of Grafton that will be the leaders of this race in the very distinctive black and gold Zoodies. Very similar to Balmain Rowing Club, although the stripes are the opposite direction, so if you get confused with that, no one will blame you there. But it will be Grafton Rowing Club, followed by Pimble, my apologies, PLC Sydney. The first two spots here. And the Grafton double really putting on a show here. So they have quite a commanding lead over this race.
Fantastic display of sculling from McKenna Waring and Zoe Raywood of Grafton Rowing Club, and it's fantastic to see them down here in Sydney competing at the state champs. So give them a big cheer as they come over the line, ladies and gentlemen. PLC Sydney in lane 7. Second place, and third place looks like will go to Grafton High.
So they will be the three qualifiers for this race. Fourth place narrowly missing out is Radford College, although the Grafton row is really doing a fantastic job. We haven't seen much of them this week, but they're doing a really good job here in the under 17 double scull. It will then be Penrith, followed by the Tara School, coached, I believe, by Graham Gardner. So a really, really good job in this field of under 17 women's doubles.
Pete, race 98 is now on the course. It's the second heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull. Of course, the event is sponsored by 776 BC, and the progression is that the first 3 across the line will go through to the final in race 116, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 2, representing PLC Sydney, Isabel Lau and Tasha Cahill. They're coached by Lexi Meyer and Felix Diu. In lane 3, from Radford College, Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller. In lane 4, from Tara, Mackenzie Knott and Charlotte Oitma. Their coaches are Graham Gardner and Kate Crampton. In lane 5, from Canberra Rowing Club, Amelia Ryan and Ella Boyd. They're coached by Alex Hodges and Mark Fikowski. In lane 6, from Loretto Normanhurst, Holly Gibbons and Josephine Egan. Their coaches Georgia Borick. In lane 7, from Centenary, Malaya Kuruktoga and Lara Alazedan. And finally, from Newcastle Grammar in lane 8 is Alice McCready and Myfina Bland. Through the 1,500 metres now, Pete, the the Radford crew looks to be in the lead. That's the crew of Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller. They're closely followed 3 seconds back to the Centenary crew in lane 7.
Yeah, Michael, so a 3.07 second margin there between first and second. Tara School there in third place, 8.66, and then 0.27 of a second between third and fourth for Newcastle Grammar. So that's quite a close race there in a 1-2-3 progression, I believe. So that will be the all-important spot to progress through in third place. It looks like they're also in the far extremities of the course. We've got lane 4 and lane 8. Which does add that element of difficulty in tight racing. You can't really look over too much. You've just got to look forward, grit your teeth and hope for the best. But it will indeed be Radford College and Centenary first and second at this point of the race. But we will look very, very keenly on third and fourth place. Although, in the Bont Rowing live stream with this fantastic drone footage, it looks like it would be Tara School, my apologies, Newcastle Grammar in lane 8 that might have just edged their nose in front of Tara School.
So it'll be Radford in lane 3 that takes the win, and they'll progress, as will the crew in lane 7 from Centenary. And third place, it does look as though Newcastle Grammar are going to snatch it at the death.
A couple of bad strokes and a crab, but they have just gotten that one over Tara School.
So desperation from our crews this afternoon as they come across the line. Lane 5, Canberra Rowing Club. And they are out on their feet, ladies and gentlemen. Loretto Normanhurst's Holly Gibbons and Josephine Egan now coming into the view on the Bont live stream.
And Michael, just looking at this crew coming across the line, looks like some square blades there from stroke seat. You wonder whether there's some forearm cramping or anything like that, or maybe an attempt to utilize that tailwind. Either way, they will come across Loretto Normanhurst in 6th place, narrowly missing out on the qualifying spots, unfortunately.
Finally, ladies and gentlemen, PLC Sydney 2 in lane 2 comes across the line. Isabel Lau and Tasha Cahill to finalise the second heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 Double Scull. And race 99 is already on the course and the race is well underway. It's the third and final heat of the Women's Under-17 Double Scull. Progression is likewise first 3 to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated. And some fantastic vision on the Bont live stream of our crews. We have, it looks as though that crew in lane 2 or 3, I think it is, Centenary in lane 2, Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane, lengths ahead of their competition by the looks of things, Pete.
Yeah, it looks like it, Michael, and the drone footage, as you said, is a fantastic addition. I believe it was first sort of taken in around the 2012 Olympic telecast for Channel 7, but we've utilised it here, and it is a fantastic tool just to see margins more than anything else. As with rowing, you have a bit of a situation where, due to the angles, it's very, very difficult to see who's ahead unless there's a really outstanding margin, like we see here from this very, very demanding Cathedral crew. But it is it's a really, really good tool to be able to see where everyone is in an early stage of a race.
So Pete, just as they come across into the final stage of the race, just run through the crews very quickly. In lane 3, representing Radford, is Edie Lupton and Sophie Conlon. In lane 4, from Loretto and Normanhurst, is Jessica Lenehan and Mary Grant. Lane 5, representing St Catherine's, is Jade Bliss and Lila Gaston. In lane 6, from Commercial, is Bethany Harvester, Mylena Wilcox. Lane 7, from Hunter Valley Grammar, is Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. And finally, from Tara, is Eliza McCarthy and Caitlin Irving. But of course, that crew from Centenary, Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane, are going to be far too strong for their opposition and have completely dominated the third heat of the Championship Women's Under-17 double scull. A stellar display of rowing from those girls. And it'll be the crew in lane 6, Commercials, Bethany Harvester and Mylena Wilcox, who come in second place to qualify. That margin is about 20 seconds. So a commanding lead indeed by the Centenary girls. Third and final qualifiers will be Jessica Lenehan and Mary Grant from Loretto Normanhurst.
Yeah, Michael, and a bit more of a spread in these races than we saw in the men's 8 earlier in the program, a couple of races earlier, but a tighter finish there for the Hunter Valley Grammar crew, and I believe that was 0.3 of a second, something like that. So really, really still very close racing. In this race 99, it was 0.71 of a second over Radford College, followed by the Tara School there, 16.69 of a second in 6th place. So qualifiers at this point will be first place Centenary, second place Commercial, and third place Loretto Normanhurst. And coming down the course now, we have the Championship Men's Under-17 Double Scull, race 100, sponsored by 776. This is heat 1 with a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the final. So in lane 2, we have Newcastle Grammar, Henry Guest and Marcus Lumley. In lane 3, Marist College, Sam Martin and Austin Beanie. In lane 4, Northern Beaches Secondary 3, Harrison Burke and Jack Groves. In lane 5, Commercial, Toby Hopner and Adam Kamer. In lane 6, Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Skeel Gamborg. In lane 7, Cranbrook, James Mills and Jack Stone. And in lane 8, Cathedral, Henry Chin and Darcy Hock.
Thanks, Pete. And as the crews are entering the final stages of the race now, looks like it could be the crew from Cathedral in lane 8 and also the crew from Northern Beaches Secondary in lane 6 that are at the front. And it's a 1, 2, 3, 4. So those two crews I've just mentioned not under any immediate pressure. And so they'll be fairly content to lower the rate, you might say, and just to conserve their energy for the final, which is of course going to be later on this afternoon in race 117. But yeah, Cathedral in lane 8, that's Henry Chin and Darcy Hock, and Dion Hansen and Oscar Schul Gamborg from Northern Beaches Secondary, opening up a commanding lead over the rest of the field. Of course, Pete, the all-important qualifying positions between that race will be between 4th and 5th.
And Michael, lane 6 here, the Northern Beaches Secondary crew will cross in first place. Some big boys in that crew. They've really, really commanded through, and they look like they've really been able to muscle that one quite well. And in lane 5 there in third place, taking out our second last qualification spot is Commercial. And our final qualification spot will go to lane 2. That is Newcastle Grammar. Cathedral there was in 2nd place. And narrowly missing out in 5th place, Marist College. Cranbrook there finishing in 6th place in lane 7. And just finalising our field in lane 4 will be the other Northern Beaches secondary crew. And Michael, this is 1,000 metre racing, so it is a little quicker, a little bit different to our 2,000 metre races we've seen. It just takes a different aerobic capacity. You can go a little quicker, it's a bit more of a sprint. You don't have to pace yourself quite as much.
We now have, ladies and gentlemen, the second heat of the Championship Men's Under 17 Double Scull on the course. And some fantastic footage of that race underway on the Bont live stream. Just to run through the crews quickly, in lane 2 representing Gippsland Grammar is Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam. In lane 3 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson. In lane 4 from St Augustine's is Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre. In lane 5 from Northern Beaches Secondary is Harry Coddington and Adam Yates. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club is Connor Greenwood and Campbell Miller. In lane 7 representing Cathedral, Cooper Walmsley and Nathan Whitehead. And finally in lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Vincent Metef and Kalen Routley. And the crews are coming through the 1,500 metres now, and the times are appearing on the Bont live stream. St Augustine's in the lead, closely pursued by Hunter Valley Grammar and also by Sydney Rowing Club. And these margins are very tight. Of course, the all-important 4th spot is hotly contested between Cathedral at this point and Gippsland Grammar, who are, you'd probably say, less than a boat length behind. And on the Bont live stream, it's the leftmost crew we're looking at. That's a crew from Gippsland Grammar, and they've got some work to do in the final 500 metres now if they are looking to get the jump on the boys from Cathedral in lane 7 across the other side of the course. So it'll be tough for these guys to make sure they're looking across and seeing where they're placing. But I would say that Gippsland are making a move on those boys from Cathedral. And so we might see a shift in the placings through the final 500 metres. So a few messy strokes, I think, from the boys from Cathedral in lane 7. And I think we're going to see Gippsland Grammar's Evan Lewis and Thomas Gillam come through, and they're now in that 4th position. So it looks as though we'll have St Augustine's, Hunter Valley Grammar, Sydney Rowing Club, and Gippsland at this stage, but it's now very close.
Michael, it looks like Sydney Rowing Club might have just dropped a little bit behind, but it will be the St Augustine's crew out in front. Now this is a top 4 progression, so really all to play for. Will be St Augustine's. And Sydney has just dropped behind just a touch Hunter Valley Grammar, and a really tight finish there between Cathedral and Northern Beaches Secondary. But it looks like it was the crew from Cathedral there just making it through over Gippsland Grammar.
So just by way of comparison to race 100, which was the first heat, that race was won in a time of 7 minutes 10 seconds by the St Augustine's crew of McGee and St Pierre, whereas the first heat was won by Northern Beaches Secondaries Hanson and Skeel Gamborg in a time of 7:22. So some faster times in that race. And of course, we should be looking forward to a quick final in race 117 later on this afternoon.
ladies and gentlemen, there is a 15-minute break in the schedule. We were running slightly behind, so that 15-minute gap will be stretched a bit thin. The crews are lining up now. However, you do have a chance at the moment to go to the kiosk to get some refreshments from the kiosk. I believe there's a coffee stand back there as well as the fantastic Bentley bar that is there for all participants.
And ladies and gentlemen, now we have a start in race 102, which is the first heat of the championship schoolgirl coxed quad scull. So this event is sponsored by Croker Oars, and the girls are just getting underway. They're coming up to the 500 metre mark now. So I'll just take the opportunity to run through some of the crew lists. In lane 1, representing Sydney girls, is Lauren Teo, Mia Vinciguerra, Charlotte Steele, and Zara Greenwood, and their cox is Delina Gamage. In lane 2, from Redlands, Emma Sullivan, Charlotte Scamps, Emma Canton, and Katarina Kroll, and their cox is Zoe Naismith. In lane 3, from PLC Sydney, Taya Creary, Charlotte Cameron, Alexandra Reed Queenie, and Victoria Mortensen, and their cox is Ashley Horsburgh. In lane 4, from Pimble Ladies, Sophie Waters, Georgia, Alexander Esau, Alice Dunn, and Amy Watts, and their cox is Manny Lynn. In lane 5, from Cathedral, Isabel Egan, Abigail Cox, Sarah Scobie, and Scarlett Woodbury. And their cox is Paulus Nicholas Grobler. In lane 6, representing Redlands, Scarlett Myher, Ella Smith, Annabelle Harmon, and Angela Monty. And their cox is Zara Brooke Cuttance. In lane 7, representing Queenwood, Brooke Cuttance, Naomi Pierce, Catherine Wen, and Madeline Wheel, coxed by Eleni Pagidis. And finally, representing Radford College in lane 8 is Olivia Hickey, Zoe McIntosh, Claudia Kendall, and Hannah Sampson. Their cox is Jude Barlin. So as the crews come through the 1,000 metre mark, there's some fantastic footage, real panorama on display on the Bont Rowing live stream. You can see, I think, Pete, it might be a crew in the middle. I think it could be a crew from Pimble Ladies or Cathedral. I just can't quite tell which one it is in the lead at this stage.
Yeah, Michael.
I think it's Cathedral.
I think it might be Cathedral there. So Cathedral, that's lane 5. The yellow bow number, I believe that's lane 5. Just in the lead there, over the crew that would probably be Sydney girls on the far extremity. Again, a great image, great panorama image. And lane 8 there, Radford College. So really spread out this race. But this Bont Rowing live stream drone footage gives us a great idea of how the progression is going. Cathedral at the 1,000 metre mark, 3 minutes and 38. Radford College in second place, 3.85, followed by Sydney Girls 1, 3.20, and then 0.34 to Queenwood. Now, it is a 1-2-3 progression rate, so that 0.34 is the margin that they need to catch up on to make it through to the final. So that's the all-important spot. Now, Michael, this race is sponsored by Croker Oars, and if you get the chance, you're lucky enough to go over, have a chat to Howard Croker or Darren Croker, both over there at the Croker tent, down outside the boat sheds. Two fantastic guys that will help you out with anything you need. Great oarsmen and great people to chat to. So Howard and Darren both down at the Croker Oars tent.
Of course, the Croker family are pioneers in Australian rowing, Pete. There's just no doubt about it, of their contribution to this sport in this state and, of course, in Australia. Some of the world's foremost oar manufacturers. So as Pete said, do go over and pay them a visit for all your oar needs.
Yeah, Michael, from memory, I think it's 40 to 60% of the world's oars coming out of just that factory in Taree there. So if you ever get a chance to also look at the Taree factory, it is a fantastic facility that they've got there at the farm, the Croker's Farm on Oxley Island. And we're lucky enough to do camps there every year. But Michael, turning our attention back to this race, the Championship Schoolgirls Cox Quad Scull, it looks still to be the Cathedral crew out in front. That's the crew in lane 5. They will have quite a commanding lead on this race. It is a first 3 progression, and the margin between 3rd and 4th was very close, but it looks like it might have widened out a little bit now. We will see as they come through the 100.
Thanks, Pete. And I do have to extend my congratulations to all the crews that are hailing from Cathedral School. It's a Queensland school, and they've made the long trek down here to New South Wales to compete in these championships. And I have to say, each crew I'm impressed with. They're sculling at a very high level across all ages and agendas. And this crew in lane 5, Isabel Egan, Abigail Cox, Sarah Scobie and Scarlett Woodbury, putting on a clinic for us this afternoon in quad sculling and looking very easy as they do so. It'll be Radford in lane 8, come across in 2nd place to qualify, and in lane 1, it'll be Sydney Girls.
Sydney Girls just half a length ahead of Queenwood, so again, nothing in it really. A great job from Queenwood and Sydney Girls. They're right on the line. But as you said, Michael, it will be Sydney Girls getting that final qualifying spot to race 122. So not long now, just 20 races time. Unfortunately, the rest will be eliminated. So that will be Queenwood. Redlands 2 just coming in 5th place, and in 6th place, Pimble Ladies 2. We have 2 more crews coming down. I believe that is PLC Sydney and what looks like the colours of Redlands. My apologies, Michael. So Redlands and PLC Sydney are taking the minor spots there.
So Pete, that crew from Redlands just coming across the line, Scarlett Myher, Ella Smith, Annabelle Harmon and Angela Monty. And their cox, Zara Naismith. Just finalising race 102, the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. And so moving right along, there is, we've got some time, ladies and gentlemen, before they come to the grandstand end of the course. But we now have the second heat of that event, the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, underway. I'll just run through the crews in lane 1 from Grafton Rowing Club, Zoe Raywood, McKenna Waring, Sophie Hinterholtz and Letitia Black, and their cox is Lily Tasker. In lane 2 from Kinross Wallaroy is Lucy Scammell, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods and Lucy Searle, and their cox is Georgia Robson. In lane 3 from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Olivia Dont and Emerson Stock. Their cox is Angela Han. In lane 4 from Pimble Ladies College, Sophie Dunn, Isabella Watson, Eleanor Alrud, Ayesha Lakani, and their cox Serena Lung. In lane 5 representing Newcastle Grammar School, Jasmine Whitford, Josephine Armstrong, Grace Charge, Amy Georgia Barnett, and their cox is Claudia Wills. In lane 6 from PLC Sydney, Grace Hannon, Stella Payson, Sophia Sordelakis, and Miranda Zabo. Their cox is Clara Irving. In lane 7, representing Redlands, Michaela Sanger Larson, Briar Carter, Georgia Verschua, and Elizabeth Holthewer. And finally, representing Sydney Girls, Aparna Hari, Sarah Blaney, Lauren Wong, and Josephine Perry, and their cox is Sarah Lynn.
Michael, through the 500 metre mark for race 103, it is going to be Kinross Wallaroi, followed by Queenwood, followed by Redlands. Pinball Ladies in 4th, 5th place Newcastle Grammar. So again, this is heat 2, and we do have a 1, 2, 3 progression rate. Through the 1,000 metres, it will still be Kinross Wallaroi. A bit of a length back, 4.78 to Queenwood, and again, another similar length, 4.15 through to Redlands. So at this point now, 4.56 to Newcastle Grammar, it looks like it will be the 3 crews, Kinross, Queenwood and Redlands, that will go through to the final. However, it is a long race, this 2 kilometre racing, so anything could happen. But it is a bit more of a stretched out race than we've seen previously in the day.
Thanks, Pete. And a shout out now to Kinross Wallaroi. They're the race leaders, 4 seconds over Queenwood. The crew's comprised of Lucy Scammell, Isla Ryan, Annabelle Woods and Lucy Searle. And they're all always fantastic competitors, those hailing from Orange in the state's Midwest. So they make the trip over the mountains to the regatta centre. And yeah, as I say, they're fantastic competitors. All the scullers from Kinross Wallaroi, in particular, Lucy Scammell and Lucy Searle, I know are regular scullers down here on the Regatta Centre, and I've had the pleasure of calling them a couple of times across multiple events, including the singles, doubles and quads. So remember their names as they progress through the ages. Of course, Kinross Wallaroi scullers tend to go on and they come to Sydney, join university clubs and regular clubs as well. So it's fantastic to have them here this weekend, of course.
Yep, right you are, Michael. Looks like a bit of steering issues there from one of the crews in the middle lane. I believe that would have been probably Newcastle Grammar. We'll see later on in the piece. But as you said, Michael, the Kinross Wallaroi crews often do have scullers that will come through. I believe the more recent one would have been Zach Whitehead. He came through from Kinross Wallaroi. A country boy came and rode at UCS, competed at Henley twice, I believe. Might be wrong there. But fantastic oarsman. Again, hailing from Kinross Wallaroi, so bearing some good fruits. The drone footage getting a bit of vertigo there, but we have race 103 coming through the Championship Schoolgirls Coxed Quad, and it will be, at this point, Kinross Wallaroi School, I believe, in first place. Again, the margins in this race are a little more than we're used to seeing, so great from the Kinross Wallaroi School that they're able to extend that margin out, and it will look to be, I believe, Queenwood coming in second place. And what looks like Redlands there in third. So we'll see as they come through the final 100 metres. But it looks to me like that's going to be the placings, and that's going to be our qualification group as we see the Kinross Wallaroi School really taking the rating down. Bit of textbook rowing there.
Would you look at that patience as they come across the line? Fantastic sculling from those girls from Kinross Wallaroi. Equally patient now in lane 3, those Queenwood girls. going to qualify for the final in race 122, and Redlands making sure of it in lane 7. They're just going to come across the line and snag that final spot. Unfortunately, that means that that crew in lane 5, Newcastle Grammar and Pimble Ladies in lane 4 will just miss out. Of course, crews in lane 8 from Sydney Girls, Hari, Blaney, Wong, Perry and Lynn coming across the line now. A fantastic little sprint as they do so. Congratulations, girls. And in lane 6, that PLC Sydney crew, Grace Hannon, Stella Payson, Sophia Sordelakis and Miranda Sabo. They are out on their feet and throwing everything at it, which is what we'd like to see. And finally, the final crew to cross the line will be that crew, the Grafton crew in lane 1. Zoe Raywood, McKenna Waring, Sophia Hinterholtz and Letitia Black and their Cox Lily Tasker. Pete, I've seen some of those names pop up several times today, so I think definitely Zoe Raywood and Letitia Black, I think, rode the double earlier on today, so which was only a short time ago, so a fantastic effort in any event to back it up so quickly.
Yeah, that's a very quick turnaround from that double, Michael. Just a couple of races before, and they've done a very good job there. I'm sure they've still got that fatigue in their legs, so good to see them jump in the quad, give it a crack, and well done in the double. I think they ended up winning that race, so fantastic work there from Grafton Rowing Club.
The afternoon's not over though. There's finals coming up, certainly in the double and the quads later on this afternoon. So plenty of excitement still to come.
And Michael, on the Bunt Rowing live stream, we had a bit of a lineup there, a good mop from bow seat in one of those crews closest to us. I'm sure we'll see that later on in the race, and we'll be able to analyse that a little more closely. There it is in the top corner, a great set of hair there on the crew closest in bow seat.
Just before we get ahead of ourselves with that race though, race 104, the third heat, the final heat of the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull is on the course. Likewise, it's a 1-2-3 progression through to the final. The event is of course sponsored by Croker Oars. They are coming through, they've come through the 1,000 metres and they're in that mid-section of the race now. So the crews are in lanes 2 to 8. So representing Queenwood in lane 2 is Annie Seve, Addison Rolls, Talia Nolan and Sienna Williams-Bush, and their Cox is Sienna Fraser. In lane 3 from Grafton High, Bessie Dungy, Sunavar Goring, Molly Dungy and Alana Dunstan, and their Cox is Isabella Mitchell. In lane 4 representing Roseville, Sophie Brady, Samia Trara, Adelaide French and Sydney Krieger, and their coach is Jessica Davies. In lane 5 representing Loretto Kirribilli, Claire Flanagan, Alice Watson, Matilda Damien and Lucy Howard, and their Cox is Gabrielle Rose. In lane 6 representing Redlands, Mia McFarlane, Scarlett Thorpe, Sophia Maxwell and Alana Mansfield, and their Cox is Hannah Mitchell. In lane 7 representing Gippsland Grammar, Amy Hornline, Ella Gerrand, Hannah Roberts and Freya Hamilton, and their Cox Camden Byer. And finally representing Loretto Marriotteville, in lane 8 is Emily Lang, Bianca Kohlberg, Isabella Deans and Eliza Hogg, and their Cox Emily Degas.
Thanks, Michael. And it is a good bit of racing here. It looks like lane 8 and lane 7 in the 1,500 metre mark will be neck and neck, 0.28 of a second. It does look as well like they've got a little bit of a shorter boat there in lane 8. That will be Loretto Marriotteville crew. Their bow balls were together. There wasn't too much extra speed, but their stern was just much further away. But bringing back to the race now, third place Queenwood and fourth place Loretto Kirribilli, 2.53 seconds behind, and it is a 1-2-3 progression. So at this point it will be Gippsland Grammar, Loretto Marriotteville and Queenwood.
So those crews from Redlands, Roseville and Grafton High, some work to do now if they seek to qualify. But it is the interstate crews, so Gippsland Grammar of Victoria and Loretto Marriotteville of South Australia leading the locals in this race. Race 104, the final heat of the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull.
Yeah, Michael, and the two crews in the near side of the grandstand will be the ones to watch. They were neck and neck coming into the 1500. It looks like that crew on the near side, that will, I believe, be Loretto and Marriotteville, really jacking up the rate in there. It looked like they're rating just a little bit higher than the Gippsland Grammar crew, who were just narrowly ahead of the 1500. But it will be Loretto and Marriotteville just easing their nose in front.
I think they have made a move
Grammar.
there, yeah.
Likewise, we see Queenwood making a move as well. So Gippsland Grammar really under the pump. They were leading in the 1500, but they're now just getting pushed up by a great push from Loretto Marriotteville. So those girls should be very, very proud of that, as well as the Queenwood crew giving them a bit of pressure, but not quite enough, as it will be Loretto Marriotteville through in a time of 7:40, followed by Gippsland Grammar. And then our final qualifying crew, Queenwood 2, and then narrowly missing out there is going to be Loretto Kirribilli, unfortunately.
And to fill out the minor placings, it'll be lane 6, Redlands, followed by lane 4, Roseville. Plenty of ecstatic supporters for Roseville, and indeed lane 3, Grafton High. Will finalise the placings in the final heat of the Championship Schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. So from schoolgirls now to schoolboy Cox Quad Scull racing. We've now got the first heat on the water. The progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race. The finals race 123. We do have a stacked field. 1 through 9 is on the course, so fantastic to see so many boats out on the regatta centre in one race. So as they come through, I'll just quickly read them all out. In lane 1, representing Kinross, Walleroy, Nicholas, Brown, Magnus, Cleary, Alec Cox, Hoskin and Fletcher Smith. And their Cox is Angus Peterson. In lane 2, representing Radford College ACT, is Hamish Roberts, Jake Schiemann Robsters, William Gregory and Christopher Bush. And their Cox is Ben Heatley. In lane 3, from Redlands, is William Natilli, Aaron Drake, Oliver Rose and Ethan McFarlane. Their Cox is Thomas Jackson. In lane 4, from Kinross Walleroy, Willow Carter, Zachary Annett, Harry Maslin and George Wackham. Their Cox is Finley Shepherd. In lane 5, from Newcastle Grammar, Vincent Meteff, Henry Guest, Patrick Stanley and Caelan Routley. Their Cox is Lancelot Saker. In lane 6, representing St Augustine's, Tom Faflin, Tane Potts, Dougal McKenzie and Alex Bohm. Their Cox is Ryder Taylor. In lane 7, from Newington, Henry Taylor, Noah Tainch, Jeremy Webb and AJ Whitnell. And their Cox is Will Nicholas. Also from Newington in lane 8 are James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies and Angus Dunstan. Their Cox is Nick Wadland. And finally in lane 9, from Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith and Billy Osborne. And their Cox is Kayla Young. And as they do come into the final stages of the race, it is that crew from Gippsland Grammar, Pete, for mine, that has a lead, although over the far extremities of the course, that crew from Kinross, Walleroy and also Radford in lane 2, they're sculling fantastically well too. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 progression, but you would hazard a guess that the crew closest to us, that's Gippsland and also Kinross, Walleroy and Radford on the far side of the course, will be fairly safe through. But each of these schoolboy quads are looking fantastic, Peter.
Yeah, Michael, fantastic indeed. So it will be the crew on the near side winning that one, followed by the two crews, St Augustine's and Cranbrook, on the far side. I apologize, I think I got that one a little bit wrong, but it will be Newington 1 and 2 coming through there. So it's Gippsland Grammar, Kinross Walleroy, Radford College, and then the two Newington crews. So Newington 4 will make it through. Newington 3, unfortunately, will be eliminated.
No doubt a bit of pride involved in that little sprint between those Newington crews. And always good to get one up over your teammates. And to finalise this field in the minor placings is Redlands, lane 3. And that'll complete this first heat of the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull.
Now, Michael, I'll just bring our attention quickly to the weather. The rain is bucketing down, which is fun for our rowers, probably less fun for our spectators not moving around. So if you want to get under the grandstand, grab yourself a seat, maybe go to the Bentley's bar. They've got a cover there, Michael.
Plenty of cover at the Bentley's bar, Pete.
You know, nothing better than getting out of the rain and having a pulled pork wrap. Tell you what, can't get much better than that, can you? And a beer. That would also be nice. Canadian Club on tap. I don't know if you've heard, Michael. But we now draw our attention to race 106. That's heat 2 of our Schoolboys Cox Quad.
So just to run through the crews, they're still a fair way away. In lane 1, representing St Augustine's, is Cody Murphy, Joel Cunningham, Liam Kilpatrick and Cody Carney, and their cox is Jay Taylor. In lane 2, representing Cranbrook, Jasper Dawson Damer, William Wright, Oliver Klotz and James Scott Brown, their cox is Edward Walker. In lane 3, from Cathedral, Toshiro Larson, Ashton Pratchett, Joshua Nalder and Jaya Pradhan. Their cox is Trinity Bennett. In lane 4 from Radford, Aidan Roberts, Matthew Wang, Curtis Garrett and Connor Jacopino. Their cox is Pippa Humphreys. In lane 5, representing Redlands, Daniel Close, Matthew Fry, Harley van der Pulm and Patrick Walker. Their cox is Fletcher Logan. In lane 6, representing Newington College, Oscar Sutherland, Thomas McLean, Charlie Carr and Morgan Jones. Their cox is Oliver Lau. In lane 7, also from Radford, Charlie Stewart, Campbell Kruger, Hunter Jolly and Oliver Fox. Their cox is Issy Farris. In lane 8, from Kinross Walleroy, Henry Malloy, Ethan Shaw, Charlie Neville and Campbell Miller. And their cox is Henry Baker. And finally in lane 9, from Newington, Angus Moses, Max Elliott, Alexander Page and Hugh Harvey. And they are coxed by Dominic Novati. And as you look out across the course, Pete, the rain is coming down a little bit, so hopefully that flattens the water out somewhat, but if I was to hazard a guess, I'd say that crew in lane 9 closest to us from Newington is doing well, but they are under a bit of pressure. Oh, look at those numbers on the screen. There are some close margins in this race. So it's that crew from Radford over the far side, and they've just poked their nose in front of that Newington crew. 0.78, 0.40, 0.1 back to the second Newington crew, 0.179 to Cathedral. Gosh, it's anyone's bet who takes this one out, Pete. Some close racing to come in the final stages of this race for sure.
Yeah, definitely, Michael. It looks like it will be a tight one. It's first 4 through, I believe, for this as well. So at the moment, it's looking like Radford College, Newington 1, Kinross Walleroy and Newington 2, but Cathedral just 1.79 seconds behind. And as we come through, we can look at that fantastic vision of just a line of quads, an absolute line of Cox quads. Not a race I'd want to be in. That is going to be a tight one coming into the line. I'm not going to be able to call that one, Michael, but it is all to play for there. Lane 7, lane 9, lane 8, lane 6, and 2, 3. I don't know, Michael. So a photo there for second and third. It looks like 0.67 after that, 0.99 to Cranbrook. I'd like to see that photo, Michael.
Isn't that fantastic racing? 6 buzzers, all in quick succession of each other. I think you were right, Pete. I think those crews closest to us ended up getting it over the Cathedral School and the Cranbrook School. But yeah, as to second and third, we don't know yet. We're waiting on a photo finish. But just those crews are Radford College 3 and St Augustine's.
And just interrupting, Michael, look at that Bont Rowing live stream. We can see a replay there of the finish, and it is nothing in it. My apologies, Michael. Continue.
Just finalising the field, Pete. So yeah, and indeed a fantastic race. That second heat of the championship schoolboy Cox Quad Scull. And now through the driving rain, ladies and gentlemen, comes the first heat of the championship women's under 16 double scull in just a moment. But certainly it's time to get your umbrellas because the weather really is moving through now. And I think a little bit of wind with it by the looks of things if the flags are anything to go by. So do make sure your boats are tied down, ladies and gentlemen. And any valuables are under cover. And make sure, yeah, you batten down those hatches if that's necessary.
And Michael, we just move our attention to race 107. Now 107 is heat 1 of the championship women's under 16 double scull. This is sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. We'll find that tent down at the in the boat park. Heat 1 has a progression rate of 1, 2 and 3 through to race 124. That's the final. In lane 1 we have Commercial, Sienna Becker and Lucy O'Farrell. In lane 2 we have Redlands, Kiara Attard and Annabelle Huang. In lane 3, Newcastle Grammar, Sadie Smart and Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 4, PLC Sydney, Charlotte Sard and Isabel Yardley. In lane 5, Ascom 2, Anna Ridzimic and Ivy Smith. In lane 6, Sydney Girls 2, Noah Kepi and Olivia Bilbay. In lane 7, Kinross Walleroy, Olivia Searle and Sophie Lulf. In lane 8, PLC Sydney, Jasmine Gifford, and Alyssa Chang. Now, Michael, it's really coming down, isn't it? It's absolutely pissing down. But race 107 is still underway, and we have a great bit of racing. My apologies, race 106, and it looks like first place at the moment will be... no, my apologies, race 107. First place will be Kinross Walleroy, then PLC Sydney in this women's under 16 double.
And the winds come up as well, Pete. But the good news is that it looks as though it's blowing pretty well straight down the course. And with a bit of luck, the water will be flattened out by the rain to some extent. So hopefully these girls are not going to be too aggrieved or too disturbed as far as the rowing goes by this turn in weather. I've just had a look at the radar. I don't think it's going to last very long, but certainly the girls in this first heat of the women's under 16 double scull feeling the wind and the rain now.
Yeah, Michael, it's a bad sign when they've got to put the lights on at the grandstand at 3:30 in the afternoon. But such is life, and these girls are absolutely braving it out. Great conditions to race in. They'll have been snuck up with this rain, and luckily they're moving, so they'll keep warm. But at this point, race 107, it looks like it will be Kinross Walleroy, followed by PLC Sydney, followed by Sydney Girls, and that's our first 3 progression. And it will be Kinross Walleroy coming out in front of this race. They will win. They will take this first qualification spot. And then followed there by what I believe is lane 4, PLC Sydney will be in second place. Now, it will be a little bit of a race here for our final qualification spot. It looks like lane 6, Sydney Girls, has just come through that crew in lane 1, and that's Commercial. So congratulations to those 3 qualifiers in heat 1 of the under 16 double.
Lane 3 crossing now, Newcastle Grammar's Sadie Smart and Annabelle McKenzie. and it'll be lane 5's Askham. This is Anna Radzaminski and Ivy Smith, and they're coached by Olivia McDonald and Thomas Parker. So Askham crossing now. And finally, to complete this race, the first heat of the women's under 16 double scull is PLC Sydney in lane 8's Jasmine Gifford and Alyssa Chang. So congratulations, girls. Fantastic row in what really are trying conditions this afternoon. We are going to carry on through this event, but there'll be a change in the commentary tower shortly, so thanks for your company this afternoon.
So we have race 108 about to finish. This is the women's under 16 double scull, heat 2. And it does look like out in lane 5 there, Lily Foggo, sorry, we missed that one. We've just had a changeover of commentary and we're just getting ourselves up to speed. So it's the Kinross Wallaroi crew of Jemima Scammell and Tessa Wong on the far side. Followed by
Tweed in lane 5.
yeah, Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes. And then from Commercial, Saskia Josipovic and Olivia Grant. And from St Catherine's, Chelsea Baker and Madeline Swain. So it's the first 3 through to the final. So that will be the crew of Scammell and Wong from Kinross Wallaroi, Foggo and Rhodes from Tweed, and Josipovic and Grant from Commercial. They were followed across the line by St Catherine's of Baker and Poulos, from Penrith, Drayton and Wiesner, from Newcastle Grammar, Wills and Boyle, and from PLC Sydney, Young and Bebington. And we have another race just coming into the last 500 metres.
It's heat number 3 of the women's under 16 double sculls, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Lane 1 from Commercial, Abby Wex and Rose Ricks, coached by David Vandas. In lane 2 from Mossman, Bridget Wiles and Evia D'Estasso, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Tweed, Kayla Welsh and Jessie Hudson, coached by Gary Annand. In lane 4 from Redlands, Lily Wainberg, coached and Juliet Treloar. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Molly Cameron, Willa Bauman, coached by Laura Brady and Felix Dew. In lane 6 from Loreto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop, Mabel Oxenham, and they're coached by Frederica Gibbs. In lane 7 from Sydney Girls, it's Ariel Moniaga and Annie Pham, coached by Cameron Ogilvie, Tal Lewis and Miku Johnson. And in lane 8 from Pimble Ladies, Tully O'Regan and Mika Nato, coached by Ben Booker. And they're getting right up close to the finish at the moment. And it does look... Looks to be
the
Loreto
Kirribilli girls of Chloe Alsop and Matt Babel Oxenham.
Yeah, so they're in the lead at the moment. They are being pushed over there in lane 1 by that commercial crew who are doing quite well as well. So we've got about half a boat length there, and then back to Pimble Ladies over in lane 8. It will be Loretto Kirribilli who cross the line first. Second place will go to lane 8, a big finish there from the Pimble Ladies crew, and then third going through to commercial. So a win there for Loretto Kirribilli's Chloe Alsop and Mabel Oxenham. Second place going to Pimble Ladies, Talia Reagan and Mika Nato, and then commercials Abby Wex and Rose Ricks going through in third place. First, second and third going through to the finals. Fourth place went to Redlands, fifth to Sydney Girls, sixth to Mossman, seventh to Tweed, and PLC Sydney in third in the third heat of the women's under-16 double sculls. We're also underway in the first heat of the men's under-16 double sculls. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final. In lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, it's Chase McLean, Ted Thompson, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kobelki. In lane 3 from Newington, Toby Cameron Davendale and Toby Denton. They're coached by Jessica Wickenden. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. Lane 5 from Kinross Wallaroy, Tom Day and Nicholas Tansred. They're coached by Benjamin Watt. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung and Elliot Collins. Lane 7 from Radford College, Joshua Miller and Hamish Whittier. And in lane 8 from Redlands, it is Daniel Coppers and Daniel Borness.
And being under 16 races for both the men's and women's, these are 1,000-metre races. Not quite the long haul of the 2,000 metres, but you can actually, if you can see in the distance, you can see the starter lining them up in an even line across the course. This race has just come through the 500-metre mark, and it does look like it's the Newington crew of Cameron Tavendale and Dento in the lead. But it's very close, so between them, the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Henderson and Purdy, then the Kinross Wallaroy crew of Day and Tancred, there's less than a second between them all. They're followed a bit further back by Miltner and Whittier from Radford, then Chung and Collins from Newcastle Grammar, McLean and Thompson from Northern Beaches Secondary, and Coppers and Borness from Redlands. And they're just coming into the last 250 metres now.
Yeah, and it does look to be Newington still with that lead with 250 metres to go, but there is a big push here from lane number 5. That's Kinross Wallaroy giving it what for at the moment as well, and then next to them Newcastle Grammar sitting in third place. Top 4 go through, fourth place at the moment being held by Radford College, and we're just seeing Newington just drop off the pace a little bit. Kinross Wallaroy are really starting to put in some big strokes and get a bit of a gap between them and second place. Newington have backed it up a little bit though. They've upped their rate. They've seen the challenge coming through. So we've got...
But I think it's fairly comfortable as the 4 crews that are going to go through. So
we've got Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy out in the lead. They're about half a boat length ahead of Newington's Toby Cameron Tavendale and Toby Denton, and then back to Kinross Wallaroy in lane 5, and then Radford College in lane 7. And with a couple of strokes to go, it will be Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar going through to the final. Second place to Kinross Wallaroy's Tom Day and Nicholas Tansred. Third place goes to Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale and Toby Denton. And the final place in the A final, into the final, is Radford College's Joshua Miller and Hamish Whittier. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got a photo in for 5th and 6th. And then back a little bit further to lane number 6, Newcastle Grammar.
So already coming down the course is the second heat of the men's under-16 double scull. Over in lane 2 from Northern Beaches Secondary, we have William Robertson and Tobias Elias. In lane 3 from Sydney Grammar, Carter Clifton, Zachary Hyde. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. In lane 5 from Glebe, Edward Williams and Carson Prout. In lane 6 from Kinross Wallaroy, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary. In lane 7 from Newington, Harrison Veach and Leon Titmus. And in lane 8 from Redlands, Zachary Borness and Oliver Cook. So of course I have a little bit of bias here for the Glebe crew and the Sydney Grammar crew who also row out of Glebe.
But at the moment, it's Kinross Walleroy who have the early lead. Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary, coached by Benjamin Watt. And they're actually looking quite comfortable as they pass the halfway mark of this 1,000-metre race. We've got first, second, third and fourth going through to the final race number 125. It's the men's under 16 double scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Kinross Walleroy out in front. Then we've got a battle for the minor placings. So you've got next to them Newington in lane 7, then back across to Newcastle Grammar, Sydney Grammar and Northern Beaches Secondary, all looking quite strong, all battling it out. Well, that would be, you've got one of those crews is going to miss out on the final, so it will be a fascinating battle over the last 250 metres. Back a little bit further to lane number 8, Redlands, to Zachary Bournes and Oliver Cook, and then back again to Glebe and Northern Beaches Secondary. So with 150 metres to go, it's still Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary out in the lead from lane 6. Moving up into second place, we have over on lane 2, Northern Beaches. Looks to be Northern Beaches Secondary over in lane 2. And then back a little bit further to Sydney Grammar. And then lane number 7, Newington, sitting in 4th place at the moment. Win for Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary coming through strongly there. Second place, the Northern Beaches Secondary crew, just slowing up a little bit towards the end, but able to hold on to second place. Third goes to Sydney Grammar's Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde. And then fourth going through to lane number 7, Newington, Harrison Beach and Leon Titmus. Close finish there for 5th and 6th between lanes 5 and 4. That's Glebes, Edward Williams and Carson Prouts, and also Newcastle Grammar's Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. And then lane 8, Redlands, Zachary Bournes and Oliver Cook. And that was the second heat of the men's under 16 double sculls. So that final race number 125. So we're getting getting underway now for getting ready for the championship. Women's under 19 Coxed 4. This event sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Current champions are Queenwood School. In lane number 1, it's Pimble Ladies 2, Mia Booth, Tilly Morgan, Charlotte Harton, Freya Carmody, Serena Leung is the Cox, and they're coached by Ali Williams and Sally Kehoe. In lane 2, it's the Mossman Composite of Philippa Young, Claudia Callahan, Lillian Hyde, Grace Burke, Monica Dunstan is the Cox, and they're coached by Katie Healy. In lane 3, from Kinross Walleroy, it's Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson, Angus Peterson is the Cox, and they're coached by Andrew Gannon. Lane 4 from Queenwood, Angela Han, Imogen Gray, Madeline Nicol, Chloe Driver, Lucy Anderson is the Cox, and they're coached by Ray Boyle and Kieran Glynn. Lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Victoria Binns, Charlotte Lang is the Cox, and they're coached by Tom Dornbus. Lane 6, Pimble Ladies 1, Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Lillian Huntley, Merrin Khan is the Cox, and they're coached by Ali Williams. Lane 7, Pimble Ladies 4, Macy Lee, Chloe Luxford, Stephanie Wood, Polly Sargent, Eliza Gottard, coached by Ole Titz, Lucinda Weichman Fiends. In lane 8, from Loretto Kirribilli, it is Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Lauren Moran, Alyssa Fickers, Caitlin Gately is the Cox, and they're coached by Michael Bernius and Elliot Hunt.
And Stuart, we're just a little bit ahead of ourselves there. This race starts in about 7 minutes, I think it is. So, about 4 minutes. But they're not into the, we're back to 2,000 metres again. They're just about to pull into the starting pontoons. So we're not quite ready to start as yet. My guess is we had to wait for the starter to get back from the 1,000 metre mark to the 2,000 metres mark.
Absolutely, make sure that all the bro boats are off the course. And a big thanks to the bros and the volunteers at the moment. The conditions have eased up from what they were, but it is still a little bit blustery. There's still a little bit of wind about. These guys are doing it off their own bat, so it really is, without volunteers and people getting in, helping out as bros, as volunteers, as boat holders. I can't think of many things worse in the rain than being a boat holder. So
no, you're supposed to talk it up, Stuart.
Full respect. Well, I am a wuss. I'm from Queensland originally, so it's.
But a big,
we don't do
call out for the whole. These regattas run entirely pretty much on volunteers. And unfortunately, there's never quite enough. So if you feel like you've got a bit of time to give or get the urge, please contact Rowing New South Wales. I think it's Olivia you need to talk to, and put your hand up to volunteer. It's very rewarding, and you usually get a great view of what's going on as well.
Oh, it's the best view. You're able to see all these. You think, I know I've just spoken, complained about being out in the rain, but you do get to watch some of the best racing going on around the country. Today, for example, we've had both NTCs out with the men's and women's singles and the elite pairs. We've had some of the top para-athletes in the country in the men's and women's para-sculling events as well. And the opportunity to be able to watch them and, pick up techniques or just, the whole just getting into the sport and seeing what it looks like at the absolute top levels. It's just amazing.
Absolutely.
And then the young guns coming through, like this under-19 Coxed 4 race that we're just waiting on the start for.
And quite a few of the volunteers are parents of enthusiastic younger rowers, so always something to think about. Rather than sit around at the regatta all day, you can actually be useful.
Mossman Composite.
And free food.
Lane 2.
Oh, yeah.
That's the important thing, I think. Particularly on a long day. So they're just getting ready at the start now for the championship under-19 women's Coxed 4. Queenwood are the defending champions. They're sitting in lane 4. Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5. Probably their biggest challengers. So this will be a good race. And then we go on to the men's under-19 Coxed 4, where we've got Scots College as being the... Scots College are the current champions, and there's 3 Scots crews in there. There's a couple of St Joseph's crews, and I think we've got 4 Kings crews.
And Kings have been doing very well in the last few regattas I've been at, so will be a great race with the men's as well.
As we say, it's the opportunity, if you do volunteer, to really get out and see some of the best up-and-coming rowers around the place.
Absolutely.
And we've seen with the Tokyo Olympics where we had that hour of power, the 2 golds, the 2 bronzes, everyone sounding like Darren Lockyer at the end of it. It was just an amazing thing. So, and this is where they all start.
Absolutely, and we've had some of those Olympians rowing this morning.
So we're just getting ready for the start of the championship women's under-19 Coxed 4s. It looks as though most of those boats are bow-loaded coxes.
I think it's actually pretty hard to find a stern cox boat these days.
Yeah, there's 2 in this race at the moment that we can see.
Mossman Composite. Late to start. Yellow card.
Getting ready for the start.
Pimble Ladies. Mossman Composite. Kinross Walleroy. Queenwood. Loretto Marriotteville. Pimble Ladies. Pimble Ladies. Loretto Kirribilli. Attention.
We're underway. The women's under-19 Coxed 4s, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Lane 1, Pimble Ladies 2. Lane 2, the Mossman Composite. Lane 3, Kinross Walleroy. Lane 4, Queenwood. They're the defending champions from 2021. Lane 5, Loretto Marriotteville looking to take that crown. Lane 6, Pimble Ladies 1, Lane 7, Pimble Ladies 2, and Lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli. And a strong start here. Just the conditions just starting to ease up. Not as much wind about at the moment. You can see the flags fairly well drooping at the moment near the main grandstand. So it should actually make for some nice conditions. It'll be nice and humid out there though.
And the breeze is still a light tail breeze, so we always like that in a race.
Oh, it's fantastic with the light tail breeze. It's the headwinds that, headwind and rain, that you sit there and reconsider some life choices. So just running through those crews again. Pimble Ladies 2, it's Mia Booth, Tilly Morgan, Charlotte Harton, Freya Carmody, Serena Long is the cox, coached by Ali Williams and Sally Kehoe. Lane 2 from Mossman Composite, it's Philippa Young, Claudia Callahan, Lillian Hyde, Grace Burke, Monica Dunstan is the cox, and they're coached by Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson, Angus Peterson is the cox, and they're coached by Andrew Gannon. Lane 4 from Queenwood, Angela Han, Imogen Gray, Madeline Nicol, Chloe Driver, Lucy Anderson is the cox, and they're coached by Ray Boyle and Kieran Glynn. Lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Victoria Binns, Charlotte Lang is the cox, and they're coached by Tom Dornbus. In lane 6, Pimble Ladies 1, Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Lillian Huntley, Merrin Khan is the cox, and they're coached by Ali Williams. Pimble Ladies 4, Macy Lee, Chloe Luxford, Stephanie Wood, Polly Sargent, Eliza Gotthard is the cox, and they're coached by Ole Tietz and Lucinda Wickham Fiends. And in lane 8, Loretto Kirribilli's Lucy Howard, Matilda Damien, Lauren Moran, Alyssa Fickers, Caitlin Gately is the cox, and they're coached by Michael Bernarius and Elliot Hunt.
So as they came through the first 500, there's, as you'd predicted, they're starting to spread out quite well, with the Queenwood crew in the lead, followed nearly 3 seconds back by Loretto Marriotteville. Then Pimble Ladies, Kinross Walleroy, and then the other 2 Pimble Ladies crews. Getting a bit tight at the back end of this race, but they're just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark now, so we'll get a better idea of how they're going. But it does seem to be the Queenwood crew that's taking an early lead here.
Yeah, Queenwood looking good at the moment, ahead of Loretto Marriotteville. And then Pimble Ladies 1 and Kinross Walleroy 1. Coming up towards the 1,000-metre mark. We're just waiting on the timings as they pass the hut. But Queenwood looking very good at the moment. They are the first to cross over, and they've got a couple of boat lengths ahead of Loretto Marriotteville coming up from South Australia. Then it's nice and close. Pimble Ladies 1 ahead of Kinross Walleroy, but there's not much between them. Less than a second between third and fourth. Queenwood with a 4.5 second lead over Loretto Marriotteville. Then back a couple of seconds back to third. So the battle for third place is going to be interesting. It's about 9 seconds back to Pimble Ladies 2. Then, as mentioned, Mossman, Loretto, Kirribilli, Pimble Ladies 4 and Loretto Kirribilli all quite tight in for the minor placings. And they're looking quite comfortable, this Queenwood crew. It's a very, not necessarily rating the highest, but it's very clean, very efficient strokes.
It does look that, and it's they're starting to come into view now. You can see how they're fairly fanned out with the Queenwood crew in lane 4 in their healthy lead, and they do look like they have a V shape as they're coming down the course, which is exactly what the should happen with following the heats.
So coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, it's the women's under-19 Cox 4. It's the championship event, and it's Queenwood looking to defend their title from 2021. They are in the leads. Second place is between Loretto Marriotteville in lane 5, who were sitting in second early, but they now seem to be caught a little bit by Pimble Ladies 1 over in lane 6, and then back a little bit further to Kinross Walleroy in lane 3. Then the Mossman Composites, Pimble Ladies 4, Pimble Ladies 2, and Loretto Kirribilli as they come up towards the 1750.
But as they went through the 1500 metre mark there, the Queenwood crew had a 7-second lead, so they're well out in front.
Queenwood looking good for 2 from 2. It's less than half a second between Loretto Marriotteville and Pimble Ladies in the battle for second and third. Kinross Walleroy not entirely out of it, but they are a couple of seconds back from third place and will need to put something big in this last 500 metres to be able to go through and snatch bronze. And you can see them just starting to up their rate a little bit to try and push through. But Queenwood well out in front. This crew of Angela Han, Imogen Gray, Madeline Nicol, Chloe Driver and Lucy Anderson as the Cox. They are looking very, very comfortable with a commanding lead. Battle for second. Well, Kinross are starting to come back. You can hear the cheers from the bank. It's currently between Loretto Marriotteville, lane 5, and Pimble Ladies 1 in lane 6. That Loretto Marriotteville, Mariah Murray, Charlotte Illman, Deanna Macalino, Victoria Binns, Charlotte Lang as the Cox. Pimble Ladies 1, Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Lillian Huntley, Marion Can as the Cox. Queenwood now, they've only got about 100 metres to go. They'll be able to go through, barring catastrophe, they'll take the win. Who's going to get second, third and fourth? Kinross Walleroy have made a big push towards the end of this race, and they are well in the hunt. Queenwood have only got a couple of strokes to go. They will be the 2022 Women's Under-19 Cox 4 champions. Second, third and fourth, Kinross Walleroy, Loretto Marriotteville, Pimble Ladies. Kinross slightly in front. We've got Pimble Ladies with about, it's a photo, I think.
Photo finish, definitely.
It's a photo finish, but it looked to be Pimble Ladies, Kinross Walleroy, Loretto Marriotteville, but that is completely unofficial. So we will wait for the final there, the final placings. In the battle for the minor placings, though, we've got Pimble Ladies 2 just defeating the Mossman Composite in lane 2, and then Pimble Ladies 4 finishing ahead of Loretto Kirribilli. Wasn't a stunning win for Queenwood.
It was very good. But what a great race for the next placings.
Look, I mean, we saw Loretto Marriotteville sitting in second for most of it.
Yeah.
And I think they might have just dropped back to fourth.
Yeah, might have just overcooked themselves, or the other ones just had more in the tank to give. So the final the unofficial time for that was 7 minutes 24.09. That's pretty fast.
That's a very fast one. We're just waiting on the official photo finish for second and third. At the moment, the unofficial is that Loretto Marriotteville did finish in fourth place.
I think that was quite clear from where we sit, looking down on the line. It's just come through now. So Pimble Ladies in second, and 0.23 of a second back to Kinross Walleroy, and 0.28 of a second back to Loretto Marriotteville.
An amazing race. What an amazing race. But well done to Queenwood, the champions of the women's under-19 Cox 4s. The men's under-19 Cox 4s is underway and coming up the course at the moment. Sponsored by the Regatta Shop, and the current champions are Scots College. In lane 1 from Kings, we have Lachlan Smith, Axel Lindemann, Isaac Rumble, Daniel Wall, Aidan Tran is the Cox, and they're coached by Matthew Orpin. In lane 2, it's Kings 2, James Davis, Julian Burke, Alex Bush, Sam Thompson, Henry Fagan is the Cox, and they're coached by Robert Black. Lane 3 from Kings 1, James Farrington, Ashton Purdon, Ishan Shalaka, Wilbur Blacksland, Max Collis is the Cox, and they're coached by Robert Black. In lane 4 from Scots, it is Angus Tremlett, George Caligeros, Max Baldessere, Ned Houghton, William Chang is the Cox, and they're coached by Dustin Butler. Lane 5 from St Joseph's, Jackson Gersoy, Tom Summers, James Frederickson, Maxim Maloney, Gabrielle Lucarelli is the Cox, and they're coached by David Gelly. In lane 6 from St Joseph's 1, it's Oliver Maroulis, Quinn Dickinson, Joe Mangelsdorf, Charlie Hine, Harrison Tong is the Cox, and they're coached by David Gelly. In lane 7 from Scots 3, Iwo Ellis, William Jenkins, Sam Berkelman, Wyatt Lee, Zachary Howell is the Cox, and they're coached by Jason Baker and Dustin Butler. Angus Smith in lane 8 from Kings 4, Angus Smith, Peter Zegas, Joel Bradford, Lachlan Long, Thomas Seaton Cooper is the Cox, and they're coached by Matthew Orpin. And in lane 9 from Scots College, Duca Taylor, Carter Evans, William Dimitroulis, Lachlan Moore, Jack Ohm is the Cox, and they're coached by Michael Probert.
And as they came through the 1,000 metre mark, very interesting spread. We have the two St Joey's crews in the first two spots, then the two Scots College crews in the next two spots, and then all the King's crews. But the battle's going to be for first and second between the two Joey's crews. There was less than a second behind from the one to the other. Then a couple of seconds back to the Scots crews, and then the field's fairly reasonably spread out after that. But that's coming through the 500 metre mark at the moment. And it does look like the Scots crew of... well, it's very hard to tell.
Ellis, Jenkins, Berkelman, Lees and Howe.
The Joey's crews, the lanes 5 and 6. So I called that incorrectly with the Scots. So it's the two Joey's crews that are in the lead there. And it looks like they're actually gaining ground on the other crews that are following behind. So they're about to come into the last 250 metres. I imagine there'll be a bit of one-upmanship between these two crews.
Look,
so as they came through the 1,500 metres, there was 0.77 seconds, 0.77 of a second between them.
There's some serious bragging rights at St Joseph's going on at the moment. There's 250 metres to go. Is it going to be St Joseph's 1 or St Joseph's 2? They've got a boat length ahead of Scots 4 over in lane 4, then back a little bit further to Scots 3 in lane 7, and then a little bit off the pace at the moment are the 3 Kings crews and all 4 of the Kings crews. Kings 3, 2 and 1 in lanes 1, 2, 3, and then Kings 4 over in lane 8. So now it's only about 150 metres to go. It is St Joseph's 1 in lane 6 up against St Joseph's 2 in lane 5. There's absolutely nothing between them. Scots 4 in lane 4 sitting nicely in 4th, but it is going to be between the two St Joseph's crews, 1 and 2. It's St Joseph's 2 in lane 5. They've started to put in a big effort. They're pulled in just a little bit ahead. Will they be able to hold on? No, we've got St Joseph's 1 coming through, and I think it'll be St Joseph's 1, and if it is, it's only by a bow ball.
Then lane 6, they just surged ahead on that last stroke.
And another tight victory there. So we'll wait for official confirmation in the men's under-19 Coxed 4s. The winners were from St Joseph's. We can tell you that much. Scots 4 finishing in 3rd place there, ahead of Scots 3 and the King's crews.
Okay. So that's the last of the King's crews across the line, and we now have the presentation on the pontoon for the Championship Women's Under-19 Coxed 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop. Bronze medalists from Kinross Wallaroi, Georgia Sweetapple, Millie Lane, Audrey Gill, Hannah Richardson, coxed by Angus Peterson, coached by Andrew Gannon. The silver medalists from Pimble Ladies, Philippa Austin, Megan Wood, Jessica Colburn, Lillian Huntley, and coxed by Marine Khan and coached by Ali Williams. And the 2022 Women's Under-19 Coxed 4 champions are Queenwood with Angela Han, Imogen Gray, Madeline Nicol, Chloe Driver, coxed by Lucy Anderson, and coached by Ray Boyle and Kieran Glynn. Congratulations to all our medal winners.
Now we do have confirmation of the winners in the men's under-19 Coxed Fours, and it was St Joseph's 1 in lane 6 ahead of St Joseph's 2, 0.11 of a second. A very close, very exciting race there in the men's Coxed Fours. Underway in the women's under-21 eights, the current champions are Melbourne University. In lane 3 from Wesley College, it's Lauren Keneally, Caitlin Woods, Madeline Marquet Walker, Lauren Mayhood, Lucy Thompson, Tia Cool, Kesem Shahak, Saskia Blackburn and Fiona Dow is the Cox. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev, Evelyn Dow, Romy Cantwell, Bridget Harwood, Chloe Cooper, Juliet Roy-Smith, Katerina Bitsios, Sarah Lavery, Ella Carton is the Cox, and they're coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson, Liesl Page, Eliza Dunlop, Talisa Noak Driver, Lily Gavin, Grace Cipher, Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus Barrett, Hannah Coap is the Cox, and they're coached by Lachlan Carter, Donovan Seck and Brendan Longman. And in lane 6 from Mercantile, it's Talia Babianis, Harper Waring, Bethany Zmack, Jess Hawker, Hannah Magasanik, Emma Haberfield, Remy McKay, Olivia Sargent, Miller Hoffman is the Cox, and they're coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael McKay.
And as they've coming through the 1500 metre mark, it does, as they came through the 1000 metres, the Sydney crew was in the lead, but followed very closely by Mercantile, so there's going to be a battle there. Further back, Melbourne University, and much further back is the Wesley College crew. But it does look to be the battle between lanes 5 and 6 here with the Sydney crew and the Mercantile crew. As they came through the 1500 metre mark, no, we don't have the times. But as you can see, it does look to me like as they come into the last 250 metres that the Sydney crew is pulling ahead.
Yeah, boat length
But
between...
anything can happen with these two.
Absolutely, boat length at the moment with 250 to go between Sydney and Mercantile. Another boat length back to Melbourne University and then Wesley College a little bit further back. We're down to the last 150 metres. Sydney Rowing Club still in the lead in lane 5, but they are starting to get caught by Mercantile. Have Mercantile got enough to be able to catch up? Sydney are matching the rate now. They're starting to really push through, and you can really see them. They've seen the challenge from Mercantile. They're still a boat length ahead with only about 10 strokes to go. Back a little bit further to Melbourne University and Wesley College. And as we come up towards the finish line, the women's under-21 8 champions will be Sydney Rowing Club. They've finished ahead of Mercantile in second place. Third will go to Melbourne University, and then fourth to Wesley College. So a strong start to finish win there for Sydney Rowing Club. The crew of Evie Thompson, Liesl Page, Eliza Dunlop, Talisa Noak Driver, Lily Gavin, Grace Cipher, Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus Barrett and Hannah Coap as the Cox.
And sitting on the start line is the, it will be a very exciting race. It's the men's championship men's under-21 8. And we have a full field here with 8 crews. From Wesley College in lane 1, we have Edwin O'Donnell, Leo Bacacci, Charlie Johnson, Amos Kirk, Colin Watson, Khaled Mashney, Nicholas Bryant, Lachlan Idle, coxed by Josh Pfefferkrans. Apologies for any incorrect pronunciations. In lane 2 from Cand, we have a composite from Cand, Toowong, and Griffith University Surfers Paradise. We have Ben Horsnell, Max Taylor, Mackenzie Branch, Jared Lord, Darcy Watter, Samuel Atherton, Daniel Horsley, Mitch Salisbury, coxed by John O'Cook. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, we have Liam Leslie, Archie Clooney's Ross, Massimo Mauro, Mitch Williams, Joe Bryant, Thomas Herding, Benjamin Simons, Felix Oliver, coxed by Sam Babbage. In lane 4 from Mercantile, we have Liam Burke, Jake Polkinghorne, Ben Strang, Zach Crawley, Flynn Stimpson, Austin Reiner, Dom Federico, Joshua Bortolucci, coxed by Hayley Verbunt. And we'll just break off while we do the presentation for the men's under 19 Coxed 4. Bronze medalists from Scots, Angus Tremland, George Caligeros, Max Baldassare, Ned Houghton, William Chang as the cocks, and coached by Dustin Butler. Silver medalists, the St Joseph's 2 crew of Jackson Gersoy, Tom Summers, James Fredrickson, Maxim Maloney, coxed by Gabriel Lucarelli, coached by David Galley. And the 2022 champions for the men's under 19 Coxed 4 is the St Joseph's 1 crew of Oliver Maroulis, Quinn Dickinson, Joe Mangelsdorf, Charlie Hine, coxed by Harrison Tong, and again coached by David Galley. Congratulations to all the medal winners. And getting back to the under 21 8s coming down the course, we had got up to lane 4 with Mercantile, and lane 5 from Scotch College we have Thomas Genovese, Will Cowan, George Burney, Josh Buffet, Henry Strang, Charlie Green, Christopher Luzis, and Maxim Jeremijenko, coxed by Angus McCluskey. We then have a Sydney composite in lane 6 with Sydney and Nepean. So Thomas Whalen, Miles Harold, William Delaney, Thomas Livingston, Angus Aiken, Thomas Hart, Declan Glendenning, Bradley Graham, coxed by Teresa Harris. In lane 7 from Mossman, Bo Nicholas, Joe Lynch, Oliver St Pierre, Patrick Burke, David Campbell, Brandon Smith, Nicholas Pender, Joshua Wilson, coxed by Ryder Taylor, and in lane 8 from Sydney University, Benjamin Bowman, Hugo Hobbs, Alexander Page, Hamish Danks, Sam Bristow, Digby Leahy, Ryan Gibson, Henry Ryan, and coxed by Ben Dewhurst. And as they come down the course through the 500 metre mark, all these boats look to be in an almost straight line, so it could be anyone's guess here. But you can see it does look to be the Sydney Composite crew has a slight lead over Scotch College, and Mercantile are right up there as well.
Yeah, look, not much between them as they cross over the 1,000 metre line. Sydney Nepean in the lead. They're less than a second between them and third. So Mercantile sitting in second place. Scotch College sitting in third, so only a second between first, second and third. Couple of seconds back to Sydney University, and then again another bunched field. Melbourne University, the canned composite, Wesley College, all within about 1.2 seconds of each other, and then back to Mossman in 8th place at the moment. So a very tight race as they come up towards Cobast, the 1250 metre mark.
And we have an aerial shot there which does show the Sydney Composite crew look like they're just pulling it through to the lead. They must have done a push there. They're coming up to the last 500 metres to go.
Yeah, half a boat length between the Sydney Composite and the Mercantile crews. Back a little bit further to Scotch College and then Melbourne University, canned composite, Wesley College, and then Mossman and Sydney University. So fantastic drone footage that's coming through on the live stream at the moment. So if you are watching at home, enjoy these pictures. They are absolutely amazing when you see 8 8s going down the course.
But I don't know if the drone captures the noise of everybody. The noise of 8 8s coming down the course is quite incredible.
I don't think it's even the noise from the 8 8s. It's going to be the noise as everyone cheers on their club or school for the Colleagues Cup for the men's under 21 8s. We're down past the 1500 metre mark. It's still the Sydney Nepean Composite sitting in the lead ahead of Mercantile over in lane 4, then back a little bit further. Scots College in lane 5, and then back again towards, we've got there in lane 3, Melbourne University. the canned composite, Sydney University, Wesley College. Down to the last 250 metres. Sydney Composites still sitting in the lead. They've got about half a boat length ahead of Mercantile. This is the time. If there was going to be a sprint, now's the time to do it. And you can see Mercantile and Sydney Nepean Composite, both of them starting to up their rates and really put in the big strokes.
The Sydney crew really, at about 250, they went up quite a few points there.
So we're now down to the last 125. Sydney Nepean, Mercantile are putting in a big push. Sydney Nepean are trying to hold them off. Are they going to be able to do so? We're down to the last 100 metres, and then for third place, it's between Scotch College, Melbourne University. Can Composite are coming up strong, as are Sydney University, lane 8. Sydney Nepean still in the lead. They've got about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Mercantile, and it will be the Sydney Nepean Composite. They'll finish ahead of lane 4 Mercantile. Then in third place, by a bow ball, it looks to be Scotch College managing to hold off Sydney University over in lane 8. That was a very tight finish. The winners, Sydney Nepean, second place to Scotch College. Third going through to Mercantile, who finished 0.4 of a second ahead of Sydney University. Melbourne University in 5th, Cant Composite in 6th, Mossman in 7th, and Wesley College in 8th.
And we'll have the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Under 21 8. The current champions being Melbourne University, haven't quite held that position this year round. So they're just working out where to stand. The bronze medalists from Melbourne University, Christina Kamenev, Evelyn Dow, Romy Cantwell, Bridget Harwood, Chloe Cooper, Juliet Roy-Smith, Katerina Bitsios, Zara Lavery, and Ella Carton Cox. They're coached by Mitchell Nelson and Edward Fuller. In the silver medal position, we have from Mercantile, Talia Barbayanis, Harper Waring, Bethany Zmack, Jess Hawker, Hannah Magasanik, Emma Haberfield, Remy Mackay, Olivia Sargent, and coxed by Mila Hoffman, coached by Samuel Fennessy and Michael Mackay. And the 2022 Women's Under 21 8 champions from Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson, Liesl Page, Eliza Dunlop, Talisa Knock Driver, Lily Gavin, Grace Cipher, Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus Barrett, coxed by Hannah Cowap, and coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Chet. What a great race. Congratulate all our medal winners.
And now we're underway for the Championship Women's Under 17 Double Scull. This is sponsored by 776 BC. In lane 1 from Newcastle Grammar, it's Alice McReady and Mafina Bland. In lane 2 from PLC Sydney, Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton-Murray, coached by Felix Dew. In lane 3 from Centenary, it's Malaya Kuratikoga, Lara Izadin, and they're coached by Cody Ellen Allen and Michael Opstelin, Peter Wadsworth. In lane 4 from Grafton, McKenna Waring and Zoe Raywood, coached by Colin Lang and Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. In lane 5 from Centenary, it's Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane. They're coached by Michael Opstelin and Peter Wadsworth. In lane 6 from Radford College, Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller. In lane 7 from Commercial, Bethany Harvest and Melena Wilcox, coached by David Vandis. In lane 8 from Grafton High, Sophie Hinterholtz and Letitia Black. They're coached by Colin Lang, Joanna Tarrant and Adam Dewberry. And in lane number 9 from Loretto Normanhurst, it's Jessica Lenihan and Mary Grant, and they're coached by Georgia Borich. And as they've come down in through the first 500 metres, in this the race number 100.
The last 500, I think you mean. So
yes, they're through the 1500. So it's Centenary 1, Nott and McFarlane in the lead ahead of Radford College's Hickey and Miller. Commercials Harvest and Wilcox sitting in third place. So not much between second and third. The Centenary crew of Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane do have a 13-second lead. So it's really a battle for the minor placings at the moment. There's not too many that are completely out of it. Centenary 1 in the lead, Radford College in second, Commercial in third, Centenary 2 in fourth. The first 4 in the final of the women's under-17 double sculls, and then PLC Sydney, Grafton and Newcastle Grammar. As we're coming up now towards the final 250 metres, it's still Centenary out in the lead, Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane. It's a commanding lead at the moment. Radford just dropping a little bit off the pace. We're seeing Commercial really put in some big strokes to get past the crew from the ACT, and then back a little bit further to the Centenary 2 crew over in lane 3.
Is that, I think that's yes, Commercial, sorry. Bit confusing because there's the another boat way back, so in lane 8.
Into the last 100 metres, Greta Knott, Lucy McFarlane. They've come down from Queensland and they are looking strong. They've opened up a commanding lead at the moment. Commercial sitting in second place have managed to overtake the Radford double, and Radford are also under pressure for third place from lane number 3, the other Centenary crew. But it will be Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane who will take the women's under-17 double sculls, sponsored by 776 BC. They are the 2022 champions. Commercial's Bethany Harvest and Melina Wilcox sitting in second place at the moment with a couple of strokes to go. They'll cross over for the silver. Radford's was Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller taking the bronze medal ahead of Centenary 2's Malaya Kurutikoga and Lara Izadin. Fourth place will go to PLC Sydney, Sarah Bevington and Bailey Winton Murray. And then they'll finish ahead of Grafton's McKenna Waring and Zoe Raywood. Back then to Newcastle Grammar's Alex McReady and Mafina Bland. And then back again to Grafton High, Sophie Hinterholtz and Letitia Black.
And the Grafton High crew is still just finishing the race. We hope they get across the line before the next race comes through, which is the men's under-17 double scull. Yeah, thanks. The other one's right behind it.
So the men's under-17 double sculls, sponsored by 776 BC. And we do have at the moment, it looks to be lane 4, the Northern Beaches secondary of Dion Hansen and Oscar Schill Gamborg, who are in the lead at the moment ahead of Cathedral, Henry Chin and Darcy Hock. Then back a little bit further, we've got another Cathedral crew, Cooper Walmsley and Nathan Whitehead, St Augustine's Tom McGee and Oscar St Pierre.
I think the Hunter Valley Grammar and the Cathedral 2 crew are going to be battling it out for third place.
Yeah, Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson. And then back to Commercials, Toby Hopner, Adam Keemer, Gibson Grammar's Evan Lewis and Thomas Gilham, and Newcastle Grammar's Henry Guest and Marcus Lumley. But there's only about 100 metres to go now, and it is Northern Beaches secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Schill Gamborg, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelki. And they do have that very commanding lead. With only a few strokes to go, they will be able to go through and take the win in the 2022 men's under-17 double scull. Second place, we've got lane number 6. It will be the Cathedral crew of Henry Chin and Darcy Hock. They'll come through for the silver medal, and then sitting nicely for third, it'll be Hunter Valley Grammar's Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson able to come through with a strong finish. Fourth place, it's between Cathedral 2 in lane 7 and St Augustine's in lane 5. And I think it will be lane 7 Cathedral finishing just ahead of St Augustine's, and then back to Gibson Grammar and Commercial and Newcastle Grammar.
And We now have the presentation for the Championships Men's Under 21 8. This is for the Colleagues Cup. The current holder is Melbourne University. The bronze medal from Mercantile, Liam Burke. Oh, sorry. Scotch. Sorry, we got that wrong. So, bronze medalist, Scotch College, Thomas Genovese, Will Cowan, George Burney, Josh Buffet, Henry Strang, Charlie Green, Christopher Luzis, Maxim Jeremijenko, coxed by Angus McCluskey. In second place from Mercantile, the silver medalists, Liam Burke, Jake Polkinghorn, Ben Strang, Zach Crawley, Flynn Stimpson, Austin Reiner, Dom Frederico, Joshua Bortolucci, and coxed by Hayden Verbunt, coached by Michael McKay and Brendan Scott. And the 2022 Under 21 Championship Men's 8 is the Sydney and Nepean crews. So Thomas Whalen, Miles Harold, William Delaney, Thomas Livingston, Angus Aiken, Thomas Hart, Declan Glendenning, Bradley Graham, coxed by Teresa Harris, coached by Donovan Check, Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. Congratulations to our finalists.
Now we're underway, race 118, getting close to the finish. The Women's Elite Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. Lane 2 from ANU, Catherine Kahn and Laura Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. Lane 3, Canberra and Melbourne University, Mila Marston from Melbourne University, Cara Grishkowiak from Canberra Rowing Club. Lane 4, Sydney University, UTS Haberfield and the NTC, Laura Gawley, Georgie Gleeson. Lane 5 from Sydney Uni and Sydney and NTC, Harriet Hudson, Tara Rigney. Lane 6, Sydney University and NTC, Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan. Lane 7, University of Queensland, Rhea Thompson, Lily Alton. And we're really seeing a strong row here from Harriet Hudson and Tara Rigney. They've multiple boat lengths ahead. They'll come through a very strong finish. They'll take out the Women's Elite Double Scull. A strong win there for them. Second place will go to Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan from Sydney University. Third place going to the University of Queensland pair of Rhea Thompson and Lily Alton. And then back a little bit further to Mila Marston and Cara Grishkowiak from Melbourne University and Canberra. And then Laura Gawley and Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University and UTS Haberfield. And then back a little bit further to the ANU double of Catherine Kahn and Laura Kelly. That was race number 118, the Women's Elite Double Scull. They're underway as well in the Men's Elite Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing, and this is for the Frank Gardner Memorial Trophy. In lane 2 from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free, coached by Marcus Free and Lincoln Handley. In lane 3 from Sydney University and Capital Lakes, it's Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes and David Bartolo from Sydney University. In lane 4 from Adelaide and Tamar, Henry Yule from Tamar and Alexander Hill from Adelaide. In lane 5 from ANU and the West Australian Rowing Club, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club and Caleb Ansell from ANU. Lane 6 from Mercantile, Tom Davidson and Joel Kane, and they're coached by Michael McCain. Lane 7 from Banks, Mark Putter and James Meads, coached by Thomas Krieber. And in lane 8 from Melbourne University, Kane Grant and Tyler Mason, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan.
And it does look like there could be a shower of rain coming back in, a few gusts of wind out on the water there, but it does look to be the ANU composite crew of Jack Cleary and Caleb Antle in the lead at the moment, and followed closely by Henry Yule from Tamar and Alexander Hill from Adelaide.
Yeah, Caleb Ansell winning this event with Luke Letcher last year in an ACT double winning event. and they're looking to hang on, but they do have one of the best rowers in the world in Alexander Hill chasing them down. So we're in for a fascinating finish here in the men's elite double sculls. It's between the ANU West Australian composite of Jack Cleary and Caleb Antill, and then the Adelaide Tamar composite of Henry Yule and Alexander Hill. Back a little bit further to Harry Glacken and David Bartolo from Sydney University and Capital Lakes, and then to the Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free, Mercantile's Tom Davidson and Joel Kane, Banks's Mark Putter and James Mead, who are actually ahead of Mercantile, and Melbourne University's Kane Grant, Tyler Mason. 250 metres to go though. It's still Cleary and Antill with the lead, maybe about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Yule and Hill. Who's going to be able to hold on? There's a strong finish coming up from both our rowers. You can really see the big strokes coming in, and Antill and Cleary have absolutely upped their rate. You can see the power going through the boat. They've pulled out a boat length ahead of lane 4, and as they come towards the finish line, there's a boat length between first and second. It will be Jack Cleary from the West Australian Rowing Club and Caleb Antill from ANU with the win in the men's elite double scull. They'll take out the Frank Gardner Memorial Trophy. Caleb for the second time in consecutive years. Henry Yule from Tamar and Alexander Hill from Adelaide Rowing Club in second place. Third will go to Harry Glacken from Capital Lakes and David Bartolo from Sydney University, and then back to Cormac Kennedy Leverett and Jackson Free from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Banks's Mark Putter and James Meads finishing behind them, and then back a little bit further to Tom Davidson, Joel Kane from Mercantile, and Kane Grant and Tyler Mason from Melbourne University.
And the winning time, 6 minutes 21.01.
It's a very quick time there for Cleary and Antill.
So we'll just be getting down to some medal presentations shortly. So these are the under 17 double sculls. We'll start with the women. And the bronze medalists in the championship women's under 17 double scull, sponsored by 776 BC, from Radford College, Zoe Hickey and Chloe Miller. The silver medals from Commercial, Bethany Harvest and Milena Wilcox, coached by David Vandas. And the 2022 champions for the women's under 17 double scull from Radford College, from Centenary, Greta Knott and Lucy McFarlane, coached by Michael Opstelton and Peter Wadsworth. Congratulations to the women's under 17 medal winners. Okay, and now for the men's under 17 double scull medal presentations. For the bronze medals from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Max Blatchley and Hayden Williamson. The silver medals go from Cathedral, Henry Chin and Darcy Hoch, coached by Kimberly Brown and Ian Edmonds. And the 2022 champions for the men's under 17 double scull from Northern Beaches Secondary, Dion Hansen and Oscar Shield Gamborg, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Kieran Kabelki. Congratulations to our medal winners. And coming down the course, would you like to tell us what's happening, Stuart?
Absolutely, it's race 120. It's the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by Bentley's, and this is for the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy. In lane 1 from Sydney University and the University of Queensland, it's Madeline Williams, Lisa Marie Lutz, Eleanor Price and Jamie Ford. In lane 2 from Mercantile and Melbourne University, Jean Mitchell, Anna Kirkwood, Sophie Reena, Paige Barr, and they're coached by Michael McKay and Alistair Matthews. In lane 3, it's a UTS, Sydney Rowing Club, Adelaide and University of WA composite. The Bronwyn Cox, Ella Bramwell, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. In lane 4, it's a Fremantle, West Australian, Mercantile and Melbourne University, and I think we can add a couple more descriptions to that one. Lucy Stephan, Katrina Werry, Georgia Patton and Annabelle McIntyre. Lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Nancy Duncan Banks, Lucy Hope, Ellie Reddy, Issy Drew, coached by Gus Rodero. Lane 6 from Adelaide University, Carice Jones, Jemima Richter, Sophie Tickner, Chloe Wilson, coached by Jerick Hasselgrove. And in lane 8, it's a Swan River composite of Lauren Graham, Eliza Gaffney, Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick. That's Swan River, Fremantle, Melbourne University and Sydney Rowing Club.
And as they come past the last 1,500 metres there, it does look like it's lanes 4 and 3 in the lead, which is the Fremantle crew, the Fremantle composite crew and the UTS composite crew. But don't discount the Swan River composite over this side in lane 8. Bit hard to tell from this angle which one's in the gunning for first, second and third. I think third place is reasonably clear, over there being the UTS NTC composite. It's a bit hard to tell with the Swan River composite over this side. Once they get a bit closer, we'll have a clearer picture as they start just come into the last 250 metres.
Yeah, that Fremantle composites with Lucy Stephan and Annabelle McIntyre from the gold-winning crew at the Tokyo Olympics. So still looking quite strong. That Swan River composite over in lane 8, sitting not far off second place, as are the UTS composite over in lane 3. So good battle going on for first, second and third. Then it's a little bit further back to the Mercantile composite lane 2, Sydney Uni composite over in lane 1, and then University of Queensland and Adelaide Uni making up the field now as we come up to the last 150 metres or so. It is the Fremantle composite of Lucy Stephan, Katrina Werry, Georgia Patton and Annabelle McIntyre. They've got multiple boat lengths ahead of second place. As they come up towards the finish, they'll finish ahead of the UTS composites of Bronwyn Cox, Ella Bramwell, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. Couple of strokes left to go, and the 2022 champions, Lucy Stephan, Katrina Werry, Georgia Patton and Annabelle McIntyre. Second place, and just holding off a fast finishing lane 8. Second place will be the UTS composite of Bronwyn Cox, Ella Bramwell, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. The Swan River composite, a strong finish there to finish in third. Lauren Graham, Eliza Gaffney, Genevieve Hart and Jackie Swick. And then they finished ahead of the Mercantile composite in lane 2, Sydney University composite in lane 1, and then the University of Queensland and Adelaide University rounding out the fields.
And I think we're ready for the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Double Scull. Yep. Okay, the medal presentations for the Women's Elite Double Scull, sponsored by Bont Rowing. The bronze medalists from the University of Queensland, Ria Thompson and Lily Alton. Silver medalists from Sydney University, NTC, Rowena Meredith and Kate Rowan. And the and the 2022 champions from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, Harriet Hudson and Tara Rigney. Congratulations to all the medal winners.
Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by Bentley's for the TC Tom Nixon Trophy, is coming down the course at the moment. Sydney Composite, so Sydney Mercantile, Melbourne University of Sam Hardy, Rowan Lavery, Alexander Wolf and Alex Nicol. In lane 2, Melbourne University's Tom Murray, Nicholas Vlachodimitropoulos, Hamish Wynne Pope, Charlie Petroni, coached by Matthew Ryan. Scratching lane 3. Lane 4, the Sydney University Sydney crew of Spencer Turren, Jack O'Brien, Jack Hargraves and Alex Purnell. Lane 5, Melbourne University's Harry Fox, Fraser Miss Campbell, Nick Smith, William Ackerman, coached by Matthew Ryan. Lane 6, Melbourne University Swan River Sydney University composite of Marcus Britt, Miles McQuillan, Andrew Judge and Simon Keenan. Lane 7, the Sydney University Mercantile Swan River composite of Jackson Kench, Sam Marsh, Benjamin Canham and Will O'Shannessy. And lane 8, the commercial Mercantile Canned Toowong composite of Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe, Angus Whitcomb and Harley Moore.
And some big names and spread across all these boats. And a real battle going on here to finish this race. It is the Sydney Composite crew out in the middle there that of Turin, O'Brien, Hargreaves and Purnell that has the lead. They seem to be followed by the...
Second and third between about 3 different boats. So lane 4, the Sydney Uni Composite, will go through and take the win in the Men's Elite Coxless 4. Second place, lane 7, a big finish there from the Sydney University Composite. They'll finish just ahead of Melbourne University in lane 5, then back to Sydney Composite in lane 1. Commercial Composite in lane 8, and then back a little bit further to the Melbourne University Composite in lane 6 and Melbourne University in lane 1.
And the winning time, 5 minutes 56.97.
As we cross now to the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Double Scull for the Frank Gardner Memorial Trophy. In third place from Capital Lakes, Harry Glucken, and from Sydney University, David Bartolo. In second place from Tamar, Henry Yule, and from Adelaide, Alexander Hill. And the winners of the Frank Gardner Memorial Trophy, Jack Cleary from West Australian Rowing Club and Caleb Ansell from ANU. Congratulations to our medal winners in the Men's Elite Double Scull.
So on the course now is the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad, sponsored by Karoka Oars. Across in lane 1 from Sydney Girls, we have Lauren Teo, Mia Vinkidurera, excuse me if I've mispronounced it. Charlotte Steele, Zara Greenwood, coxed by Delina Gamage. In lane 2 from Gibson Grammar, Amy Hernline, Ella Garand, Hannah Roberts, Frey Hamilton, coxed by Camden Bayer. In lane 3 from Radford College, Olivia Hickey, Zach McIntosh, Claudia Kendall, Hannah Sampson, coxed by Jude Barlin. In lane 4 from Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang, Bianca Kohlberg, Isabella Deans, Eliza Hogg, coxed by Emily Dagas. In lane 5 from Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Scammell, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle, coxed by Georgia Robson. In lane 6 from Cathedral, Isabel Egan, Abigail Cox, Sarah Scobie, Scarlett Woodbury, coxed by Paulus Nicholas Grobler. In lane 7 from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Olivia Dont, Emerson Stock, coxed by Angela Han. In lane 8 from Queenwood, Annie Sieve, Addison Rolls, Talia Nowland, Sienna Williams, Bush, coxed by Sienna Fraser. And in lane 9 from Redlands, Michaela Sanger-Larson, Briar Carter, Georgia Vashur and Elizabeth Holter, coxed by Charlotte Harmon. So the medal presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by Bentley's, and this is for the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy, the current holder being Mercantile Adelaide Fremantle Composite. The bronze medals from from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham from Melbourne University Boat Club, Eliza Gaffney from Fremantle Rowing Club, Genevieve Hart, and from Swan River Rowing Club, Jackie Swick. The silver medalists, another composite crew, from University of Western Australia, Bronwyn Cox, from Adelaide, Ella Bramwell, from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Hoare, and from UTS, Georgie Rowe. And the 2022 Women's Elite Coxless 4 champions, who will take away the Ada Goodman Memorial Trophy, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucy Steven, from Mercantile, Katrina Wary, from Western Australia Rowing Club, Georgia Patton, and from Fremantle Rowing Club, Annabelle McIntyre. Congratulations to our medal winners. What fantastic racing that we've seen today with these ladies.
Going back to the action in race number 122, the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls, Kinross Walleroy are the defending champions, and they are out in the lead at the moment. They're ahead of Cathedral, then back a little bit further to Queenwood number 1, then over on the far side on lane 3 we've got Radford College, then back a little bit further again to Queenwood 2, Redlands 1, Gippsland Grammar, Sydney Girls and Cathedral in lane 6. As they pass up the 250 metre mark, 250 metres to go. Kinross still in the lead. The conditions just maybe easing up a little bit at the moment. Kinross not bothering them though. They've got a commanding lead over the second place Cathedral. And then back another boat length again to Queenwood over in lane 7. Radford College in lane 3, just sitting in third place at the moment, ahead of Loretto Marriotteville, Gippsland Grammar, Sydney Girls, Queenwood 2 and Redlands 1.
So it does look to be Kinross Walleroy, while I tie my tongue. They've maintained their lead and they actually seem to be pushing away from the other crew of Cathedral on the side of them in lane 6. And here in lane 7, the Queenwood crew, so the Queenwood 1 crew is holding their own against, on the far side there, the Loretto Marriott. No, that's the Radford College crew.
Yeah, with a couple of strokes to go, it will be Kinross Walleroy who'll take the win in the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Sculls. Second place will go to lane number 6, Cathedral, finishing about a couple of boat lengths back. Then lane 7, Queenwood 1 will finish in third place with the bronze. Fourth will go to Radford College over there in lane 3. And then we've got the remainder of the crew starting to come through and all very tightly bunched towards the back end there. Lane number 8, Queenwood 2, looking to battle it out with Loretto Marriotteville. They'll come through and just finish ahead of lane 4, Loretto Marriotteville, and then lane number 9, Redlands 1, and then back a little bit further to Gippsland Grammar and Sydney Girls in lanes 2 and 1.
And the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Coxless 4, sponsored by Bentley's, and this is for the TC Tom Nixon Trophy, the current holder being a composite of Sydney University Boat Club, Sydney and Adelaide. In the bronze medal position from Melbourne University, Harry Fox, Fraser Miss Campbell, Nick Smith, and William Ackerman, coached by Matthew Ryan. The silver medalists are a composite crew of Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club, Sam Marsh from Swan River Rowing Club, Benjamin Canham from Mercantile, and Will O'Shaughnessy from Sydney University Boat Club. And the 2022 champions, the men's elite coxless 4, are the composite of Spencer Turren from Sydney Rowing Club, Jack O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club, Jack Hargraves from Sydney University Boat Club, and Alexander Purnell from Sydney University Boat Club. Congratulations to all our medal winners and for collecting the TC Tom Nixon Trophy.
Race number 1, 2, 3 coming down. It's the Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Sculls, sponsored by Croker Roars. Radford College are the defending champions. Can they hold on? Lane number 1 from Newington, it's James Blakeman, Tom Chanter, Archie Gillies, Angus Dunstan, Nick Wadland is the cox, and they're coached by Joe Bocchia. In lane 2, also from Newington, Oscar Sutherland, Thomas McLean, Charlie Carr, Morgan Jones, Oliver Lau is the cox, and they're coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. In lane 3, from Kinross Walleroy, it's Nicholas Brown, Magnus Cleary, Alec Hoskin, Fletcher Smith, Angus Peterson is the cox, and they're coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. Lane 4 from Newington, Angus Moses, Max Elliott, Alexander Page, Hugh Harvey, Dominic Novati is the cox, and they're coached by Ralph Hobbs and Christopher Holliday. Lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith, Billy Osborne, Kayla Young is the cox. Lane 6 from Radford, Charlie Stewart, Campbell Kruger, Hunter Jolly, Oliver Fox, Izzy Farris is coxing. Lane 7 also from Radford, Hamish Roberts, Jake Sherman Rogers, Will Gregory, Christopher Bush, Ben Heatley, cox. And lane 8, Kinross Rolleroy, Henry Malloy, Ethan Shaw, Charlie Neville, Campbell Miller, Henry Baker is the cox, Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon are the coaches, and we've got about 250 metres to go.
It is the Gippsland Grammar crew that is in the lead, but they're being pushed very strongly over here in lane 7 by the Radford College crew. And then across in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy, pushing very hard. I think those are going to be the first 3 place getters, but the Newington College crew in lane 4 is also having a very good crack at it, as is the other Newington College crew over in lane 2. But at the moment it is the Gippsland Grammar crew.
Gippsland Grammar only about half a boat length, starting to pull away from Kinross Rolleroy. Radford with a big finish, looking for the bronze medal. It will be Gippsland Grammar with the win. Second place has gone to Radford with a magnificent finish. Second place to Radford College, third place going to Kinross Rolleroy, fourth to Newington. That was a big finish from Radford. I think it would have only been about a bow ball in there. So first to Gippsland Grammar, second to Radford College, Kinross Rolleroy, 0.34 of a second between second and third. Newington 1 and 2 finishing fourth and fifth. Radford College 2 in sixth. Kinross Walleroy in seventh, and Newington 4 in eighth. There was
a very exciting finish there, Stuart. I was the Kinross Walleroy crew did have the lead, but the Radford College crew just gave a final surge which got them ahead there.
They have some very fit rowers at Radford College.
I think there's lots of fit rowers everywhere today.
Very, very true. But no, Radford College have had a lot of success in recent times. But our winners were Gippsland Grammar, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith, Billy Osborne, Kayla Young as the cox. They are the 2022 Championship Schoolboy Coxed Quad Scull winners. Just a little break in the program as we move from the 2,000 metres back down to the 1,000 metres. Coming up next in a couple of minutes will be the Championship Women's Under 16 Double Scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. And And they are underway in race number 124. It is the Championship Women's Under-16 Double Scull over 1,000 metres. In lane 1 from Sydney Girls, it's Kepi and Bilbao. In lane 2 from Tweed, Foggo and Rhodes. In lane 3 from Pimble Ladies, O'Regan and Nato. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Scammell and Wong. In lane 5, also from Kinross Walleroy, it's Searle and Loof. In lane 6 from Loretto Kirribilli, it is Allsop and Oxenham. Lane 7 from PLC Sydney, Sard and Yardley. Lane 8 from Commercial, Josipovic and Grant. And in lane 9, also from Commercial, Wex and Ricks.
And these are 1,000 metre races again with the Bean Under-16s. So the race is well underway. You can see the next race starting to get lined up for the at the 1,000 metre mark.
Getting ready for the...
Oh, sorry, and we'll do the medal presentations for the Championship Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, sponsored by Croker Oars. The current champions being Kinross Walleroy. And the girls are all now lined up. So the bronze medalists from Queenwood, we have Phoebe Campbell, Brooke Lancaster, Olivia Dont, Emerson Stock, coxed by Angela Han. The silver medalists from Cathedral, Isabel Egan, Abigail Cox, Sarah Scobie, Scarlett Woodbury, coxed by Paulus Nicholas Grobler, and the 2022 champions for the Schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull, Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Scammell, Ayla Ryan, Annabelle Woods, Lucy Searle, George, and coxed by George Robson. Congratulations to our medal winners, and we're straight back onto the course for the under-16 women's double scull.
That's right, and we've just seen one Scammell get a gold, and it's looking good for another one. Jemima Scammell and Tessa Wong from Kinross Walleroy. They've got a very nice lead at the moment with only about 50 metres to go. They're ahead of Loretto Kirribilli's Chloe Allsop, Mabel Oxenham, sitting in second place, although they are being challenged quite well by Pimble Ladies, Tally O'Regan and Mika Nato. It will be Jemima Scammell and Tessa Wong with the win in the under-16 women's double sculls. Second place looks to be lane 6, Loretto Kirribilli's Chloe Allsop and Mabel Oxenham. We're going to have a photo for third. It's between Kinross Walleroy and Pimble Ladies for third place, with Commercial in lane 9 finishing just a little bit further behind. Tweed One's Lily Foggo and Ruby Rhodes finishing in 7th place ahead of PLC Sydney's Charlotte Sard, Isabel Yardley, and then a photo for 9th and 10th. So a few photos in there. We're just waiting on final confirmation as to who finished in second place in the Championship Women's Under-16 Double Sculls. But a strong win there. Another win for Kinross Walleroy. And how many times have we said that today?
Many.
Particularly in the sculling.
So the photo finishes come through. So the third play, so the winner was Kinross Walleroy of Scammell and Wong, then Loretto Kirribilli, Allsop and Oxenham. Then third place was lane 5, Kinross Walleroy of Searle and Lerf, which is Olivia Searle and Sophie Lerf. And the margin back to the Pimble Ladies crew, who came fourth, was 0.04 of a second.
I don't know that you can get much closer than that.
Oh, we had a 0.01 earlier today between
0.01?
eights.
Oh.
A 2,000 metre race with eights, and there was 0.01 of a second after the photo.
across
I
to
think-
the video, call for the video ref.
I think they might have tossed a coin. I would call it an even square myself.
Well, that was last year in the men's elite single sculls. I believe there was a dead heat for second. I think it was Luke Letcher
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
can't remember the other fellow, but yeah, there was a definite dead heat somewhere in there. Just waiting on the start of the men's under 16 double sculls, but we will do the medal presentations for the championship schoolboy coxed quad sculls. So our bronze medal winners for the championship schoolboy coxed quad sculls, sponsored by Croker Oars, were Kinross Walleroy, Nicholas Brown, Magnus Cleary, Alec Hoskin, Fletcher Smith, Angus Peterson was the cox, and they were coached by Benjamin Watt and Andrew Gannon. Second place, Radford College, Hamish Roberts, Jake Sherman Rogers, Will Gregory, Christopher Bush, and the cox, Ben Heatley. And the 2022 New South Wales champions from Gippsland Grammar School, Cameron Rule, Lindsay Hamilton, Anthony Smith, Billy Osborne, and Kayla Young was the cox.
Race 125 is underway. The championship men's under 16 double scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. Across in lane 1 from Radford College, we have Joshua Miller and Hamish Whittier. In lane 2 from Sydney Grammar, Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde. In lane 3 from Kinross Walleroy, Tom Day and Nicholas Tancred. In lane 4 from Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. In lane 6 from Northern Beaches Secondary, William Robertson and Tobias Elias. In lane 7 from Newington, Toby Cameron Tavendale and Toby Denton. And in lane 8 from Newington, Harrison Veach and Leon Titmus. And it does look to be the crew from Kinross Walleroy of Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary in the lead at the moment. But then again, over here in lane 7, the two Tobys, Cameron Tavendale and Toby Denton from Newington, are having a good run for it, as are the Hunter Valley Grammar crew of Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. A little bit hard to tell until they get a little bit closer to us.
Yeah, but it is Kinross Walleroy in the lead at the moment. The Kinross 1 crew over in lane 4. They've got a comfortable lead, and as you say, it's going to be an interesting battle for second and third. Lane 1's Radford College, lane 2 Sydney Grammar, lane 3 Kinross Walleroy 2, and then Hunter Valley Grammar and Newington. So it's an
I think the second place is looking like the Newington crew over here in lane 7 of the two Tobys, Cameron Tavendale and Denton.
With about 200 metres to go.
And look at the Grammar crew starting to push through. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Stuart. Go for it.
No, that's all right. So it's still Kinross Walleroy in the lead, looking good. But Radford, Sydney Grammar, Kinross Walleroy 2, Newcastle, Hunter Valley Grammar, as well as Newington. So we've got a very strong finish coming up here. Kinross Walleroy 1, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary have only got about 10 strokes to go. They'll go through and take the title. Lane 2, Sydney Grammar, sitting in the lead at the moment. Then there's nothing between lanes 1, 3, 5 and 7. A win for Kinross Walleroy 1. Second place, it's looking to be Sydney Grammar in second. Then third place, is it 5, 7 or 1? It will be 5, just ahead of 7 and 1. So Kinross Walleroy finishing with the win there. Sydney Grammar finishing in second. Then I think we're going to have a photo finish for third, fourth and fifth. Just try and get final confirmation on that. So unofficial results up at the moment, but we will wait on the final confirmation of the top three for the men's under 16 double scull finals.
And that was a winning time of 3 minutes 34.43. And then another 7 seconds back to the Sydney Grammar boys of Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde, who I'm pleased to say row out of Glebe. Okay, and we have the medal presentation for the women's under 16 double scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. The bronze medalists from Kinross Wallaroi, Olivia Searle and Sophie Lulf, coached by James Perrin. The silver medalists from Loreto Kirribilli, Chloe Alsop and Mabel Oxenham, coached by Frederica Gibbs. And the 2022 champions of the women's under 16 double scull from Kinross Wallaroi, Jemima Scammell and Tessa Wong, coached by James Perrin. Congratulations to our medal winners. And there is a 9-minute break now until the next race, which will be race 26, the women's under 21 lightweight double scull combined with the women's under 23 lightweight double scull. Oh no, that race is underway. So in lane 1 from Adelaide, we have Victoria Binns, and from Adelaide University, Isabel Watson. In lane 2 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Olivia Georgiopoulos. In lane 3 from UTS, Sarah Berritry and Charlotte Ryan from ANU. And in lane 4 from Sydney, Liesl Page and Grace Cypher. Those 4 crews are all under 21s. The rest are under 23s. So from Banks and Antionetta Di Cosmo, and from Carayo, Maggie Foley. From Centenary in lane 6, we have Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm. In lane 7, from ANU, Alexandra Moylan and Tuwong, Sophie Gerber. And in lane 8, from Mercantile, we have Olivia Evans and Demetria Kyriakopoulos.
And just as they passed the 500 metre mark, it was the Malcolm sisters of Jessica and Sophie from Centenary who did have the lead. Remember, there are 2 different races going on. Leading the under 21 lightweights was the Griffith University Surfers Paradise double of Olivia Cook and Olivia Georgiopoulos, coached by Lincoln Handley. Alexandra Moylan and Sophie Gerber from ANU and Toowong Rowing Club sitting in 3rd place ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page and Grace Cypher, coached by Brendan Longman and Lachlan Carter. Then back to Mercantile, Corio Bay and Banks, and then ANU UTS sitting in 7th place. Remembering though that we do have 2 different races. It's the women's under 21 lightweight double scull, as well as the women's under 23 lightweight double scull.
we're just confirming that a bit of confusion around the photo finishes. It was so close in the final of the men's under-16 double scull. The winners were Kinross Walleroy of Smith and Cleary. The second place getters were Clifton and Hyde from Sydney Grammar, and third was from Hunter Valley Grammar, Henderson and Purdy. So the medal presentations for the championship men's under-16 double scull, sponsored by Perfect Balance Rowing. The bronze medalists from Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson and Luke Purdy. Silver medalists from Sydney Grammar with a hint of glebe, Carter Clifton and Zachary Hyde, coached by Nick Trotter. And the 2022 champions from Kinross Walleroy, Oliver Smith and Oscar Cleary, coached by Benjamin Watt. Congratulations to our medal winners.
Race number 126 is past the 1500 metre mark, and it's still the Malcolms, Jessica and Sophie, with the lead from Centenary Rowing Club, ahead of Liesl Page and Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club in the under-21 event. Sitting in third place is the Corio Bay Composite in the under-23 event of De Cosmo and Foley. Then we have the Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Olivia Georgilopoulos. So they are sitting in second of the under-21 women's lightweights, and then back to Moylan and Gerber from Toowong and ANU, then Mercantile and the ANU UTS of Berritry and Ryan.
It does look to be the Malcolm sisters from Centenary have a healthy lead here for the under-23s. And across in the under-21s, as you said, Berritry and Ryan. Some very nice rowing going on here. I'm sorry, that's was actually from
Page and Cypher? Page and Cypher.
Yeah, sorry, I got that confused. It's Page and Cypher.
So the Malcolm sisters still in the lead in the under-23 women's lightweight double scull. They'll go through and they'll win quite comfortably, going second across the line, but the winners of the under-21 women's lightweight double will be Liesl Page and Grace Cypher. So they'll get their own gold medal there. In second place in the under-23s will be the Corio Bay Composite of De Cosmo and Foley. Then the Toowong Composite, Alexandra Moylan, Sophie Gerber in the under-23s. Back across to the Griffith Uni Surface Paradise of Olivia Cook, Olivia Georgilopoulos. And then lane number 8, Mercantiles, Demetria Kirakopoulos and Olivia Evans, ahead of that ANU Composite, Sarah Berritry and Charlotte Ryan. So we'll just get those final places in there. But a good win there for the Malcolm sisters in the under-21s, ahead of the Sydney crew of Liesl Page and Grace Cypher in the under-23s for the Malcolm sisters, under-21s for Sydney Rowing Club's Page and Cypher.
Thanks, Julia.
Just a reminder that once you have finished your races, to return your bow numbers to the Rowing New South Wales tent where you got them from. It does make it a lot easier for the guys that are organising those, so they can go through to the further, be done a little bit, be ready for the next races.
And under 16 doubles winners, if you can hear us, please get off the course.
So we're underway in the championship men's under 23 lightweight doubles in lane 3 from Canberra Rowing Club. It's Alex Tomanovitz and Ethan Toscan. They're coached by Dave Romano and Tom Hayes. In lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Christian Place and Jack Bowser, coached by Leo Karadimitris. In lane 5, it's the Melbourne University Banks composite of Nick Segeta from Banks and Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University. We have a scratching lane 6, and then lane 7, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd and Dara Hayes. They're coached by Tom Hayes and Mark Kwiatkowski.
And just a brief call out, if anyone has bow numbers, please return them back to the, I think it's in the shed over by the...
Rowing New South Wales tent, down by the sheds.
Yeah. So call out for bow numbers, please, to be returned.
So we've got the Toowong under 23 lightweight double of Christian Place and Jack Bowser, who are in the lead at the moment, ahead of the Melbourne University composite of Nick Segeta and Damien Schroeder. Back a little bit further then to Canberra 1 over in lane 3. That's Alex Tomanovitz and Ethan Toscan. And then Jackson Boyd and Dara Hayes over in lane 7. As they pass the 1750 metre mark, it's still Toowong in the lead ahead of the Melbourne University composite.
Going very strongly there. Just they have a healthy lead, but they're just thinking they might as well open it up a little bit.
Look, there's nothing wrong with
just
opening
put
the
their
taps.
stamp on it, the Queensland stamp.
Absolutely, nothing like a good Queensland stamp. But this Toowong pair looking very, very strong. They are clear. There's a lot of clear water between them and the Melbourne University composite of Nick Segeta and Damien Schroeder. And then the two Canberra crews sitting in 3rd and 4th. But it will be the winners of the 2022 lightweight men's under 23 double is Christian Place and Jack Bowser from Toowong Rowing Club. Second place will go to Damien Schroeder from Melbourne University and Nick Segeta from Banks Rowing Club. And they'll finish ahead of Alex Tomanovitz and Ethan Toscan from Canberra Rowing Club. And then Jackson Boyd and Dara Hayes also from Canberra Rowing Club.
And in a cracking time of 6 minutes 54.93. Okay. And the medal presentations for the women's under 23 lightweight double scull. From Toowong, from ANU, let me start again. Bronze medal winners from ANU, Alexandra Moylan, and from Toowong, Sophie Gerber. The silver medalists from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, and from Banks, Antionetta Di Cosmo. And the champions for 2022, the under 23 lightweight double scull from Centenary, Jessica Malcolm and Sophie Malcolm.
And now the medal presentation for the lightweight women's under 21 double scull. Third place was Sarah Berritry from UTS and Charlotte Ryan from ANU. The silver medalists from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Olivia Cook and Olivia Georgilopoulos. They're coached by Lincoln Handley. And the winners from Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Grace Cipher, coached by Brendan Longman and Lachlan Carter. Congratulations to our medal winners in the women's under 21 and under 23 lightweight double sculls. Now we are underway in the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Sculls, and this is going to be a fantastic race in lane 3. It's the Huon Composite, so Lucy Coleman from Sydney University, Georgia Nesbitt from Huon. In lane 4, it's Sydney University and UTS Haberfields, Michaela France and Annalise Isaacs. They're coached by Hallie Chapman. In lane 5, from Huon and Sydney University, Georgia Miansero and Eve Muir. In lane 6, from ANU, Anika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatridis. They're coached by Nigel Harding. And in lane 7, from Mersey and Huon, it's Kate Hall and Hannah Tippett. Quite a large Tasmanian contingent in there, and from ANU boat, Anika Reardon is also from Tasmania. So some strong women's lightweight rowers coming out of there. The ANU crew in a brand new boat called the Diane Grant, named after a former Australian rower, Diane Grant, who's still a coach and a masters rower out at ANU, rowed for Australia in lightweight events back in the mid to late 90s. And they're actually looking quite strong in the Diane Grants at the moment. ANU with a half a second lead over Huon and Sydney University, and then not much between them and the other Huon Sydney University. So our top 3, less than a second between them. So this is going to be a fantastic battle for the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, sponsored by Pontoon Sports.
And quite a few of these names we've already seen go down the course not so long ago, it seems. They must be jumping straight out of one boat into the next.
It's a very quick turnaround for some of them, but they are very talented athletes. So still that ANU double of Anika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatridis sitting in the lead ahead of Georgia Miansero and Eve Muir, and then Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt, both the Huon Composite crews in there as well. As we get ready for the medal presentations of the men's under 23 lightweight doubles, sponsored by Bentley's. And the bronze medalists for 2022 from Canberra Rowing Club, Alex Tomanovitz, Ethan Toscan, and they're coached by Dave Romano and Tom Hayes. In second place, and the silver medalists from Banks Rowing Club, Nick Segeta, and from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder. And the gold medalists from Toowong Rowing Club, the 2022 champions, Christian Place and Jack Bowser, coached by Leo Karadimitris. Congratulations to our medal winners in the men's under 23 lightweight doubles. Racing still going in the women's elite lightweight double scull, and it is lane 3, Coleman and Nesbitt, who have the lead over Reardon and Gerapatridis from ANU, and then only another second back to Miansero and Muir from Huon and Sydney University. Back a little bit further again, then to, I think we've got a scratching in lane 4 of Franz and Isaacs, and then it's Hall and Tippett in the Mersey Composite over in lane 7. So still an exciting finish coming up here as they pass the 1750 metre mark. It is Huon and Sydney University, Coleman and Nesbitt. They've got the lead. Miansero and Muir have moved ahead of Reardon and Gerapatridis over in lane 6. 200 metres to go though. What have our crews got left?
Well, from what I can see, it looks like they've got quite a lot left. It looks to me like the crew over on the far side there, Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt have just taken up their rating as they come into the last 250 metres. It's pretty hard to call which crew is going to finish this one first across the line. It does look like Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt are starting to pull away from the other two crews. They're followed closely by Georgia Miansero and Eve Muir, and then Annika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatritis. I think that's probably going to be the finishing order, but if Annika and Sophie can manage to pull something out of the hat, they might catch the other two, but it's a very clear lead by Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt over there in lane 3.
Yeah, they've got about 100 metres to go now. Nesbitt and Coleman with the lead and looking strong for it. Then back a little bit further, Miansero and Muir, and then Reardon and Gerapatritis about a boat length back. But with about 5 strokes to go, it will be the Hue and composite of Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt. They'll go through, they'll take the win. Coming up in second place will be lane number 5, Georgia Miansero and Eve Muir. And then back just under a boat length behind them are Annika Reardon and Sophie Gerapatritis from ANU. And then back a little bit further to the Mersey Hue and composite of Kate Hall and Hannah Tippett. So the winners there of the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, Lucy Coleman and Georgia Nesbitt.
In a time of 7 minutes 10.33.
They're also underway in the Men's Elite Lightweight Double Sculls. In lane 1 from Sydney University, it's Benjamin Bowman and Wyatt Batt. They're coached by Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larrick. In lane 2, it's North Eskin Adelaide Composite of Oscar McGuinness and Connor Ryan. They're coached by Brendan Long. In lane 3, it's Hamish Harding from ANU and Red Matthews from Mercantile, coached by Michael McKay and Dave Romano. Lane 4 from Lake Munrora, it's Luke Walker and Beau Fleming, coached by Stephen Callahan. In lane 5 from Mossman and UTS, Michael McRae and Sean Murphy, coached by Tim McLaren and Matthias Ungermack. In lane 6 from Port Macquarie, Isaiah Chandler and Barnabas Benet, coached by Emma Molinar. In lane 7 from Swan River, Patrick Boer and Rowan James, coached by Mark Beer. And in lane 8, it's the University of Queensland Commercial Queensland Academy of Sport Composite of Jack Armitage and Blaine Heseltine.
And they've come through the 1,000 metre mark, so the crew of Harding and Matthews is in the lead. They've opened up by about 3 seconds, followed by McGuinness and Patterson. Then McRae and Murphy showing a good innings. They're another 3 seconds back, but they're only just holding off Armitage and Heseltine. They're basically neck and neck. So the real race here looks like it's going to be for 3rd place. The Swan River crew of Burr and James was another couple of seconds back. Then there's quite a gap back to Chandler and Benet from Port Macquarie and Walker and Fleming from Lake Munmora.
Yeah, that crew of Harding and Matthews, Red Matthews winning the Men's Elite Lightweight Single Scull earlier today, and Hamish Harding finishing in second. So strong favourites, and they're showing exactly why at the moment. As they come past the 1,500 metre mark, they've still got a lead. They're just under 4 seconds ahead of that crew from it's Bucks and Adelaide, so McGuinness and Patterson. We do have a late substitution in there in lane 2, and then they're ahead of McRae and Murphy from Mossman and UTS, Armitage and Heseltine from University of Queensland and Commercial, and then Boer and James from Swan River, and then they're ahead of Port Macquarie's Isaiah Chandler and Barnabas Benet, and Lake Munmura's Luke Walker and Beau Fleming. 250 metres to go. It's still Harding and Matthews. They're a boat length ahead of that Adelaide Bucks composite of McGuinness and Patterson. Then the battle for 3rd. It's going to be quite interesting. We've got the Mossman composite in lane 5 looking quite good, but also over in lane 8. the University of Queensland composite of Jack Armitage and Blaine Hesseltine, also looking like they might be able to challenge in for a bronze medal. Matthews and Harding, though, with about 100 metres to go, are still in the lead. They're really putting down the accelerator, moving ahead of that composite crew in lane 2. And then back a little bit further to the Mossman UTS composite in lane 5, looking for third place. With a couple of strokes to go, it will be Hamish Harding and Red Matthews from ANU and Mercantile, 2022 Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull Champions. Second place will go to McGuinness and Patterson from Bucks and Adelaide. Third, and the bronze medal goes to McRae and Murphy from Mossman and UTS. Fourth going through to Armitage and Hesseltine from University of Queensland and Commercial. Fifth to Swan Rivers, Boer and James. And then they'll finish ahead of the final 2 crews coming through, Port Macquarie's Chandler and Benet, and then the Lake Monmurra crew of Walker and Fleming.
That was a great finish to watch from Harding and Matthews. Hamish Harding, Red Matthews, they really just turned on the turbochargers in that last 250 metres and flew down the rest of the course.
Yeah, strong finish there from the first and second place in the earlier men's elite lightweight single sculls.
Exactly.
So showed their favouritism, showed why they were favourites, and absolutely dominated there. Not many races to go. We've only got the 2 races. It's the men's Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4 and also the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4.
So, and it looks like we're ready for the medal presentations almost.
So just going through the crews for the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4, sponsored by the Regatta Shop, and this is for the Victor Maxwell Trophy. In lane 4, it's a UTS Toowong composite of Sam Parry, Austin Dipple, David Carter, Jack Message. They're coached by Alex Field and Leo Karadimitris. In lane 5 from UTS, Cameron Ogilvie, Peter Waldersee, Will Clark, Harry Curtin. They're coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 6, it's the Mercantile Bank Sydney University composite of Wyatt Batt, Harry Cathcart, Benjamin Whitmey and Jordan Roberts.
The medal presentation for the Championship Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, sponsored by Pontoon Sports. From ANU, the bronze medalists are Annika Reardon and Sophie Gerapetritis, coached by Nigel Harding. The silver medalists are Georgia Mansero from Sydney University Boat Club and Eve Muir from Huon. And the 2022 champions of the Women's Elite Lightweight Double Scull, Lucy Coleman from Sydney University Boat Club and Georgia Nesbitt from Huon. Congratulations to our medal winners. And out on the course, we have the Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4. And there's a real battle going on between the UTS crew of Ogilvie, Waldersee, Clark and Curtin and the Mercantile Composite crew of Batt, Cathcart, Whitmey and Roberts. So they look from here up in the finish tower, like from the view we have, it does look like they're neck and neck, but the Mercantile Composite crew on this side does look to be slightly ahead. So the crew closest to the stands, can the UTS crew hold them off or catch up to them? So as they enter the last 100 metres, or coming up to the last 150 metres there, I think the Mercantile Composite crew of Wyatt Batt, Harry Cathcart, Ben Whitby and Jordan Roberts is going to take this. So now got about half a boat length out on the UTS crew of Cam Ogilvie, Peter Waldersee, William Clark and Harry Curtin.
Yeah, just starting to move ahead with about 5 strokes to go. It will be that Mercantile Banks Sydney University composite taking the lead, half a boat length ahead of the UTS crew in lane 5, and then back a little bit further to the UTS composite in lane 4, making up the fields. So the final race is underway. It's the Championship Men's Elite the Elite Coxed 4. In lane 3 from Mossman, Patrick Burke, David Campbell, Nicholas Pender, Torben Ungermack, Terry O'Hanlon is the cox, and they're coached by Matthias Ungermack and Judith Ungermack. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Gabrielle Carmody, William Downey, William Boag, Thomas Hart, Teresa Harris is the cox, and they're coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 5 from Melbourne University, Andrew Judge, John Linky, Nick Smith, William Ackerman, Lachlan Goller is the cox, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Marcus Britt, Devlin Walsh, Tom Anderson, Lachlan Miles, Hannah Scarborough is the cox, and they're coached by Donald McLaughlin, Christopher Holliday and Thomas Lerick. In lane 7 from Melbourne University, Benjamin Simmons, Thomas Hearding, Joe Bryant, Felix Oliver, Sam Babbage is the cox, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan. And in lane 8 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis, Luca Roncolato, Mackenzie Thompson, Charles Jewell, Anna O'Hanlon is the cox, and they're coached by Alex Field and Tim McLaren. As we cross now to the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull. The bronze medalists from UTS, Michael McRae, and from Mossman, Sean Murphy, coached by Tim McLaren and Matthias Ungermack. The silver medalists from Adelaide Rowing Club, Oscar McGuinness, and from Bucks, Alec Patterson. And the 2022 Elite Lightweight Double Scull champions, Hamish Harding from ANU and Red Matthews from Mercantile. They were coached by Michael McKay and Dave Romano. Congratulations to our Men's Elite Lightweight Double Scull winners.
And as the last race comes down the course, this is the Men's Elite Coxed 4. So it does look to be, as I've come through the 1,000 metre mark, the Melbourne University crew in lane 7 has a lead over UTS by a couple of seconds, then very closely followed by the other Melbourne University crew. Very close between 3rd, 4th and 5th, so we need to wait and see how they stretch out in the second 1,000 metres. They're just coming up to the 1,500 metre mark at the moment.
Yeah, Melbourne University in lane 7 with the lead at the 1,000 metre mark. UTS sitting in second ahead of Melbourne University 1, Sydney University, Mossman and Sydney 2. This looks like it'll be a fantastic way to finish the second day of racing at the 2022 New South Wales Championships. Melbourne University 1, Sydney University in lane 6, Melbourne University 2, lane 7, UTS lane 8, probably just a little bit further behind. Mossman in lane 3, also sitting quite nicely, probably only Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 that's dropped off the pace a little bit at the moment as they come up past the 1,500 metre mark. And it is Melbourne University 2, just under a second ahead of Melbourne University 1, UTS sitting in 3rd place, 4th to Sydney University, and then back a little bit further to Mossman. We've got 500 metres to go. It's the last race of the day. We've only got a couple of seconds between 1st and 5th. It's going to be an epic finish to today's rowing.
Certainly from the way we can see it sitting up here in the finish tower, it does look to be a relatively straight line right across the course between those 4 crews. And across on the far side, the Mossman crew is working hard to be in amongst the others, but I don't think they're going to make it. It does look like the first three are going to be lanes 6, 7 and 8. 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah,
So
Melbourne University 1 looking like they might just be pulling a little bit ahead, but Sydney University and Melbourne University 2 are definitely not out of it. They're past the 1750 metre mark. There's 200 metres to go now, and there's not much between them. Melbourne University 1 in lane 5, trying to hold off Melbourne University 2, lane 7, Sydney University in lane 6. And then back a little bit further, UTS and Mossman probably just dropping out of the medal contention at the moment. We've got 100 metres to go. It's still neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball between Melbourne 1, Sydney University and Melbourne University 2. As they come up towards the finish line, lane 7, Melbourne University 2, just in the lead. They'll go through, they'll take the win ahead of Sydney University in second, Melbourne University 1 in third place. An absolute cracking finish there. 1.2 seconds between first and third. The winners from Melbourne University, Benjamin Simons, Thomas Hearding, Joe Bryan, Felix Oliver, Sam Babbage as the Cox, finishing ahead of Marcus Britt, Devlin Walsh, Tom Anderson, Lachlan Miles, Hannah Scarborough as the Cox. And then Melbourne University 1, Andrew Judge, John Linky, Nick Smith, William Ackerman, Lachlan Goller as the Cox, finishing in third.
So the medal presentations for the men's champion, hang on, what was that? Oh, that's fine. My apologies for the men's elite lightweight, Cox 4. In bronze, for the bronze medals from Melbourne University, Melbourne University's not there. Oh, sorry. My apologies, it's the men's elite lightweight Coxless 4. The bronze medals from Toowong, Sarim Parry. From Toowong, Austin Dipple. From Toowong, David Carter. And from UTS, Jack Message. I don't think they're there. I think they've rode off. Give them a clap anyway. Well done, guys. The silver medalists from UTS, Cam Ogilvie, Peter Waldersee, William Clark, Harry Curtin, and they're coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And the 2022 Men's Elite Lightweight Coxless 4 champions from Sydney University Boat Club, Wyatt Batt. From Banks, Harry Cathcart. From Mercantile, Benjamin Whitmey. And from Mercantile, Jordan Roberts. Congratulations to our medal winners.
As we just wait on the final medal presentation for the men's elite Coxed 4. A reminder of tomorrow's racing. We've got the schoolgirl and schoolboy championship single sculls. We've got some para pairs and falls going down the course a little bit later on. Chance to see some of the Paralympians going back down the course, including in the Coxed 4. We'll see 3 out of the Tokyo Paralympians racing in one crew down there. We've also got some of the other underage events, the double sculls, the under-19 double sculls, the under-16 quad sculls. Some elite lightweight quad sculls thrown in there as well for the women. A lot of underage events going on for tomorrow's racing. So racing will start tomorrow from 7:30 a.m. and that'll head through till 4:38. So another big day's worth of rowing. Big thanks to the volunteers and the boat race officials who've made this event what it is today. Again, in some pretty tough conditions. A couple of times we've really seen that rain and wind pick up, and they've still been out there doing what they do so as that we're able to go through and have some really good racing. And it is nice, isn't it, Mark, to come back and we've got the racing going on in what feels relatively normal.
Interesting concept, relatively normal, but yeah, it is fantastic. And great to see these crews coming from all over the country. You know, we have Swan River Rowing Club, a lot of Queensland crews, Tasmania, Victoria, ACT.
Can't forget them.
No, well, we don't forget the ACT. We don't quite know what they do there, but we don't forget them.
We row very fast. I can guarantee you we row very fast down in the ACT.
I know you do.
As we get ready for the medal presentation for the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4. What a cracking finish that was. And now for the presentation of the final event for today's racing, it's the Championship Men's Elite Coxed 4. In third place from Melbourne University, Andrew Judge, John Linky, Nick Smith, William Ackerman, Lachlan Goller is the cox, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan. The silver medalists from Sydney University, Marcus Britt, Devlin Walsh, Tom Anderson, Lachlan Miles, Hannah Scarborough is the cox, and they're coached by Donald McLaughlin, Christopher Holliday and Thomas Larridge. And the 2022 Championship Men's Elite Cox 4 winners from Melbourne University, Benjamin Simons, Thomas Hearding, Joe Bryant, Felix Oliver, Sam Babbage is the cox, and they're coached by Matthew Ryan. Congratulations to all our medal winners for the Men's Elite Coxed 4. That concludes today's live streaming of Day 2 of the 2022 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Don't forget, 7:30 start tomorrow morning for Day 3.